Chapter 13. Newcastle and Neighborhood. Yes, from the sepulchre will gather flowers, then feast like spirits in their promised bowers, then plunge and revel in the rolling surf, then lay our limbs along the tender turf. Byron. Another delightfully ruinous old corner is Newcastle, which occupies the island opposite Kittery Point, usually called Great Island. Between Newcastle and Kittery is the Maine ship channel, with deep water and plenty of sea room. On the south of Great Island is another entrance called Little Harbor, with shallow water and sandy bottom. Its communication with the Maine River is now valueless, and little used except by fishing craft of small tonnage. In going from Portsmouth, there are 3 bridges to be crossed to reach the town of Newcastle, situated on the northern shore of the island. Or, if your aim be the southern shore, it is equally a pleasant drive or walk to the ancient seat of the Wentworths, at Little Harbor, from which you may, if a ferryman be not at hand, hail the first passing boat to take you to the island. I went there by the former route, so as to pass an hour among the tombstones in the old point of Graves' burial ground, and returned by the latter in order to visit the Wentworth mansion. The 3 bridges before mentioned connect as many islands with Portsmouth. They were built, it is said, at the suggestion of President Monroe, when he found Great Island somewhat difficult of access. There appeared some symptoms of activity in the island fishery. As I passed down, I noticed 2 bankers lying in the diminutive harbor and an acre or so of ground spread with flakes, on which codfish were being cured. The little cove which makes the harbor of Newcastle has several wharves, some of them in ruins, and all left, high and dry, at low tide. The rotting timbers, sticking in crevices of the rocks, hung with seaweed and studded with barnacles, told very plainly that the trade of the island was numbered among the things of the past. Between the upper end of Great Island and the town of Portsmouth is a broad, deep, still basin called in former times, and yet, as I suspect, by some of the oldsters, the Pool. This was the anchorage of the mast ships, which made annual voyages between England and the Piscataqua, convoyed in wartime by a vessel of force. The arrival, lading, and departure of the mast ships were the 3 events of the year in this old seaplace. Sometimes as many as 7 were loading here at once, even as early as 1665. In the Pool, the Astrea, a 20-gun ship, was destroyed by fire one cold morning in January 1744. The Earl of Bellamont, an Irish peer, writes to the Lords of Trade in 1699 of the Piscataqua, "It is a most noble harbor," says his lordship. "The biggest ships the king hath can lie against the bank at Portsmouth." He then advises the building of war vessels there for the king's service, and mentions that Charles Roman II had complimented the French king with the drafts of the best ships in the British Navy, and had thereby given vent to that precious secret. In the day when all of old Portsmouth was crowded between what is now Pleasant Street and the river, it is easy to imagine the waterside streets and alleys frequented by sailors in pigtails and petticoats, the mighty carousals and roaring choruses, the dingy, well-smoked dram shops, the stews and slums of back streets, and the jolly larks and affrays with the night watch. Rear Admiral, the brave Benbow, sirs, has landed at these old quays from his barge, followed as closely as a rolling gait would permit by some old sea-dog of a valet, with cutlass stuck in a broad, leathern belt, exactly at the middle of his back. The Admiral was doubtless on his way to some convivial rencounter, where the punch was strong, and where the night not infrequently terminated little to the advantage of the quarterdeck over the forecastle. The ships of that day were wonderfully made. Their bows crouched low in the water, their curiously carved and ornamented sterns rose high above it. The bowsprit was crossed by a heavy spar, on which a square sail was hoisted. Chain cables had not been invented, and hempen ones, as thick as the mainmast, held the ship at her anchors. Colored battle lanterns were fixed above the taffrail, watches and broadsides were regulated by the hour-glass. The sterns and bulging quarter-galleries of Spanish, French, and Portuguese warships were so encrusted with gilding, it seemed a pity to batter them with shot. Think of Nelson knocking the Holy Trinity into a cocked hat, or the 12 Apostles into the middle of next week. There are many old houses on Great Island. The quaintness of one that stands within 20 yards of the river is always remarked in sailing by. I could not learn its age, but hazard the conjecture it was there before James Roman II abdicated. The visitor, as in duty bound, should go to the chamber of the selectmen, where the town charter given by William and Mary in 1693 is displayed on the wall, engrossed in almost unintelligible black letter. The records of Newcastle have had a curious history. After a disappearance of nearly 50 years, they were recovered within a year or two in England. The first volume is bound in vellum, and though somewhat dog-eared, is perfect. The entries are in a fair round hand, beginning in 1693, when Lieutenant Governor Usher signed the grant for the township of Newcastle. Among the earliest records, I noticed one of 5 shillings paid for a pair of stocks, and of a gallery put up in 1694 in the meeting house for the women to sit in. Any townsman entertaining a stranger above 14 days without acquainting the selectmen was to be fined. What would now be thought of domiciliary visits like the following? 1 householder or more to walk every day in sermon time with the constable to every public house in town, to suppress ill orders, and, if they think convenient, to private houses also. I found the town quiet enough, but the youngsters noisy and ill-bred. There seemed also to be an unusual number of loiterers about the village stores. I sometimes passed a row of them, squatted like greyhounds on their heels in the sun. Those I noticed whittled, tossed coppers, or laughed and talked loudly. Many of the men were employed at Kittery Navy Yard. From observation and inquiry, I am well assured our government dockyards are, as a rule, of little benefit to the neighboring population. The government pays a higher price for less labor than private persons find it for their interest to do. The work is intermittent, and it happens quite too frequently that the dockyard employee is always expecting to be taken on and will not go to work outside of the yard. He is especially unwilling at wages less than the government ordinarily pays, upon which labor in the vicinity of the yard is usually gauged. A charming ramble of an afternoon is to Fort Constitution, built on a protruding point of rocks washed by the tide. When I saw it, the old fortress was casting its shell, lobster-like, for a stronger. The odd old footpaths among the ledges zigzag, now to the right or left, as they are thrust aside by intruding ledges. Much history is contained within the 4 walls of the work. Adjoining is a lighthouse, originally erected in 1771. While engaged in sketching the gateway and portcullis of Old Fort Constitution, I was accosted by a person, with a strong German accent, who repeated, word for word, as I should judge, a mandate of the War Office against the taking of any of its old ruins by wandering artists. He then walked away, leaving me to finish my sketch without further interruption. On a rocky eminence overlooking the fortress is a Martello Tower, built during the War of 1812, to guarantee the main work against a landing on the beach at the south side. It has 3 embrasures and was begun on a Sunday, while 2 English frigates were lying off the Isles of Shoals. Sallyport and casemates are choked with debris, the parapet grass-grown, and the whole in picturesque ruin. Many of these towers were erected on the south coast of England during the Napoleonic Wars to repel the expected invasion. Another pleasant walk is to Little Harbor, taking by the way a look at the old house near Jaffrey's Point, that is verging on 200 years, yet seems staunch and strong. The owner believes it to be the same in which Governor Cranfield held colonial courts. This was one of the attractive sights of the island, until government began the construction of formidable earthworks at a short distance from the farmstead. The Isles of Shoals are plainly distinguished, and with a field glass the little church on Star Island may be made out in clear weather. I enjoyed a walk on the rampart at evening, when the lights on Whale's Back, Boone Island, White Island, and Squam were seen flashing their take-heed through the darkness. Little Harbor, where there is a summer hotel, was the site of the first settlement on the island. At Odierns Point, on the opposite shore, was commenced, in 1623, the settlement of New Hampshire. It is now proposed to commemorate the event itself, and the spot on which the first house was built, by a monument. Captain John Mason is known as the founder of New Hampshire. His biography is interwoven with the times of the giant Richelieu and the pygmy Buckingham. He was treasurer and paymaster of the king's armies during the war with Spain. He was governor of Portsmouth Castle when Felton struck his knife into the duke's left side. It is said, in Mason's own house. The name of Portsmouth in New Hampshire was given by him to this outgrowth of Portsmouth in Old Hampshire. At a time when all England was fermenting, it seems passing strange gorges and Mason should have persisted in their scheme to gain a lodgment in New England. In Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe, the following passage occurs. The ancient forest of Sherwood lay between Sheffield and Doncaster. The remains of this extensive wood are still to be seen at the noble seat of Wentworth. Here hunted of yore the fabulous dragon of Wantley, and here were fought many of the most desperate battles during the civil wars of the Roses, and here also flourished in ancient times those bands of gallant outlaws whose deeds have been rendered so popular in English story. Reginald Wentworth, Lord of the Manor of Wentworth, in Berks, A.D. 1066, is considered the common ancestor of the Wentworths of England and America. The unfortunate Earl of Strafford was a Wentworth. On the dissolution of the monasteries, Newstead Abbey was conferred on Sir John Byron by Henry Roman VIII. Its site was in the midst of the fertile and interesting region once known as Sherwood Forest. Here was passed the early youth of the brilliant and gifted George, Lord Byron, and in the little church of Newstead his remains were laid. The name and title of Baroness Wentworth were in 1856 assumed by Lady Byron, whose grandfather was Sir Edward Noel, Lord Wentworth. Another of the distinguished of this illustrious family was the Marquis of Rockingham, who voted for the repeal of the Stamp Act and acted with Chatham against Lord North. It was at him, while minister, the pasquinade was levelled. You had better declare, which you may without shocking 'em, the nation's asleep and the minister rocking 'em. The seat of the Wentworths at Little Harbor is at the mouth of Sagamore Creek, not more than 2 miles from town. Among a group of aged houses in the older quarter of Portsmouth, that of Samuel Wentworth is still pointed out. His monument may also be seen in the ancient burial place of Point of Graves. The family seem to have been statesmen by inheritance. There were 3 chief magistrates of New Hampshire of the name, viz. John, the son of Samuel, Bennying, the son of John, and John, the nephew of Bennying. The exterior of the mansion does not of itself keep touch and time with the preconceived idea of colonial magnificence. Its architectural deformity would have put Ruskin beside himself. A rambling collection of buildings, seemingly the outgrowth of different periods and conditions, are incorporated into an inharmonious whole. The result is an oddity in wood. Doubtless the builder was content with it. If so, I have little disposition to be critical. Beyond this, the visitor may not refuse his unqualified approval of the site, which is charming. Of the surroundings, the mansion was embowered in blooming lilacs, when I saw it and of the general air of snugness and of comfort, rather than elegance, which seems the proper atmosphere of the Wentworth house. Built in 1750, it commands a view up and down Little Harbor, though concealed by an eminence from the road. I had a brief glimpse of it while going on Great Island via the bridges. It is said it originally contained as many as 52 rooms, though by the removal of a good-sized tenement to the opposite island, the number has been diminished to 45. There is, therefore, plenty of elbow room. The cellar was sometimes used as a stable. It was large enough to have accommodated a troop, or, at a pinch, a squadron. Prepared for an interior as little attractive as the outside, the conjecture of the visitor is again at fault. For this queer old bundle of joiner's patchwork contains apartments which indicate that the old beau, Bennying Wentworth, cared less for the rind than the fruit. Within, unwonted splendors met the eye, panels and floors of oak and tapestry, carved chimney pieces whereon brazen dogs reveled and roared the Christmas fires of logs, doors opening into darkness unawares, mysterious passages and flights of stairs, and on the walls in heavy gilded frames, the ancestral Wentworths with old scripture names. The council chamber contains a gem of a mantel, enriched with elaborate carving of busts of Indian princesses, chaplets, and garlands a year's labor. It is said, of the workmen. The wainscot is waist-high, and heavy beams divide the ceiling. As we entered, we noticed the rack in which the muskets of the governor's guard were deposited. But what catches the eye of the visitor soonest and retains it longest is the portraits on the walls. First is a canvas representing the Earl of Strafford dictating to his secretary in the Tower on the day before his execution. At his trial, says an eyewitness, he was always in the same suit of black, as in duel, mourning. When the lieutenant of the Tower offered him a coach, lest he should be torn in pieces by the mob in going to execution, he replied, "I die to please the people, and I will die in their own way." Illustration: Lady Hancock's portrait by Copley in the Wentworth House. Here is a portrait from the brush of Copley, who reveled in rich draperies and in the accessories of his portraits quite as much as in painting rounded arms, beautiful hands, and shapely figures. This one in pink satin, with overdress of white lace, short sleeves with deep ruffles, and coquettish lace cap, is Dorothy Quincy, the greatest belle and breaker of hearts of her day. It was not, it is said, her fault that she became Mrs. Governor Hancock, instead of Mrs. Aaron Burr. When in later years, as Madam Scott, she retained all the vivacity of 18, she was fond of relating how the hand now seen touching rather than supporting her cheek had been kissed by marquises, dukes, and counts, who had experienced the hospitality of the Hancock mansion, and how D'Estaing, put to bed after too much wine, had torn her best damask coverlet with the spurs he had forgotten to remove. Other portraits are of Queen Christina of Sweden, who looks down with the same pitiless eyes that exulted in the murder of her equerry, Monaldeschi, one said to be Secretary Waldron, a right noble countenance and martial figure, and of Mr. and Mrs. Jacob Sheaf. I could be loquacious on the subject of these portraits, the fading impressions of histories varied or startling, of experiences more curious than profitable to narrate. In their presence, we take a step backward into the past, that past whose lessons we will not heed. Hawthorne, standing before a wall covered with such old counterfeits, was moved to say, "Nothing gives a stronger idea of old worm-eaten aristocracy, of a family being crazy with age, and of its being time that it was extinct, than these black, dusty, faded, antique-dressed portraits." The old furniture standing about was richly carved and covered with faded green damask. In the billiard room was an ancient spinet, quite as much out of tune as out of date. Doubtless, the flashing of white hands across those same yellow keys has often struck an answering chord in the breasts of colonial youth. Here are more portraits, and a buffet, a sideboard, and a sedan chair. Punch has flowed, and laughter echoed here. The reader knows the pretty story, so gracefully told by Mr. Longfellow, of Martha Hilton, who became the second wife of Governor Bennying, and thus Lady Wentworth of the Hall. We can see her as she goes along the street, swinging the pail, a trifle heavy for her, and splashing with the water her naked feet. We hear her ringing laughter and the saucy answer to Mistress Stavers in her furbelows, as that buxom landlady flings at her, in passing, the sharp reproof. "Oh, Martha Hilton, fie, how dare you go about the town half-dressed and looking so?" The poet's tale is at once a history and a picture, full of pretty conceits and picturesque situations. Fancy the battered effigy of the Earl of Halifax on the innkeeper's sign falling at the feet of Mrs. Stavers to declare his passion. But Bennying Wentworth, governor though he was none too good for Martha Hilton. It was the pride of the Hiltons made her say, "I yet shall ride in my own chariot." The widowed governor was gouty, passionate, and had imbibed with his long residence in Spain the hauteur of the Spaniard. He left office in 1766 in disgrace. The last of the colonial Wentworths was Sir John, in whose favor his uncle had been allowed to screen himself by a resignation. There are some odd coincidences in the family records of both uncle and nephew. The former's widow made a second marriage to a Wentworth. The latter married his widowed cousin, Francis Wentworth. The mansion of Sir John may be seen in Pleasant Street, Portsmouth. He was the last royal governor of New Hampshire. John Adams mentions that as he was leaving his box at the theater one night in Paris, a gentleman seized him by the hand. "Governor Wentworth, sir," said the gentleman. At first I was embarrassed and knew not how to behave toward him. As my classmate and friend at college, and ever since, I could have pressed him to my bosom with most cordial affection. But we now belonged to two different nations, at war with each other, and consequently were enemies. The king afterward gave Sir John the government of Nova Scotia. The poet Moore mentions the baronet's kind treatment of him in 1805 during his American tour. He is said to have kept 16 horses in his stable at Portsmouth, and to have been a free liver. A man of unquestioned ability to govern, who went down under the great revolutionary wave of 1775, but rose again to the surface and struck boldly out. There is now in the possession of James Lennox of New York a portrait of the baronet's wife by Copley, painted in his best manner. The lady was a celebrated beauty. The face has caught an expression indescribably arch, as if its owner repressed an invincible desire to torment the artist. In it are set a pair of eyes, black and dangerous, with high-arched brows, a tempting yet mocking mouth, and nose a little retroussé. Her natural hair is decorated with pearls. A string of them encircles her throat. The corsage is very low, displaying a pair of white shoulders such as the poet imagined. She has a bosom as white as snow. Take care. She knows how much it is best to show. Beware, beware. In 1777, Baron Steuben arrived in Portsmouth, in the Flamand. Franklin had snubbed him, Saint Germain urged him, but Beaumarchais offered him 1,000 louis d'or. On the day the Baron joined the army at Valley Forge, his name was the watchword in all the camps. Footnotes: the Act of Corporation, though well preserved, appeared little valued. It hung by a corner and in a light that was every day dimming the ink with which it had been engrossed. The reader will do well to consult Belknap's admirable History of New Hampshire, Volume II, Adams's Annals, or Brewster's Rambles about Portsmouth. Some sort of defense was begun here very early. In 1665, the commissioners of Charles Roman II attempted to fortify, but were met by a prohibition from Massachusetts. In 1700, there existed on Great Island a fort mounting 30 guns, pronounced by Earl Bellamont incapable of defending the river. Colonel Romer made the plan of a new work, and recommended a strong tower on the point of Friars Jerish's Island, with batteries on Wood and Clark's Islands. In December 1774, John Langdon and John Sullivan committed open rebellion by leading a party to seize the powder here. The fort was then called William and Mary. Old Fort Constitution has the date of 1808 on the keystone of the arch of the gateway. Its walls were carried to a certain height with rough stone topped with brick. It was a parallelogram and mounted barbette guns only. The present work is of granite, enclosing the old walls. The new earthworks on Jaffrey's Point and Jerish's Island render it of little importance. Governor of New Hampshire from 1682 to 1685. The house is the residence of Mr. Albee. Odierns Point is in Rye, New Hampshire. The settlement began under the auspices of a company, in which Gorges and Mason were leading spirits. Their grant covered the territory between the Merrimack and Sagadahoc rivers. Under its authority, David Thompson and others settled at Little Harbor and built what was subsequently known as Mason's Hall. Disliking his situation, Thompson removed the next spring to the island, now bearing his name in Boston Bay. From this nucleus sprung the settlements at Great Island and Portsmouth. The settlement at Hilton's Point was nearly coincident. Peace with the 13 colonies was proposed under the administration of Rockingham, about the last official act of his life. His name is often met with in Portsmouth. The house stands at the north end of Manning, formerly Wentworth Street, and is thought from its size to have been a public house. The same house was also occupied by Lieutenant Governor John, son of Samuel Wentworth. Samuel was the son of William, the first settler of the name. He had been an innkeeper and had swung his sign of the Dolphin on Great Island. Hun, John Wentworth of Chicago, is the biographer of his family. His second wife was Henrietta Duroy, daughter of Frederick Charles Duroy, generalissimo to the King of Denmark. Bennington, Vermont, is named from Governor Wentworth. Her grandfather, Hun. Richard Hilton of Newmarket, was grandson of Edward, the original settler of Dover, New Hampshire, and had been a justice of the Superior Court of the province John Wentworth. Frances Deering Wentworth married John just 2 weeks after the decease of her first husband, Theodore Atkinson, also her cousin, and in the same church from which he had been buried matter for such condolence and reproof as Talleyrand's celebrated Ah, Madame and Oh, Madam. Bennying Wentworth's widow married Colonel Michael Wentworth, said to have been a retired British officer. He was a great horseman and a free liver. Once he rode from Boston to Portsmouth between sunrise and sunset. Having run through a handsome estate, he died under suspicion of suicide, leaving his own epitaph, "I have eaten my cake." Colonel Michael was the host at the Hall of Washington. In 1817, the house at Little Harbor was purchased by Charles Cushing, whose widow was a daughter of Jacob Sheaf. Paul Jones shall equip his bon homme Richard. Weapons, military stores can be smuggled over if the English do not seize them, wherein, once more Beaumarchais, dimly as the giant smuggler, becomes visible filling his own lank pocket withal. Carlyle, French Revolution, Volume I, p. 43. Chapter 14. Salem Village and 92. Banquo, Were such things here as we do speak about, or have we eaten of the insane root that takes the reason prisoner? Macbeth. Salem village has a sorrowful celebrity. It would seem as if an adverse spell still hung over it, for in the changes brought by time to its neighbors it has no part, remaining, as it is likely to remain, Salem village, that is to say, distinctively antiquated, somber, and lifeless. A collection of houses scattered along the old high road from Salem to Andover. Decent-looking, brown-roofed, though humble dwellings, a somewhat pretending village church, and pleasant, home-like parsonage, old trees, partly verdant, partly withered, stretching naked boughs above the gables of houses even older than themselves, embody something of the impressions of oft-repeated walks in what is known as the witch neighborhood. The village contains one central point of paramount interest. It is an enclosed space of grass ground, a short distance from the principal and only street, reached by a well-trodden by-path. Within this now naked field once stood a house, with a garden and orchard surrounding. Of the house nothing remains except a slight depression in the soil. Of the orchard and garden there is no trace, yet hard by eye chanced on a bank of aromatic thyme once held of singular potency in witchcraft as in the Fairy Queen. The tree laments to the night. I chanced to see her in her proper hue, bathing herself in Oregon and thyme. In this quiet, out-of-the-way little nook Salem witchcraft had its beginning. The sunken cavity is what remains of the ministry house, so called, pulled down in 1785, not a day too soon, the den of error in which the plague spot first appeared. No one would have thought, standing here, that he surveyed the focus of malevolence so deadly as the wretched delirium of '92. The well-informed reader is everywhere familiar with the origin and development of Salem witchcraft. It has employed the best pens as it has puzzled the best brains among us. Until today, the whole affair remains enveloped in a mystery which the theories of nearly 200 years have failed wholly to penetrate. The writer has had frequent occasion to know how widespread is the belief that witchcraft began in New England, and particularly in Salem. This is to be classed among popular errors upon which repeated denials have little effect. Nevertheless, witchcraft did not originate in New England. No, nor in Old England either, for that matter. The belief in it was earlier than the Mayflower, older than the Norman Conquest, and antedated the Roman Empire. The first written account of it is contained in Scripture. Saul incurred the anger of God by consulting the witch of Endor. Joan of Arc was burned as a witch in 1431. About 50 years later, the Church of Rome fulminated a bull against witchcraft. The number of suspected persons already burned at the stake or subjected to the most cruel torments is estimated at many thousands. In taking leave of the Dark Ages, we do not take our leave of witchcraft. More than 100,000 victims had perished in Germany and France alone before the Mayflower sailed from Delft. The Pilgrims, I engage, believed in it to a man. Old England? Why, the statute against witchcraft was not repealed until 1736, in the Second George's time, though it had lain dormant some years. The last recorded execution in the British Islands occurred in Scotland, as late as 1722. The 6th chapter of Lord Coke's Third Institutes is devoted to a panegyric on the statutes for punishing, conjuration, sorcery, witchcraft, or enchantment. The laws of England were the fundamental law of New England. Witchcraft was in the list of recognized crimes throughout Christendom. France, under Louis le Grand, whose style history will change, notwithstanding his famous Elle et c'est moi, to Louis the Little, was enmeshed in the net of superstition. The highest personages of the court resorted to the astrologers for horoscopes, charms, or philters. We might see later the magic and sorcery of the 16th century, and of the 17th transformed into studies in chemistry under the Regency, and become experiments in magnetism in the 18th century. The settlers in New England, who brought all their old-world superstitions with them, were not surprised to find the Indians fully impregnated with a belief in magic equal to their own. The wonderful cures of the Indian magicians or medicine men were thoroughly believed in and are vouched for by white evidence. One of their favorite methods of revenging private injury was by enchanting a hare, which entered the bodies of their enemies and killed them while sleeping. It is noted that Tituba, an Indian, had much to do with the outbreak in Salem village. Sir William Phipps, an illiterate but not incapable man, had been appointed governor of Massachusetts Bay under the new charter of William and Mary. The charter conferred the power of civil government and separated the legislative from the judicial authority. Sir William constituted a commission of 7 to try the witchcraft cases at Salem. As he had no power to create such a court under the charter, one of the saddest reflections that arise from these bloody proceedings is that 20 persons suffered death for an imaginary crime, inflicted by an illegal tribunal. The province law of 1692 decreed death for enchantment, sorcery, charm or conjuration, or invocation, or to feed any wicked spirit. The first authenticated case of witchcraft in New England, and also the first execution, took place at Boston, as early as 1648. The culprit, Margaret Jones, of Charlestown, was suspected of having and using the malignant touch. She professed some knowledge of medicine, and probably availed herself of the awe in which she was held by the superstitious to ply her trade. Many other cases are mentioned in the other colonies, Connecticut bearing her full share, before the climax of 1692 is reached. Then, as afterward, the accusations fell chiefly upon women, the old, friendless, or half-witted bearing the burden of every accident in their neighborhood. An English writer gravely says in 1690, "Several old women suspected for witches in and about Lancashire have been often noted to have beards of considerable growth, though that's no general rule, some of the reverend and virtuous being often liable to the same." Everywhere witchcraft was received as a stubborn fact. The criminal codes of nearly, if not quite, all the colonies recognized it. In Pennsylvania, if tradition may be believed, the fact was met by no less stubborn common sense. It is said, when Philadelphia was 3 years old, a woman was brought before Governor Penn, charged with witchcraft and riding through the air on a broomstick. Although the woman confessed her guilt, she was dismissed by the Quaker magistrate with the assurance that, as there was no law against it, she might ride a broomstick as often as she pleased. Could a full and candid confession be obtained of the present generation, there would appear more superstition than we wot of, such as would show us legitimate descendants of credulous colonists. It is not long since a staid old town in Massachusetts was in consternation at the report of a ghost in a schoolroom. Signs and portents have been handed down and are religiously believed in by other than the ignorant and credulous, as has been already stated in a former chapter. A very small proportion of the skeptical could be induced to enter a churchyard at night. There is some subtle principle of our nature that gives ready adhesion to the mystical or the marvelous, and it is believed they were not differently constituted in 1692. Leaving the witch ground, the visitor, in retracing his steps, will pass near the old nurse house, a memorial of one of the most damning of the innocent sacrifices to superstition. It is not easy to sit down and write of it with the indifference of the professional historian. Rebecca Nurse, aged and infirm, universally beloved by her neighbors, was accused. The jury, moved by her innocence, having brought in a verdict of not guilty, the court sent them out again with instructions to find her guilty. She was executed. The tradition is that her sons disinterred her body by stealth from the foot of the gallows, where it had been thrown, and brought it to the old homestead, laying it reverently and with many tears in the little burying ground which the family always kept, and which is still seen nearby. But briefly to our history. We there discover that 20 persons lost their lives through the denunciation of 8 simple country girls, the youngest being 11, and the oldest not more than 20 years of age. These maidens met at the house of Samuel Parris, the then minister of the village, and on the spot where the earth is now trying to heal the scar left by the old cellar. They formed what was then, and is still known as a circle in New England, devoted in these more modern days to clothing the heathen and bewitching the youth who enter their influence. The most plausible, and therefore the commonly received opinion is, that these girls, having at first practiced some of the well-known methods of performing magic, were led into a series of false accusations which, from being conceived in a spirit of mischief, grew into crimes of the first magnitude as they found themselves carried away by a frenzy they had not moral courage to stay. Another presumption supposes the girls believers in their own powers. This view is sustained by the universal belief in witchcraft, the ready adhesion given to their charges, the support they received from the judges, and the terrible power with which they found themselves possessed. Another solution is found in the occult influences of second sight so widely credited in Scotland in years bygone, the psychology and clairvoyance of the present day. Dr. Samuel Johnson said he would rather believe in second sight than in the poetry of Ossian. If the soundest thinkers of the 19th century are staggered to account for the phenomena of spirit trappings, it is wise to defer a hasty condemnation of the possessed damosels of Salem village. Instead of plying its needles, the circle was engaged in attempts to discover the future. Reverend John Hale, in his Modest Inquiry into the Nature of Witchcraft, has this to say: I fear some young persons, through a vain curiosity to know their future condition, have tampered with devil's tools, so far that thereby one door was opened to Satan to play those pranks anno 1692. I knew one of the afflicted persons, who, as I was credibly informed, did try with an egg and a glass to find her future husband's calling, till there came up a coffin, that is, a spectre in likeness of a coffin. And she was afterward followed with diabolical molestation to her death, and so died a single person. A just warning to others to take heed of handling the devil's weapons, lest they get a wound thereby. This John Hale, teacher of the people, was at first a zealous believer. Perhaps the denunciation of his own wife had something to do with his backsliding into common sense. The accusing girls were believed infallible witch-finders. Their services were consequently in demand as their fame spread abroad. Some of them were taken to Andover, leaving distrust, dismay, and death in the quiet old West Parish. In a short time, says the annalist, it was commonly reported 40 men of Andover could raise the devil as well as any astrologer. A Boston man, having taken his sick child to Salem in order to consult the afflicted ones, obtained the names of 2 of his own townspeople as the authors of its distemper. But the Boston justices refused warrants to apprehend them, and Increase Mather asked the father if there was not a god in Boston that he must go to the devil in Salem. These 2 persons are said to have been Mrs. Thatcher, mother-in-law of Carwin, one of the judges, and the wife of Sir William Phipps. As soon as the prosecution stopped, it was remarked that the apparitions ceased. Once or twice the accuser recoiled before a sharp and swift reproof, as at Lieutenant Ingersoll's when one of them cried out, "There's Goody Proctor." Raymond and Goody Ingersoll told her flatly she lied. There was nothing. The girl was cowed and said she did it for sport. Even the witchcraft horrors have a humorous side, grimly humorous. It is true, like the jokes cracked in a dissecting room. The thought of pots and kettles jumping on the crane, of anchors leaping overboard of themselves, and of haycocks found hanging to trees is rather mirth-provoking. Mirrors were daily consulted by maids and widows looking for a husband. A matter of life and death could not prevent George Jacobs, the old grandfather, from laughing heartily at the spasmodic antics of Abigail Williams. It seems a pity that New England in her greatest need should have found no champion, like St. Dunstan, to argue with and finally compel the devil to own himself confuted, as, according to vulgar belief, he did, by taking the fiend by the nose with a pair of red-hot tongs, or as Ignatius Loyola, who, when disturbed at his devotions by the devil, seized his cudgel and drubbed him away. Montmorency, a peer and marshal of France, son of the famous Bouteville, whom Richelieu had caused to be decapitated for fighting a duel at midday in the Place Royal, was weak enough to visit La Voisin, the renowned conjurer and fabricator of poisons in the reign of Louis Roman XIV. La Voisin had promised to show him the devil, and the Duke was curious. When the Maréchal whipped out his rapier and thrust vigorously at the spectre, it fell on its knees and begged its life. The devil proved to be a confederate of La Voisin. Archibald, Duke of Argyll, was haunted by blue phantoms, the origin of our epithet for melancholy, blue devils. In the village tavern, there was a battle with specters that Abigail Williams and Mary Walcott declared were present. Benjamin Hutchinson and Eliezer Williams pulled out their swords and cut and stabbed the air until, as the 2 girls averred, the floor was deep in ghostly blood. A ride through the woods then was little coveted by the stoutest hearts. A spark of fear is soon blown into uncontrollable panic. Bushes grew specters and trees outstretched goblin arms. Elizabeth Hubbard was riding home from meeting on the Crupper, behind old Clement Coldham. The rustling leaves were witches' whisperings. The white birches seemed ghosts in their winding sheets. The woman, faint-hearted and overmastered by a nameless dread, cried out to the goodman to ride for life. The woods were full of devils. Though he could see none, the valiant rider spurred his horse like mad, and rode as Tam O'Shanter rode his fearful race when pursued by the witches of Kirk Alloway. The trysting place of the witches was in Paris's pasture. It was here Abigail Hobbs, who had sold herself to the old boy, attending, saw the sacrament of the red bread and the red wine administered to the devil's elect. Poor George Burroughs, whom we met for a moment in our walk through Wells, was denounced for summoning with a trumpet the attending witches. Obedient to the sound, from far and near, the withered beldams, toothless hags in short petticoats, white linen hoods, and conical high-crowned hats, come flocking on flying broomsticks. Satan is there in person, not playing the bagpipe, as in Tam O'Shanter's fearful conclave, but with the conventional book written in letters of blood. Certes, these were but rude ghosts. Nowadays the devil is raised as easily, but conducts himself with greater propriety, as becomes the devil of the 19th century. The damp grass of the churchyard and the witch's den are bugbears no longer. We sit in a comfortable apartment around a mahogany table. Our ghost no more appears in moldy shroud, but, like a well-bred spectre, knocks for admittance. Soon his card will be handed in on a salver, and we may perhaps in time expect daily weather reports from the nether world. Before leaving the village, I turned into one of those old abandoned roads in which I like so well to walk. Left on one side by a shorter cut, saving some rods to this hurrying age, the deserted byway conducts you into solitudes proper for communion with the past. Grass has sprung up so thickly as almost to conceal traces of the once well-worn ruts, now only two indistinct lines of lighter green. Young pines, a foot high, are rooted in the cartway, stone walls, moss-grown and tumbling down. Here and there are the ghastly remains of some old orchard, the ground strewed with withered branches. A half-obliterated cellar denotes a former habitation. Even the land betrays evidences of having been turned by the plows of 2 centuries ago. Who have passed this way, perhaps the laying out of this very road begot disputes transmitted from father to son. A mile beyond the Witch neighborhood, the Andover Road crosses the Newburyport Turnpike. At the junction of the two roads stands the old farmhouse in which Israel Putnam, the old put of the Revolutionary Army, was born. The house, or rather houses, for 2 structures compose it, is still occupied by Putnams. The newer building, already old by comparison with some of its neighbors, was built in 1744, the original in 1650 or thereabouts, according to family tradition. One object to which the attention of every visitor is directed is the old pollard of enormous girth standing near the house. House and tree seem types of the sturdy, indomitable old man, who at nearly 80 was full of the rage of battle. By the courtesy of the family, ever ready to indulge a proper curiosity, I looked over the old house from garret to cellar. The little room in which the general was born remains just as when its rough-hewn posts and thick beams were revealed to his astonished gaze. There are few relics of the general remaining. While in the Wadsworth Museum at Hartford, I lately saw the damaged sign displayed by Putnam when he kept an inn at Brooklyn, Connecticut, about 1768. Another famous soldier, Murat, was the son of an aubergiste, and Napoleon was not too willing on this account to give him the hand of his sister. The Putnams settled early in Salem. John, the first emigrant, came from Buckinghamshire in 1634 with 3 sons, Thomas, Nathaniel, and John. Some of the name exercised a fatal influence during the reign of witchcraft. Israel was already an old man when he left his plow in the furrow to gallop to Cambridge, having been born in 1718. At 21, he removed to Pomfret, Connecticut. Putnam was prompt, resolute, and incapable of fearful of fight, and always ready. Washington, who did not judge badly, thought him the only fit man to make an assault on Boston. Though uneducated, Putnam wrote pithily as to Governor Tryon. Sir Nathan Palmer, a lieutenant in your king's service, was taken in my camp as a spy. He was condemned as a spy, and he shall be hanged as a spy. P.S. afternoon, he is hanged. Danvers, in whose territory we have been rambling, is an aggregate of several widely scattered villages taken from Salem in the last century. Some of its villages have grown into good-sized, prosperous towns, and one has taken the name of her eminent banker-philanthropist, George Peabody. When at Salem, the visitor may easily reach Peabody, Danvers, and the Witch neighborhood by rail, having in the latter instance a walk of a mile before him on leaving the little station near the Putnam house. In a circuit of several miles, embracing what is to be seen of interest on this side, it is, perhaps, better to leave Salem by the old Boston Road and return to it by the Andover Highway. Following this route, we successively pass by Governor Endicott's farm, on which is still seen the aged pear tree, sole relic of the ancient orchard, the house which became the headquarters in 1774 of General Gage and the Witch neighborhood. But before hurrying away from Peabody, it will be well to read the inscription on the monument which one sees in the main street, examine the memorials of royal munificence in the library of the Institute, and, if the stranger be of my mind, to halt for a moment before the humble dwelling in which Bowditch was born. As there is no place in New England which so highly prizes its antique memorials and traditions as Salem, the first person you meet will be able to direct you to the one or relate to you the other. Footnotes. Mather and Hutchinson deal largely with it. Upham and Drake have compiled, arranged, and analyzed it. Exod, Roman 22, 1491 BC, Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Abigail Williams 11, Mary Walcott 17, Ann Putnam 12, Mercy Lewis 17, Mary Warren 20, Elizabeth Booth 18, Sarah Churchill 20, Susanna Sheldon, age not known. Account of Thomas Brattle. See his life, page 80. Endicott had a grant of 300 acres on the tongue of land between Cowhouse and Duck Rivers. The site does justice to his discernment. Raised in 1830, to the memory of soldiers of Danvers killed in the Battle of Lexington. The Queen's portrait by Tilt. The gold box and medal presented by the City of London and by Congress to Mr. Peabody. Chapter 15. A Walk to Witch Hill. Do not the histories of all ages relate miraculous presages, of strange turns in the world's affairs, foreseen by astrologers, soothsayers, Chaldeans, learned genethliacs, and some that have writ almanacs? Hudibras. In 1692, Salem may have contained 400 houses. A few specimens of this time now remain in odd corners Rip Van Winkle's or wandering Jews of old houses that have outlived their day of usefulness and would now be at rest. Objects of scorn to the present generation, they have silently endured the contemptuous flings of the passerby, as well, perchance, as the frowns and haughty stare of rows of plate-glass windows along the street. As well put new wine in old bottles as an old house in a new dress, it is always an old house despite the thin veneer of miscalled improvements. The architect can do nothing with it to the purpose. The carpenter can make nothing of it. There they are, with occupants equally old-fashioned of, yet not belonging to the present. Some have stood so long in particular neighborhoods, have outlived so many modern structures, as to become points of direction, like London Stone or Charing Cross. The stranger's puzzled questioning is often met with, "You know that old house in such a street?" And so the old house helps us to find our way not alone to the past, but in the present. Undoubted among such specimens as will be met with in the neighborhood of the wharves, or between Essex Street and the waterside, is the old gambrel-roofed, portly-chimneyed house in which our Wizard of the North first drew breath. It stands in Union Street, at the left as you pass down. Many pilgrims loiter and ponder there over these words. Salem, October 4th, Union Street. Here I sit in my old accustomed chamber, where I used to sit in days gone by. Here I have written many tales, many that have been burned to ashes, many that doubtless deserved the same fate. This claims to be called a haunted chamber, for thousands upon thousands of visions have appeared to me in it, and some few of them have become visible to the world. If ever I should have a biographer, he ought to make great mention of this chamber in my memoirs, because so much of my lonely youth was wasted here, and here my mind and character were formed. And here I have been glad and hopeful, and here I have been despondent. And here I sat a long, long time, waiting patiently for the world to know me, and sometimes wondering why it did not know me sooner, or whether it would ever know me at all, at least, till I were in my grave. It is not my purpose to attempt a description of Salem, or of what is to be seen there. Her merchants are princes. No doubt they were in Jocelyn's mind when he said some of the New Englanders were damnable rich. French writers of that day speak of her bourgeois entertainment riches. Those substantial mansions of red brick, tree-shaded and ivy-trellised, represent what Carlyle named the noblesse of commerce, with money in its pocket. Writing in 1685 upon the English invasions of Acadia, Seer Bergier thus characterizes Salem and Boston. The English who inhabit these two straggling boroughs, burgades, are for the greater part fugitives out of England, guilty of the death of the late King, Charles Stuart, and accused of conspiring against the reigning sovereign. The rest are corsairs and sea robbers, who have united themselves with the former in a sort of independent republic. This is rather earlier than the date usually fixed for the planting of democracy in America, but perhaps none too early. Endicott had then cut the cross from the standard of England with his poniard, and Charles Roman II had been humbled in the persons of his commissioners. Let us walk on through Essex Street, unheeding the throng, unmindful of the statelier buildings, until we approach an ancient landmark at the corner of North Street. Its claims on our attention are twofold. It is said to have been the dwelling of Roger Williams, for whom Southey, when reminded that Wales had been more famous for mutton than great men, avowed he had a sincere respect. Yet it is even more celebrated as the scene of examinations during the Reign of Terror in 1692. In appearance, the original house might have been transplanted out of Old London. Its peaked gables, with pineapples carved in wood surmounting its latticed windows, and colossal chimney, put it unmistakably in the age of ruffs, Spanish cloaks, and long rapiers. It has long been divested of its antique English character, now appearing no more than a reminiscence of its former self. However, from a recessed area at the back, its narrow casements and excrescent stairways are yet to be seen. A massive frame, filled between with brick, plastered with clay, with the help of its tower-like chimney, has stood immovable against the assaults of time. Such houses, and their number is not large, represent the original forest that stood on the site of ancient Salem. Jonathan Corwin, or Carwin, made a councillor under the new charter granted by King William, was one of the judges before whom the preliminary examinations were held, both here and at the village. Governor Corwin of Ohio is accounted a descendant, as was the author of the Scarlet Letter of another witch judge, John Hathorne. The reader may imagine the novelist on his knees before the gravestone of his ancestor, striving to scrape the moss from its half-obliterated characters. Other examinations took place in Thomas Beadle's tavern. Illustration: fragment of examination of Rebecca Nurse. In handwriting of Reverend Samuel Parris. Knowing the world believed in witchcraft, our horror at the atrocities of '92 is moderated by the probability that nothing less than the shedding of innocent blood could have annihilated the delusion. The king believed in it, the governor and judges believed in it, and the most sensible and learned gave ample credence to it. Queen Anne wrote a letter to Phipps that shows she admitted it as a thing unquestioned. The clergy, with singular unanimity, recognized it. The revulsion that followed equaled the precipitation that had marked the proceedings. One of the judges made public confession of his error. Officers of the court were persecuted until the day of their death. There is one hard, inflexible character that was never known to have relented. William Stoughton, lieutenant governor, presided at these trials. It is related that once, on hearing of a reprieve granted some of the condemned, he left the bench, exclaiming, "We were in a way to have cleared the land of these. Who is it obstructs the course of justice, I know not. The Lord be merciful to the country." This pudding-faced, sanctimonious, yet merciless judge had listened to the heartbroken appeals of the victims, raising their manacled hands to heaven for that justice denied them upon earth. "I have got nobody to look to but God. There is another judgment, dear child. The Lord will not suffer it." Others as passionately reproached their accusers, but all were confounded, because all were believers in the fact of witchcraft. Whether Witch Hill be the first or last place visited, it is there Salem witchcraft culminates. There is seen, in approaching by the railway from Boston, a bleak and rocky eminence bestrewn with a little soil. Houses of the poorer sort straggle up its eastern acclivity, while the south and west faces remain as formed by nature, abrupt and precipitous. The hill is one of a range stretching away northward in a broken line toward the Merrimack. On the summit is a tolerably level area of several acres. Not a tree was growing on it when I was there. The bleak winds sweep over it without hindrance. On the 19th of July, 1692, an unusual stir might have been observed in Salem. We may suppose the town excited beyond anything that had been known in its history. The condemned witches, Sarah Good, Sarah Wilds, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, and Rebecca Nurse, are to be hanged on Gallows Hill. The narrow lane in which the common jail is situated is thronged with knots of men and women, wearing gloomy, awestruck faces, conversing in undertones. Before the jail door are musketeers of the train band, armed and watchful. The crowd gives way on the approach of a cart that stops in front of the prison door, which is now wide opened. On one side stands the jailer, with ponderous keys hanging at his girdle. On the other is the sheriff, grasping his staff of office. The guard clears a passage, and then the sheriff's voice is heard calling upon the condemned to come forth. There are 5 of them, all women. They look pale, haggard, despairing. At sight of them, a murmur ripples through the crowd, succeeded by solemn stillness. As they mount the cart with weak and tottering steps, for some are old and feeble, and gray-haired audible sobs are heard among the bystanders. Men's lips are compressed and teeth clenched as they look on with white faces. All is ready. The guard surrounds the cart as if a rescue were feared. It takes a score of strong men, armed to the teeth, to conduct 5 helpless women to death. I suppose there were outcries, hootings, and imprecations, as is the rabble's wont. If so, I believe they were born with the resignation and heroism that make woman the superior of man in supreme moments. At last, the cavalcade is grouped around the place of execution. The gallows and the fatal ladder are there, grotesque yet horrible. To each of those 5 women they meant martyrdom and nothing less. The provost marshal commands silence while he reads the warrant. This formality ended, he replaces it in his belt. Expectation is intense as the condemned are seen to take leave of each other, like people who have done with this world. Then a shiver, like an electric spark, runs through the multitude as the hangman seizes them, pinions and blindfolds them, and in the name of King William and Queen Mary, hangs them by the neck until dead. Being leagued with Satan, they were denied the consolations of religion vouchsafed to pirates, murderers, and like malefactors. Poor old Rebecca Nurse had been led, heavily ironed, up the broad aisle of Salem Church to be thrust out of its communion. At the scaffold, Reverend Mr. Noyes of Salem insulted the last moments of Sarah Good. "You are a witch, and you know it," said this servant of Christ. She turned upon him fiercely. "You lie, and if you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." That few of the martyrs chose to buy their lives with a lie has ennobled their memories for all time. It is written, "If I would but go to hell for an eternal moment or so, I might be knighted." Other executions took place in August and September, swelling the number of victims hanged to 19. Giles Corey was, by the Old English law, pressed to death for standing mute when told to plead. John Adams mentions a visit to this hill in 1766, then called Witchcraft Hill. Somebody, he says, within a few years had planted a number of locust trees over the graves. In 1793, Dr. Morse notes that the graves might still be traced. I felt no regret at their total disappearance. Would that the bloody chapter might as easily disappear from history. Footnotes. Considerable changes were necessary so long ago as 1674-75, when it became the property of Jonathan Corwin, of witchcraft notoriety. In 1745, and again about 1772, it underwent other repairs, leaving it as now seen. A scene from life in the Old Copp's Hill, burial ground at Boston. In the library of Harvard College is a book having the name of Paris on the flyleaf. She approved Governor Phipps's conduct, but advised the utmost moderation and circumspection in all proceedings for witchcraft. Manuscript files. Samuel Sewall, afterward Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the province. Some of the pins said to have been thrust by witches into the bodies of their victims are still preserved in Salem. This incident appears in Hawthorne's 7 Gables. The tradition is that Noyes was choked with blood dying by a hemorrhage. The frame of the old First Church of Salem has been preserved. It is now standing in the rear of Plummer Hall, a depository of olden relics. 0. Chapter 16. Marblehead. Launcelot, turn up on your right hand at the next turning, but at the next turning of all on your left. Mary, at the very next turning, turn of no hand, but turn down indirectly to the Jew's house. Merchant of Venice. Marblehead is a backbone of granite, a vertebra of syenite and porphyry thrust out into Massachusetts Bay in the direction of Cape Ann and hedged about with rocky islets. It is somewhat sheltered from the weight of northeast storms by the sweep of the Cape, which launches itself right out to sea and gallantly receives the first bufferings of the Atlantic. The promontory of Marblehead may once have been a prolongation of Cape Ann, the whole coast hereabouts looking as if the ocean had licked out the softer parts, leaving nothing that was digestible behind. This rock, on which a settlement was begun 240-odd years ago, performs its part by making Salem Harbor on one hand, and another for its own shipping on the east, where an appendage known as Marblehead Neck is joined to it by a ligature of sand and shingle. The port is open to the northeast, and vessels are sometimes blown from their anchorage upon the sandbanks at the head of the harbor, though the water is generally deep and the shores bold. At the entrance, a lighthouse is built on the extreme point of the neck, and on a tongue of land of the opposite shore is Fort Sewell a beckoning finger and a clenched fist. The harbor, as the gazetteer would say, has a general direction from northeast to southwest. It is 1.5 miles long by half a mile wide, with generally good holding ground, though in places the bottom is rocky. La Touche Treville lost the Hermione's anchor here in 1780, when he brought over M. de Lafayette, sent by the king to announce the speedy arrival of Rochambeau's army. Probably the good news was first proclaimed in the narrow streets of Marblehead, though it has hitherto escaped a spirited lyric from some disciple of Mr. Browning. The geologist will find Marblehead and the adjacent islands an interesting ground, with some tolerably hard nuts for his hammer. The westerly shore of the harbor is indented with little coves niched in the rock, and having each a number, though the Marbleheaders have other names for them. 1 or 2 wharves are fitted in these coves, but I did not see a vessel unlading or a bale of merchandise there. The flow of the tide as it sucked around the wooden piles was the only evidence of life about them. The varying formations of these shores go very far to redeem the haggard landscape. Even the coves differ in the materials with which their walls are built, feldspar, porphyry, and jasper, variegating their rugged features with pleasing effect. The floor of one of these coves is littered with fractured rock of a reddish-brown, from which it is locally known as Redstone Cove. Captain Smith says this coast resembled Devonshire with its tinctured veins of divers colors. The Reverend Mr. Higginson, of Salem, in 1629, speaks of the stone found here as marble stone, that we have great rocks of it, and a harbor hard by. Our plantation is from thence called Marble Harbor. His marble was perhaps the porphyritic rock which it resembles when wetted by sea moisture. The beach is the Mall of Marblehead. It opens upon Nahant Bay and is much exposed to the force of southeast gales. Over this beach a causeway is built, which from time to time has required extensive repairs. Under the province, and as late even as 1812, the favorite method of raising monies for such purposes was by lottery, duly authorized. In this way, a work of public necessity was relegated to the public cupidity. A run over the neck revealed many points of interest. There are rock cavities of glassy smoothness, worn by the action of pebbles, chasms that receive the coming wave-band derisively toss it high in air, and there are precipitous cliffs which the old stone-cutter and lapidary can never blunt, though he may fret and fume forever at their base. Looking off to sea, the eye is everywhere intercepted by islands or sunken ledges belted with surf. They have such names as Satan, Roaring Bull, Great and Little Misery, Great and Little Haste, Cutthroat Ledge, the Brimbles, Cat Island, and the like. Each would have a story, if it were challenged, how it came by its name. The number of these islands is something surprising. In fact, they appear like a system, connecting the craggy promontory of Marblehead with the Cape side. At some time, the sea must have burst through this rocky barrier, carrying all before its resistless onset. The channels are intricate among these islands, and must be hit with the nicest precision, or a strong vessel would go to pieces at the first blow on the sharp rocks. The neck is the peculiar domain of a transient population of careworn fugitives from the city. The red-roofed cottages were picturesque objects among the rocks, but bore marks of the disorder in which the winter had left them. They seemed shivering up there on the ledges, though it was the 7th day of May, for there had been a light fall of snow, followed by a searching northwest wind. Not even a curl of smoke issued from the chimneys to take off the prevailing chilliness. Down at the harbor side, there was an old farmstead with some noble trees I liked better. On the beach I had trodden hawthorn's footprints. I might here rekindle Longfellow's fire of driftwood. We sat within the farmhouse old, whose windows, looking o'er the bay, gave to the sea breeze, damp and cold, an easy entrance night and day. Not far away we saw the port, the strange old-fashioned silent town, the lighthouse, the dismantled fort, the wooden houses quaint and brown. The lightkeeper, whom I found at home, indulged me in a few moments' chat. He could not account, he said, for the extraordinary predilection of the lighthouse board for whitewash. Dwelling, covered way, and tower were each and all besmeared, and the keeper seemed not overconfident that he might not soon receive an order to put on a coat of it himself. He did not object to the summer, but in winter his berth was not so pleasant. I already felt convinced of this. To a question, he replied that government estimated his services at $500 per annum, and he pointedly asked me how he was to support a family on the stipend. Yet he must keep his light trimmed and burning, for if that goes out, so does he. All the lighthouses are supplied with lard oil, which burns without encrusting the wick of the lamp. But the keeper objected that it was always chilled in cold weather, and that he usually had to take it into the dwelling and heat it on the stove before it could be used. A good deal of moisture collects on the plate glass windows of the lantern when the wind is offshore, but if it be off the land, the glass is dry. In very cold weather, when it becomes coated with frost, the light is visible but a short distance at sea. To remedy this evil, spirits of wine are furnished to keepers, but does not wholly remove the difficulty. Afterward we spoke of the commerce of Marblehead. The only craft now in port were 5 or 6 ballast lighters that had wintered in the upper harbor. With this exception, it was deserted. The keeper had been master of a fishing vessel. I could not help remarking to him on this ominous state of things. I have seen as many as 120 vessels lying below us here, getting ready for a cruise on the banks, he said. And now there are not more than 15 sail that hail out of here. So that fishing, as a business, is knocked higher than a kite. Will it ever come down again? We commiserate the situation of an individual out of business. What shall we, then, say of a town thrown out of employment? Before the Revolution, Marblehead was our principal fishing port. When the war came, this industry was broken up for the 7 years of the contest. Most of the men went into the army, one entire regiment being raised here. Many entered on board privateers or the public armed vessels of the revolted colonies. At the close of the war, great destitution prevailed by reason of the losses in men the town had sustained, and as usual a lottery was resorted to for the benefit of the survivors. The War of 1812 again drove the Marblehead fishermen from their peaceful calling to man our little navy. At its close, 500 of her sons were in British prisons. Fisheries have often been called the agriculture of the seas. Sir Walter Raleigh attributed the wealth and power of Holland not to its commerce or carrying trade, but to its fisheries. Captain John Smith was of this opinion, so were Murraybow and De Witt. Franklin seemed to prefer the fisheries of America to agriculture, and Edmund Burke paid our fishermen the noblest panegyric of them all. No sea but is vexed by their fisheries. No climate that is not witness to their toils. Neither the perseverance of Holland, nor the activity of France, nor the dexterous and firm sagacity of English enterprise ever carried this most perilous mode of hardy industry to the extent to which it has been pushed by this recent people, a people who are still, as it were, but in the gristle, and not yet hardened into the bone of manhood. Add to this Napoleon's opinion that the American was the superior of the English seaman, and national self-complacency may safely rest on 2 such eminent authorities. The lightkeeper, who had been on the banks, informed me that it was still the custom, when lying to in a heavy blow, to pour oil on the waves alongside the vessel, and that it was effectual in smoothing the sea knot a wave breaking within its influence. Dr. Franklin's experiments are the first I remember to have read of. A single teaspoonful, he says, quieted the ruffled surface of near half an acre of water in a windy day, and rendered it as smooth as a looking-glass. This man would have triumphed over nature herself. Without doubt Marblehead owes a large share of her naval renown to her fishery, to those men who entered the sea service at the bowsprit, like the great navigator, cook, and not at the cabin windows. They gave a distinctively American character to our little navies of 1776 and 1812. Southey, while writing his Life of Nelson, flings down his pen in despair to say, "What a miserable thing is this loss of a second frigate to the Americans. It is a cruel stroke, and though their frigates are larger ships than ours, must be felt as a disgrace, and in fact is disgrace. It looks as if there was a dry rot in our wooden walls. Is it that this captain also is a youngster hoisted up by interest, or that the Americans were manned by Englishmen, or that our men do not fight hardily, or that their men are better than ours? One writer calls the fishery a great nursery of the marine, from whence a constant supply of men, inured to the perils of the sea, are constantly ready for the service of their country. Supposing this doctrine correct, it becomes an interesting question where the sailors of future navies are to come from. The whale fishery has been fairly beaten out of the field by oil-spouting rocks. Why should we brave the perils of the Arctic Circle when by sinking a tube in Pennsylvania we may strike a fellow of 1,000 barrels and wax rich while asleep? New London, Nantucket, New Bedford, and Edgartown have answered. The cod and mackerel fisheries have dwindled into like insignificance, say Marblehead, Gloucester, and all fishing ports along shore. When these towns, once so exclusively maritime, found the fishery slipping through their fingers, they took up shoemaking, and at present you will see plenty of Crispins, but not many bluejackets, in Marblehead. Cobbling is now carried on in the barn lofts, fish houses, and cottages. Yet this change of condition is not met, as in the failing whale fishery, by a supply from a different source. Fish continues to be as highly esteemed and in greater request than ever. It is the supply, not the demand, that is diminishing. There are some of those larger shoe factories in the town where hides are received at the front door and are delivered at the back in an incredibly short time, ready for wear. The young men I saw in long aprons at the benches had none of the rugged look of their fathers. Their white arms showed little of the brawn that comes from constant handling of the oar. The air of the workshop was stifling, and I gladly left it, thinking these were hardly the fellows to stand by the guns or reef tackles. One old man with whom I conversed bitterly deplored that shoemaking had killed fishing, and had made the young men, as he phrased it, gnash, which is what they say of fish that the sun has spoiled. At the time, their shoemaking itself was suffering from a depression of trade, and many of the inhabitants appeared to be in a state of uncertainty as to their future that, I imagine, may become chronic. One individual, while lamenting the decline of business, brightened up as he said, "But I understand they ain't much better off at Beverly." The decline of the cod fishery is attributed to the use of trawls, and to the greed that kills the goose that has laid the golden egg. Formerly, fish were taken with hand lines only, over the side of the vessel. Then they began to carry dories, in which the crew sought out the best places. The men lost in fogs or bad weather while looking for or visiting their trawls swell the list of casualties year by year. Fitting out fishing vessels, instead of being the simple matter it once was, has become an affair of capital, the trawls for a vessel sometimes costing $1,500. Douglas gives some particulars of the fishery, as practiced in his own and at an earlier day. He says the North Sea cod, and those taken on the Irish coast were considered better than the American fish, but were inadequate to the supply. No fish were considered merchantable in England or Ireland less than 18 inches long from the first fin to the beginning of the tail. In Newfoundland, they worked their fish belly down. In New England, they were worked with their backs downward, to receive more salt and add to their weight. The stockfish of Norway and Iceland were cured without salt, by hanging them in winter upon sticks called by the Dutch stocks. This may have been the origin of our dun fish. The fish made in Marblehead for Spain were known as Bilboa drythe, and could be held out horizontally by the tail. Those cured for the Western market were called Albany dries, from the fact that Albany was the headquarters of that trade. To quote from Douglas, he says, "In 1746 Marblehead ships off more dried cod than all the rest of New England besides. Anno 1732, a good fish year, and in profound peace, Marblehead had about 120 schooners of about 50 tons burden, 7 men aboard, and 1 man ashore to make the fish, or about 1,000 men employed, besides the seamen who carry the fish to market. 200 quintals considered a fare. In 1747 they have not exceeding 70 schooners, and make 5 fares yearly to Sables, St. George's Banks, etc." M. Rochefoucauld called Lioncourt, who visited New England in 1799, making a tour of the coast as far as the Penobscot, says at that time the vessels were usually of 70 tons and had a master, 7 seamen, and a boy. The owner had a quarter, the dryer on the coast an eighth, and the rest was shared by the master and seamen, in proportion to the fish they had taken. Every man took care of his own fish. As early as 1631, Governor Matthew Craddock established a fishing station at Marblehead, in charge of Isaac Allerton, whose name appears fifth on the celebrated Compact of the Pilgrims, signed at Cape Cod, November 11, 1620. Winthrop mentions in his journal that as the Arabella was standing in for Namkeag, on the 12th of June, 1630, Mr. Allerton boarded her in a shallop as he was sailing to Pemaquid. Moses Maverick lived at Marblehead with Allerton and married his daughter Sarah. In 1635, Allerton conveyed to his son-in-law all the houses, buildings, and stages he had at Marblehead. In 1638, Moses was licensed to sell a ton of wine a year. In Winthrop's journal, under the date of 1633, is the following with reference to this plantation. February 1, Mr. Craddock's house at Marblehead was burnt down about midnight before, there being then in it Mr. Allerton, and many fishermen whom he employed that season, who all were preserved by a special providence of God, with most of his goods therein, by a tailor, who sat up that night at work in the house, and, hearing a noise, looked out and saw the house on fire above the oven in the thatch. While retracing my steps back to town, I pictured the harbor in its day of prosperity. 100 sail would have given it a degree of animation quite marvelous to see. 6 hours 100 sharp prows point up the harbor, and 6 they look out to sea. Above the tapering forest of equal growth are thrust the crossed spars of ships from Cadiz, in Spain. Innumerable wherries dart about, rowed by 2 men each. They are strongly built, for baiting trawls on the banks, and in a sea is no child's play. The cheery cries, rattling of blocks, and universal bustle aboard the fleet announce the preparations for sailing. At the top of the flood up go a score of sails, and round go as many windlasses to a rattling chorus. Anchors are hove short in a trice. The vessels first under way draw out from among the fleet, clear the mouth of the harbor, and in a few minutes more are flinging the seas from their bows with Marblehead light well under their lee. I do not know who first discovered Marblehead. The vague idea associates it with a heap of sterile rocks, inhabited by fishermen speaking an unintelligible jargon. Though not 20 miles from the New England metropolis, and notwithstanding its past is interwoven with every page of our historic times, less is known of it than would seem credible to the intelligent reader. A faithful chronicle of its fortunes would, no doubt, be sufficiently curious, though many would, I fear, prefer the stories of Tyre and Carthage. But Marblehead is unique. There is nothing like it on this side of the water. I was struck, on entering the place, with Whitefield's observation when he asked where the dead were buried, for the great want appears to be earth. But a further acquaintance revealed more pleasant enclosures of turf, orchards, and garden spots than its gaunt crags seemed capable of sustaining. The town may be said to embrace 2 very dissimilar portions, of which the larger appears paralyzed with age, and the other the outgrowth of a newer and more thriving generation. It is with the old town I have to do. I preferred to commit myself to the guidance of the narrow streets and drift about wherever they listed. The stranger need not try to settle his topography beforehand. He would lose his labor. It was only after a 3rd visit that I began to have some notions of the maze of rocky lanes, alleys, and courts. Caprice seemed to have governed the location of a majority of the houses by the waterside, and the streets to have adjusted themselves to the wooden anarchy. Or else, the idea forced itself upon you that the houses must have been stranded here by the flood, remaining where the subsiding waters left them. For they stand anywhere and nowhere, in a ravine or atop a cliff, crowding upon and elbowing each other until no man, it would seem, might know his own. How one of those ancient mariners rolling heavily homeward after a night's carouse could have found his own dwelling is a mystery I do not undertake to solve. M. de Chasselux, who had a compliment ready-made for everything American, was accosted when in Boston with the remark, "Marquis, you find a crooked city in Boston." "Ah, ver good," said the Chevalier. "It showed a liberté." I found Washington Street a good base of operations. A modern dwelling is rarely met with between this thoroughfare and the water. On State, formerly King Street, there is but one house less than a century old, and the frame of that one was being raised the day Washington came to town. Even he was struck by the antiquated look of the buildings. The long exemption from fire is little less than miraculous, for a building of brick or stone is an exception. Old houses, gambrel-roofed, hip-roofed, and pitch-roofed, with an occasional reminiscence of London in Milton's day, are ranged on all sides. Little altered in 100 years, though I should have liked better to have chanced this way when the porches of some were projecting 10 feet into the street. I enjoyed losing myself among them. For certes, there is more of the crust of antiquity about Marblehead than any place of its years in America. An air of snug and substantial comfort hung about many of the older houses, and some localities betokened there was an upper as well as a nether stratum of society in Marblehead. Fine old trees flourished in secluded neighborhoods, where the brass door-knockers shone with unwonted luster. I think my fingers itched to grasp them, so suggestive were they of feudal times when stranger knight summoned castle warden by striking with his sword hilt on the oaken door. Fancy goes in unbidden at their portals, and roves among their cramped corridors and best rooms, peering into closets where choice china is kept, or rummaging among the curious lumber of the garrets, the accumulations of many generations. On the whole, the dwellings represent so far as they may a singular equality of condition. It is only by turning into some court or by way that you come unexpectedly upon a mansion having about it some relics of a former splendor. Though Marblehead has its Billingsgate, I saw nothing of the squalor of our larger cities, and though it may have its Rotten Row, I remarked neither lackeys nor showy equipages. There are few sidewalks in the older quarter. The streets are too narrow to afford such a luxury, averaging, should say, not more than a rod in width in the older ones, with barely room for a single vehicle. The passerby may, if he pleases, look into the first-floor sitting rooms and see the family gathered at its usual occupations. Whether it be a greater indiscretion to look in at the windows than to look out of them, as the matrons and maidens are in the habit of doing when a stranger is in the neighborhood, is a question I willingly remand to the decision of my readers. Yet I confess I found the temptation too strong to be resisted. In order to protect those houses at the street corners, a massive stone post is often seen embedded in the ground. But to give them a wide berth is impossible, and I looked for business to be brisk at the wheelwright's shop. Again, as the street encounters a ledge in its way, one side of it mounts the acclivity 10-20 feet above your head, while the other keeps the level as before. Such accidental looking down upon their neighbors does not, perhaps, argue moral or material preeminence, but for all that, there may be a shilling side. One thing about these old houses impressed me pleasantly. Though many of them were guiltless of paint, and on some roofs mosses had begun to creep, and a yellow rust to cover the clapboards, there were few windows that did not boast a goodly show of scarlet geraniums, fuchsias, or mignonette, with ivy clustering lovingly about the frames, making the dark old casements blossom again and glow with a wealth of warm color. I was too well acquainted with maritime towns to be surprised at finding fishing boats, even of a few tons burden, a quarter of a mile from the water. They might even be said to crop out with remarkable frequency. Some were covered with boughs, their winter protection. Others were being patched, painted, or calked, preparatory for launching, with an assiduity and solicitude that can only be appreciated by the owners of such craft. On the street that skirts the harbor, I saw a fisherman just landed enter his cottage, paying out, as he went, from a coil of rope, one end being, I ascertained, fastened to his wherry. I remember to have seen in Mexico the vaqueros, on alighting from their mules, take from the pommel of their saddles some fathoms of braided hair rope, called a lariat, and on entering a shop or dwelling, uncoil it as they went. The custom of these Marblehead fishermen seemed no less ingenious. In a seaport, my instinct is for the water. I have a predilection for the wharves, and, though I could well enough dispense with their smells, for their sights and sounds. The crossways in Marblehead seem in search of the harbor as they go wriggling about the ledges. I should say they had been formed on the ancient footpaths leading down to the fishing stages. At the head of one pier, half embedded in the earth, was an old honeycombed cannon that looked as if it might have spoken a word in the dispute with the mother country, but now played the part of a capstan, and truant boys were casting dirt between its blistered lips. In Redstone Cove there lay, stranded and broken in two, a longboat brought years ago from China, perhaps, on the deck of some Indiaman. Its build was outlandish, so unlike the wherries that were by, yet so like the craft that swim in the turbid Yangtze. I took a seat in it, and was carried to the land of pagodas, opium, and mandarins. Its sheathing of camphorwood still exhaled the pungent odor of the aromatic tree. On either quarter was painted an enormous eye that seemed to follow you about the strand. In all these voyages, some part of the Old World seems to have drifted westward and attached itself to the shores of the New. Here it was a Portuguese from the Tagus or a Spaniard of Alicante, elsewhere a Norwegian, Swede, or Finn, grafted on a strange clime and way of life. The men I saw about the wharves, in woolen jumpers and heavy fishing boots, had the true Guinea stamp of the old Ironsides of the sea. To see those lumbering fishermen in the streets, you would not think they could be so handy or tread so lightly in a dory. I saw there an old foreign-looking seaman, one of those fellows with short, bowed legs, drooping shoulders, contracted eyelids, and hands dug in their pockets, who may be met with at all hours of the day and night hulking about the quays of a shipping town. This man eyed the preparations of amateur boatmen with the contemptuous curiosity often vouchsafed by such personages in the small affair of getting a pleasure boat under way. One poor fellow, who kept a little shop where he could hear the wash of the tide on the loose pebbles of the cove, told me he had lost his leg by the cable getting a turn round it. Though they have a rough outside, these men have hearts. His skipper, he said, had put about, though it was a dead loss to him, and sailed 100 miles to land his mutilated shipmate. How did Marblehead look in the olden time? Its early history is allied with that of Salem, of which it formed a part until 1648. Francis Higginson, who came over in 1629, says, in that year, there are in all of us, both old and new planters, about 300, whereof 200 of them are settled at Nehemkek, now called Salem. And the rest have planted themselves at Massachusetts Bay, beginning to build a town there, which we do call Churton or Charlestown. His New England's plantation is curious reading. I have observed in my researches that these old divines are often fond of drawing the long bow, a failing of which Higginson, one of the earliest, seems conscious when he asks in his exordium, "Shall such a man as I lie? No, verily." William Wood, describing the place in 1633, says of it, "Marvelhead is a place which lieth 4 miles full south from Salem, and is a very convenient place for a plantation, especially for such as will set upon the trade of fishing. There was made here a ship's loading of fish the last year, where still stand the stages and drying scaffolds. In 1635, the court order that there shall be a plantation at Marblehead. John Josselyn looked in here in 1663. Marvel, or Marblehead, he says, is a small harbor, the shore rocky, on which the town is built, consisting of a few scattered houses. Here they have stages for fishermen, orchards, and gardens 1/2 mile within land, good pastures, and arable land." It had now begun to emerge from the insignificance of a fishing village and to assume a place among the number of maritime towns. In 1696, a French spy makes report. Marvelet est composé de 120 masons, pêcheurs, ou il peut entre de gros vaisseaux. Marblehead was represented to the Lords of Trade as a smuggling port for Boston, for which it also furnished pilots. A few years earlier, 1704, Quelch, the pirate, had been apprehended there, after having scattered his gold right and left. But it was not until an order had come from the governor and council at Boston that he was arrested, nor had there been a province law against piracy until within a few years. 7 of Quelch's gang were taken by Major Stephen Sewell, and the inhabitants of Marblehead were required to bring in the gold coin, melted down, and silver plate they had not been unwilling to receive. It was, no doubt, owing to the lawless habits introduced that the character of the seafaring population partook of a certain wildness such as good Parson Barnard inveighs against manifesting itself in everyday transactions, and infusing into the men an adventurous and reckless spirit which fitted them in a measure for deeds of daring, and gave to the old seaport no small portion of the notoriety it enjoys. Mr. Barnard speaks of the earlier class of fishermen as a rude, swearing, fighting, and drunken crew. The Reverend Mr. Whitwell, in his discourse on the disasters of 1770, does not give them a better character. "No wonder," he says, "the children of such parents imitate their vices, and when they return from their voyages, have learned to curse and damn their younger brothers." He continues to pour balm into their wounds in this wise. "We hope we shall hear no more cursing or profaneness from your mouths. Instead of spending your time in those unmanly games which disgrace our children in the streets, we trust you will be seriously concerned for the salvation of your souls." Austin, in his Life of Elbridge Gerry, speaks of the fishermen as a sober and industrious class, but the testimony of local historians is wholly opposed to his assertion. They passed their winters in a round of reckless dissipation, or until the arrival of the fishing season set half the town afloat again. It was then left in the hands of the women, the elders, and a few merchants. There is much in the annals of such a community to furnish materials for history, or, on a lesser scale, hints for romance. Captain Golet, who was here in 1750, estimated the town to contain about 450 houses. They were, he said, all wood and clapboarded, the generality miserable buildings, mostly close in with the rocks, with rocky foundations very craggy and crazy. The whole town is built upon a rock, which is high and steep to the water. The harbor is sheltered by an island, which runs along parallel to it and breaks off the sea. Vessels may ride here very safe. There is a path or way down to the wharf, which is but small, and on which is a large warehouse where they land their fish, etc. From this high cliffy shore it took its name. I saw abbed 5 topsail vessels and abbed 10 schooners or sloops in the harbor. They had then abbed 70 sail schooners of fishing, with about 600 men and boys employed in the fishery. They take vast quantities cod, which they cure here. Saw several thousand flakes then curing. The place is noted for children, and nourishes the most of any place for its bigness in North America. It's said the chief cause is attributed to their feeding on cod's heads, etc., which is their principal dish. The greatest distaste a person has to this place is the stench of the fish. The whole air seems tainted with it. It may in short be said it's a dirty, irregular, stinking place. The fortunes of the place were now greatly altered. The obscure fishing village had become a bustling port, with rich cargoes from Spain and the Antilles lying within its rock-bound shores. Ships were being built in the coves, and substantial mansions were going up in the streets in whose cellars, as I have heard, were kegs of hard dollars, salted down, as one might say, like the staple of Marblehead. John Adams, then a young lawyer on the circuit, enters in his diary, under date of 1766, the brief impression of a first visit to Marblehead. 14 Thursday in the morning rode a single horse, in company with Mrs. Cranch and Mrs. Adams, in a chaise to Marblehead. The road from Salem to Marblehead, 4 miles, is pleasant indeed, so I found it. The grass plats and fields are delightful, but Marblehead differs from Salem. The streets are narrow and rugged and dirty, but there are some very grand buildings. As John Adams saw it, so does the stranger of today, ignoring such modern improvements as railway, gasworks, telegraph, and factories, and sticking closely to the skirts of the old town. I should say Marblehead might still assert its title to the number of children it nourishes. Certainly, they seemed out of all proportion to the adult population. Instinct guides them to the water from their birth, and they may be seen paddling about the harbor in stray wherries or clambering up the rigging of some collier in emulation of their elders. Even their talk has a salty flavor. I recollect an instance, which must lose by the relation. A young scapegrace having incurred the maternal displeasure, and then taken to his heels to escape chastisement, the good wife gave chase, brandishing a broomstick aloft, and breathing vengeance on her unnatural offspring. Having the wind fair and a heavy spread of petticoat, she was rapidly gaining on the youngster, when a comrade, who was watching the progress of the race with a critical eye, bawled out, "Try her on the wind, Bill, try her on the wind." A sailor on shore is not unlike Napoleon's dismounted dragoon. He is emphatically a fish out of water. One talked of making his horse fast, another complained that his neckerchief was too taut, and a third could not understand which way to move a boat until his companion called out, "Haul to the west'ard, can't ye?" If not insular, your genuine Marbleheader is the next thing to it. The rest of the world is merged with him into a place to sell his fish and buy his salt. Even Salem, Beverly, and the parts adjacent draw but little on his sympathy or his fellowship. In short, they are not Marblehead. During the Native American excitement of 18, the Marbleheaders entered into the movement with enthusiasm. A caucus being assembled to nominate town officers, one old fisherman came into the town hall in his baize apron, just as he had got out of his dory. He glanced over the list of officers with an approving grunt at each name until he came to that of Squire Fabins. Now Squire Fabins, though a Salem man born, had lived a score of years in Marblehead, had married, and held office there. Turning wrathfully to the person who had given him the ticket, the fisherman tore it in pieces, exclaiming as he did so, "D'ye call that a Native American ticket? Why, there's Squire Fabin's on it, he an a Marbleheader. Though it is true there are few instances of the fatal straight line in Marblehead, those who are native there are far from appreciating the impression its narrow and crooked ways make on the stranger. They, at any rate, appeared to find their way without the difficulty I at first experienced. I asked one I met if I was in the right route to the depot. Go straight ahead, was his injunction, a direction nothing but a round shot from Fort Sewell could have followed. But I should add that Marblehead is not a labyrinth, any more than it is a field for missionary work. It has churches, banks, schools, a newspaper, and even a debating society. And it has thoroughfares that may be traversed without a guide. The great man of Marblehead in the colonial day was Colonel Jeremiah Leigh, whose still elegant mansion is to be seen there. Unlike many of the gentry of his time, Colonel Leigh was a thoroughgoing patriot. He was, with Orne and Gerry, a delegate to the First and Second Provincial Congresses of 1774. When the famous Revolutionary Committee of Safety and Supplies was formed, he became and continued a member until his death in May, 1775. Colonel Leigh was with the committee on the day before the Battle of Lexington, and with Gerry and Orne remained to pass the night at the Black Horse Tavern in Menotomy, now Arlington. When the British advance reached this house, it was surrounded, the half-dressed patriots having barely time to escape to a neighboring cornfield, where they threw themselves upon the ground until the search was over. From the exposure incident to this adventure, Leigh got his death. His townsmen treasure his memory as one of the men who formed the Revolution, braved its dangers, and accepted its responsibilities. Colonel Leigh was a stanch churchman, which makes his adhesion to the patriot side the more remarkable. There is nothing about the exterior of the Leigh mansion to attract the stranger's attention, though it cost the colonel, when furnished, £10,000 sterling. As was customary, its offices were on one side and its stables on the other, with a courtyard paved with beach pebble, in which the date of the house, 1768, may be traced. Entrance was gained on front and side over massive freestone steps that show the print of time to have pressed more heavily than human feet. The house, long since deserted by the family, is now occupied as a bank. On entering the mansion of the Leighs, the visitor is struck with the expansive area of the hall, which is 6 paces broad and of corresponding depth. Age has imparted a rich coloring to the mahogany wainscot and casing of the staircase. The balusters are curiously carved in many different patterns. The walls are still hung with their original paper, in panels representing Roman or Grecian ruins, with trophies of arms or implements of agriculture or of the chase between. One panel represented a sea fight of Blake and Van Tromp's day. Some of them have been permanently disfigured by the use of the hall, at one time, as a fish market. In a corner, a trapdoor led to the old merchant's wine cellar, which he thus kept under his own eye. It was after a visit to some such mansion that Daniel Webster asked, "Did those old fellows go to bed in a coach and four?" The rooms opening at the right and left of the hall are worthy of it, especially the first named, which is wainscoted from floor to ceiling and enriched with elaborate carving. Over the fireplace of this room was formerly a portrait of Esther before Ahasuerus, beautifully painted on a panel. There is an upper hall of ample size, from which open sleeping apartments with pictured tiles, recessed windows, and panes that were the wonder of the town, in which none so large had been seen. Would I had been here when the old colonel's slaves kept the antique brasses brightly polished, and stout logs crackled and snapped in the fireplaces, in the day of coffin clocks, French mirrors, and massive old plate, when the bowl of Eric punch stood on the sideboard, and Copley's portraits of master and mistress graced the walls. The painter has introduced the colonel in a brown velvet coat laced with gold and full-bottomed wig. He was short in stature and rather portly, with an open face, thin nostril, and fine, intelligent eye. The head is slightly thrown back, a device of the artist to add height to the figure. Madame Leigh is in a satin overdress, with a pelisse of ermine negligently cast about her bare shoulders. She looks a stately dame, with her black eyes and self-possessed air, or as if she might have kept the colonel's house, slaves included, in perfect order. When General Washington was making his triumphal tour of the eastern states, in 1789, he came to Marblehead. It was, he says, 4 miles out of the way, but I wanted to see it. And so he turned aside to ride through its rocky lanes and look into the faces of the men who had followed him from Cambridge to Trenton and from Trenton to Yorktown. How the sight of their chief must have warmed the hearts of those veterans. He jotted down in his diary very briefly what he saw and heard in Marblehead. About 5,000 souls are said to be in this place, which has the appearance of antiquity. The houses are old, the streets dirty, and the common people not very clean. Before we entered the town, we were met and attended by a comé, till we were handed over to the selectmen, who conducted us, saluted by artillery, into the town to the house of a Mrs. Lee, where there was a cold collation prepared. After partaking of which, we visited the harbor, etc. Lafayette, Monroe, and Jackson have been entertained in the same house. When the Revolutionary junto wished to organize its artillery, William Raymond Lee was summoned to Cambridge to command one of the companies. He was nephew to the old colonel, valiantly taking up the cause where his uncle had laid it down. Afterward he served in Glover's regiment, passing through all the grades from captain to colonel. Another nephew was that John Lee who, while in command of a privateer belonging to the Tracys, with a battery, part of iron and partly of wooden guns, captured a rich vessel of superior force in the bay. Both the colonel's fighting nephews were of Manchester, on Cape Ann. Threading my way onward, I came upon the old town house, the Faneuil Hall of Marblehead, in which much treason was hatched when George Roman III was king. The Whigs of Old Essex have often been heard there when grave questions were to be discussed, and the jarring atoms of society have oft been summoned greeting. To grand parading of town meeting. In the old townhouse Judge Story went to school and was fitted for college, the substantial dwelling in which he was born being nearly opposite, with its best parlor become an apothecary's, under the sign of Goodwin. This house was the dwelling of Dr. Elisha Story, of revolutionary memory, and the birthplace of his son, the eminent jurist. The physicians of Dr. Story's time usually furnished their own medicines. In cocked hat and suit of rusty black, with saddlebags and countenance severe, they were marked men in town or village. Since my visit to Marblehead, the last of Dr. Story's 18 children, Miss Caroline Story, died at the age of 85. The Chief Justice, her brother, was one of the most lovable of men, and was never, I believe, ashamed of the slight savor of the dialect that betrayed him native and to the manner born. The Episcopal Church in Marblehead is one of its old landmarks, concurring fully, so far as outward appearance goes, in the prevailing moldiness. It is not remarkable in any way except as an oddity in wood, with a square tower of very modest height surmounting a broad and sloping roof. At a distance, it is scarcely to be distinguished in the wooden chaos rising on all sides. Its front was masked by buildings, so that the entrance door could only be reached by a winding path. The parish has at length cleared its ancient glebe of intruders, and the old church is no longer jostled by its dissenting neighbors. Immediately adjoining is a little churchyard, in which repose the ashes of former worshippers who loved these old walls and would lie in their shadow. St. Michael's, as originally built, must have been an antique gem. According to the account given me by the rector, it had 7 gables topped by a tower, from which sprung a shapely spire, with another on the north and one on the south side. The form of the building was a square, with entrances on the south and west. The aisles crossed each other at right angles. The ceiling, supported by oaken columns, was in the form of a St. Andrew's cross. The present barren area of pine shingles was built above the old roof, which it extinguished effectually. Cotton Matherhee did not allude to the Church of England styled the New England Church's golden candlesticks, set up to illuminate the country. But what would he have said had he lived to see the Puritan Thanksgiving and fast gradually superseded by Christmas and by Easter? The interior of the old church well repays a visit. Its antiquities are guarded as scrupulously as the old faith has been. Suspended from the ceiling is a chandelier, a wonderful affair in brass, the gift of a merchant of Bristol, England. The little pulpit, successor to an earlier one of wine-glass pattern, belongs to an era before the introduction of costly woods. Above the altar is the Decalogue, in the ancient lettering, done in England in 1714. Manifestly, St. Michael's clings to its relics with greater affection than did that parish in the old country, which offered its second-hand 10 Commandments for sale, as it was going to buy new ones. In the organ loft is a diminutive instrument, going as far back as the day of Snetzler. Notwithstanding the disappearance of the cross from its pinnacle, and of the royal emblems from their place, save the mark. Above the Decalogue, St. Michael's remains today an interesting memorial of Anglican worship in the colonies. It was the third church in Massachusetts, and the fourth in all New England, those of Boston, Newbury, and Newport alone having preceded it. The names of famous people are perpetuated in the place of their birth in many ways. I noticed in Marblehead the streets bore the names of Selman, Tucker, Glover, etc. Academies, public halls, and engine houses keep their memory green, or will do so until the era of snobbery engulfs the place and pulls the old signs down. Its future, I apprehend, is to become a summer resort. When that period of intermittent prosperity shall have set in full tide, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to preserve the peculiar quaintness which now makes Marblehead the embodiment of the old New England life. Elbridge Gerry was born in Marblehead. He was of middle stature, thin, of courteous, old-school manners, and gentlemanly address. He has the name of a strong partisan and of standing godfather to the geographical monstrosity called the gerrymander, which has added a word to our political vocabulary. A more effective party caricature has never appeared in America. It is admitted it has given its author a notoriety that has somewhat obscured eminent public service, and made his name a byword for political chicanery. Those who believe the worst phases of political controversy have been reserved to our own time would do well to read the history of the administrations of Washington, Adams, and Jefferson, whom we are accustomed to name with reverence as the fathers of the Republic, yet who, while in office, were the objects of as much personal malignity and abuse as their successors have received. Mr. Gerry was invited to take a seat in the Massachusetts Convention when the Constitution of 1787 was under consideration, in order that that body might have the benefit of his conceded sagacity and knowledge of affairs. He opposed the adoption of the Constitution before the convention. At heart, Mr. Gerry was an undoubted patriot. Once, when he believed himself dying, he remarked that if he had but one day to live it should be devoted to his country. Elbridge Gerry was destined for the practice of medicine, but engaged in mercantile pursuits instead. Having acquired a competency at the time of the beginning of the Revolution, he was free to take part in the struggle. He held many important offices, and his public career, full of the incidents of stirring times, was marked also by some eccentricities. Mr. Gerry, as early as November 1775, introduced a bill into the Provincial Congress for the fitting out of armed vessels by Massachusetts. In the direction of inaugurating warfare with England at sea, he was, without doubt, the pioneer. The number of naval heroes whom Marblehead may claim as her own is something surprising. There were John Selman and Nicholas Broughton, who sailed in 2 armed schooners from Beverly as early as October 1775, with instructions from Washington to intercept, if possible, some of the enemy's vessels in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Failing in this object, they landed at St. John's, now Prince Edward Island, captured the fort, and brought off a number of provincial dignitaries of rank. Washington, who wanted powder and not prisoners, was not well pleased with the result of this expedition, as he held it impolitic then to embroil the revolted colonies with Canada. Much was expected of the hereditary antipathy of the French Canadians for their English rulers, but in this respect, the general's policy was founded in a mistaken judgment of those people. Commodore Manley, to whom John Adams says the first British flag was struck, was either native-born or came in very early life to Marblehead. He was placed in command of the first cruiser that sailed with a regular commission from Washington in 1775, signalizing his advent in the bay in the Lee schooner, mounting only 4 guns by the capture of a British vessel laden with military stores, of the utmost value to the Americans besieging Boston. When this windfall was reported to Congress, the members believed divine providence had interposed in their favor. Our officers declared their wants could not have been better supplied if they had themselves sent a schedule of military stores to Woolwich Arsenal. So apprehensive was the general that his prize might slip through his fingers, that all the carts to be obtained in the vicinity of Cape Ann were impressed in order to bring the cargo to camp. Manley died in Boston in 1793 in circumstances nearly allied to destitution. He was, says one who knew him well, a handy, hearty, honest, benevolent, blunt man with more courage than good conduct. Another of these old sea dogs was Commodore Samuel Tucker, the son of a shipmaster. The old house in which he was born was standing on Rowland Hill. I do not know that he of Surrey Chapel had anything to do with the name in Marblehead. It was before the door of this house that Tucker, in his shirt sleeves, was chopping wood one evening, just at dusk, when a finely mounted officer clattered down the street. Seeing Tucker, the officer asked if he could inform him where the Honorable Samuel Tucker resided. Tucker, astonished at the question, answered in the negative, saying, "There is no such man lives here. There is no other Sam Tucker in this town but myself." At this reply, the officer raised his beaver, and bowing low, presented him a commission in the Navy. Tucker, in 1778, was taking John Adams to France in the old frigate Boston, when he fell in with an enemy. While clearing his decks for action, he espied Mr. Adams, musket in hand, among the Marines. Laying a hand on the commissioner's shoulder, Tucker said to him, "I am commanded by the Continental Congress to carry you safely to Europe, and I will do it," at the same time conducting him below. The brave Captain Mugford, whose exploit in capturing a vessel laden with powder in Boston Harbor in May 1776 proved of inestimable value, was also an inhabitant of Marblehead. Like Selman and Broughton, he had been a captain in the famous Marblehead Regiment, and his crew were volunteers from it. The year previous, Mugford, with others, had been impressed on board a British vessel, the Lively, then stationed at Marblehead. Mugford's wife, on hearing what had befallen her husband, went off to the frigate and interceded with the captain for his release, alleging that they were just married and that he was her sole dependence for support. The Englishman, very generously, restored Mugford his liberty. The Trevitts, father and son, were little less distinguished than any already named, adding to the high renown of Marblehead, both in the Old War and in the later contest with England. Glover and his regiment conferred lasting honor on this old town by the sea. As soon as it had been determined to fit out armed vessels, Washington entrusted the details to Glover and ordered the regiment to Beverly, where these amphibians first equipped and then manned the privateers. The regiment signalized itself at Long Island and at Trenton, and ought to have a monument on the highest point of land in Marblehead, with the names of its heroes inscribed in bronze. General Glover was long an invalid from the effects of disease contracted in the army, dying in 1797. He had been a shoemaker, and is, I imagine, the person referred to in the following extract from the memoirs of Madame Riedesel. Some of the generals who accompanied us were shoemakers, and upon their halting days they made boots for our officers, and also mended nicely the shoes of our soldiers. One of our officers had worn his boots entirely into shreds. He saw that an American general had on a good pair, and said to him, jestingly, "I will gladly give you a guinea for them." Immediately the general alighted from his horse, took the guinea, gave up his boots, and put on the badly worn ones of the officer, and again mounted his horse. General Glover's house is still standing on Glover Square. I made, as every body must make, in Marblehead, a pilgrimage to Oakham Bay, a classic precinct, and to the humble abode of Benjamin Ireson, whom Whittier has made immortal. Questionless the poet has done more to make Marblehead known than all the historians and magazine writers put together, though the notoriety is little relished there. The facts were sufficiently dramatic as they existed, but Mr. Whittier has taken a poet's license and arranged them to his fancy. Old Flood Ireson suffered in the flesh, and his memory has been pilloried in verse for a crime he did not commit. Nevertheless, I doubt that the people of Marblehead forget that Pegasus has wings, and can no more amble at the historian's slow pace than he can thrive on bran and water. It is not many years since Ireson was alive, broken in spirit under the obloquy of his hideous ride. Later in life, he followed shore fishing, and was once blown off to sea, where he was providentially picked up by a coaster bound to some eastern port. I do not think he could have declared his right name, for sailors are superstitious folk, and he would have been accounted a Jonah in any ship that sailed these seas. His wherry having been cut adrift, was found, and old Flood Ireson was believed to have gone to the bottom of the bay, when, to the genuine astonishment of his townsmen, he appeared one day plodding wearily along the streets. Some charitable souls gave him another wherry, but the boys followed the old man about as he cried his fish with their cruel shouts of, "I, Flood Ireson, for leaving a rack was blowed out to sea and couldn't get back." There is book authority for the terrible aspect of the vengeance of the fishwives of Marblehead, so picturesquely portrayed in the poet's lines. Increase Mather, in a letter to Mr. Cotton, 23d of 5th month 1677, mentions an instance of rage against 2 Eastern Indians, then prisoners at Marblehead. Sabbath day was se'nnight. The women at Marblehead, as they came out of the meeting house, fell upon 2 Indians that were brought in as captives, and in a tumultuous way very barbarously murdered them. Doubtless, if the Indians hear of it, the captives among them will be served accordingly. This episode recalls the rage of the fishwomen of Paris during the Reign of Terror, those unsexed and pitiless viragos of La Hala. I could discover little of the old Marblehead dialect, once so distinctive that even the better class were not free from it. It is true a few old people still retain in their conversation the savor of it, but it is dying out. Your true Marbleheader would say, "Barn in a burn for born in a barn." His speech was thick and guttural, only an occasional word falling familiarly on the unaccustomed ear. All the world over he was known so soon as he opened his mouth. The idiom may have been the outgrowth of the place, or perchance a reminiscence of the speech of old-time fishermen, grounded, as I apprehend, more in the long custom of an illiterate people than any supposed relationship with our English mother tongue. Whittier was acquainted with the jargon, and the question is open to the philologist. There is a legend about the cove near Ireson's of a screeching woman, done to death by pirates a century and a half or more past, a shadowy memorial of the fact of their presence here so long ago. They brought her on shore from their ship and murdered her. On each anniversary of her death, says the legend, the town was thrilled to its marrow by the unearthly outcries of the pirate's victim. Many believed the story, while not a few had heard the screams. Chief Justice Story was among those who asserted that they had listened to those midnight cries of fear. Passing over the causeway and under the gateway of Fort Sewall, said to have been named from Chief Justice Stephen Sewall, who once taught school in Marblehead, I entered the spacious parade, on which a full regiment might easily be formed. The fort was built about 1742, and until what was so long known as the late war with England, remained substantially in its original picturesque condition. A very old man, whom I encountered on my way hither, bemoaned the demolition of the old work, which had been pulled to pieces and made more destructive during the Great Civil War. The walls were originally of rough stone, little capable of withstanding the projectiles of modern artillery. There is another fort on the summit of a rocky eminence that overlooks the approach to the neck, built also during the rebellion. When I visited it, the earthen walls of one face had fallen in the ditch, where the remainder of the work bid fair, at no distant day, to follow. There is still remaining in the town the quaint little powder-house built in 1755, with a roof like the cup of an acorn. Seated under the muzzle of one of the big guns of Fort Sewall that pointed seaward, I could descry Baker's Isle with its brace of lights, and the narrow strait through which the Abigail sailed in 1628, with Endicott and the founders of Salem on board. 2 years later the Arabella came to an anchor a little within the island. Winthrop tells us how the storm-tossed voyagers went upon the land at Cape Ann and regaled themselves with store of strawberries. Boston was settled. The little colony gave its left hand to Salem and its right to Plymouth. It waxed strong, and no power has prevailed against it. Little Harbor, northwest of the fort, is the reputed site of the first settlement at Marblehead. On Jerry's Island, which lies close under the shore, was the house of the first regularly ordained minister. The cellar and pebble-paved yard were not long ago identified. Nearby, on the mainland, is the supposed site of the Fountain Inn, which, like the Earl of Halifax, has its romance of a noble gentleman taken in the toils of a pretty wench. Sir Charles Frankland, collector of His Majesty's customs, visits Marblehead and becomes enamored of the handmaid of the inn, Agnes Surreage. He makes her his mistress, but at length, having saved his life during the great earthquake at Lisbon, she receives the reward of love and heroism at the altar as the baronet's wedded wife. Arthur Sandine, who was the first publican in Marblehead, was allowed to keep an ordinary there in 1640. The port was fortified after some fashion as early as 1643-44. I had pointed out to me the spot where the Constitution dropped anchor when chased in here by 2 British frigates in April 1814. They threatened for a time to fetch her out again, but as Stuart laid the old Invincible with her grim broadside to the entrance of the port, and the fort prepared to receive them in a becoming manner, they prudently hauled off. The battle between the Chesapeake and Shannon was also visible from the high shores here, an eyewitness, then in a fishing boat off in the bay, relating that nothing was to be seen except the two ships enveloped in a thick smoke, and nothing to be heard but the roar of the guns. When the smoke drifted to leeward, and the cannonade was over, the British ensign was seen waving above the stars and stripes. Poor, chivalric, ill-starred Lawrence. He had given a challenge to the commander of the Bon Sitien, and durst not decline one. At the Shannon's invitation, he put to sea with an unlucky ship, and a mutinous crew fresh from the grog shops and brothels of Ann Street. He besought them in burning words to show themselves worthy the name of American sailors. They replied with sullen murmurs. One wretch, a Portuguese named Joseph Antonio, came forward as their spokesman. His appearance was singularly fantastic. He wore a checked shirt, a lace jacket, rings in his ears, and a bandana handkerchief about his head. Laying his hand on his breast, he made a profound inclination to his captain as he said, "Pardon me, sir, but fair play be one jewel all over the world, and we know touchy the specie for our last cruise with Capitaine Evans. The Congress is ver munificent, they keep our piastres in treasury, and pay us grape and canister. Good fashion in Portuguese ship, when take rich prize is not pay poco a poco, but break bulk and share out dollar on drumhead of capstan." Already wounded in the leg, Lawrence was struck by a grape shot on the medal he wore in honor of his former victory. His words, as he was borne from the deck, have become a watchword in our Navy. Samuel Livermore of Boston, who accompanied Lawrence on this cruise out of personal regard, attempted to avenge him. His shot missed Captain Broke. Lawrence, hearing from below the firing cease, sent his surgeon to tell his officers to fight on. "The colors shall wave while I live," he constantly repeated. He was only 34. 16 years of his life had been passed in his country's service. His figure was tall and commanding, and in battle he was the incarnation of a warrior. When Mr. Croker read the statement of the action in the House of Commons, the members from all parts interrupted him with loud and continued cheering. Perhaps a greater compliment to American valor could not have been paid than this. The capture of a single ship of any nation had never before called forth such a triumphant outburst. The oldest burial ground in Marblehead is on the summit and slopes of the highest of its rocky eminences. Here, also, the settlers raised the frame of their primitive church, some part of which, I was told, has since been translated into a more secular edifice. At the head of a little pond, where a clump of dwarfish willows has become rooted, is a sheltered nook, in which are the oldest stones now to be seen. This was probably the choice spot of the whole field, but it now wears the same air of neglect common to all these old cemeteries. A stone of 1690 with the name of Mr. Christopher Lattimore, about 70 years, was the oldest I discovered. As I picked my way among the thick-set headstones, for there was no path, and I always avoid treading on a grave, I came upon a grave digger busily employed, with whom I held a few moments' parley. The man, already up to his waistband in the pit, seemed chiefly concerned lest he should not be able to go much farther before coming to the ledge, which, even in the hollow places, you are sure of finding at no great depth. On one side of the grave was a heap of yellow mold, smelling of the earth earthy, and on the other side a lesser one of human bones, that the spade had once more brought above ground. After observing that he should be lucky to get down 6 feet, the workman told me the grave was destined to receive the remains of an old lady of 94, recently deceased, who, as if fearful her rest might be less quiet in the midst of a generation to which she did not belong, had begged she might be buried here among her old friends and neighbors. Although interments had long been interdicted in the overcrowded ground, her prayer was granted. An examination of the inscriptions confirmed what I had heard relative to the longevity of the inhabitants of Marblehead, of which the gravedigger also recounted more instances than I am able to remember. I asked him what was done with the bones I saw lying there, adding to the heap a fragment or two that had fallen unnoticed from his spade. "Why, you see, I bury them underneath the grave I am digging before the folks get here. We often find such bones on the surface, where they have been left after filling up a grave," was his reply. This did not appear surprising, for those I saw were nearly the color of the earth itself. Seeing my look directed with a sort of fascination toward these relics of frail mortality, the man, evidently misconstruing my thought, took up an arm bone with playful familiarity, and observed, You should have seen the thigh bone I found under the old Episcopal church. I could have knocked a man down with it easy. These, he said, throwing the bone upon the heap, with a gesture of contempt, are mere rotten things. Who would be put to bed with that man's shovel? On a grassy knoll, on the brow of the hill, is a marble monument erected by the Marblehead Charitable Seamen's Society, in memory of its members deceased on shore and at sea. On one face are the names of those who have died on shore, and on the east those lost at sea, from the Society's institution in 1831 to the year 1848. On the north are the names of 65 men and boys lost in the memorable gale of September 19, 1846. This number comprised 43 heads of families. As many widows and 155 fatherless children were left to mourn the fatality. The gravedigger told me that brave Captain Mugford had been buried on this hill, but the spot was now unknown. I could well believe it, for never had I seen so many graves with nothing more than a shapeless boulder at the head and foot to mark them. Many stones were broken and defaced, and I saw the fragments of one unearthed while standing by. There is no material so durable as the old blue slate, whereon you may often read an inscription cut 200 years ago, while those on freestone and marble need renewing every 50 years. General Glover's tomb here is inscribed. Erected with filial respect to the memory of the Hun. John Glover, Esquire, Brigadier General in the late Continental Army, died January 30th, 1797, aged 64. Many of the old graves were covered with freshly springing, life everlasting, beautifully symbolizing the rest of such as sleep in the faith. From the Seamen's Monument, at the foot of which some wooden benches are placed, is seen a broad horizon, dotted with white sails. I never knew a sailor who did not wish to be buried as near as possible to the sea, though never in it. "Don't throw me overboard, Hardy," was Nelson's dying request. There are clumps of lone graves on the verge of some headland all over New England, and one old graveyard on Stage Island in Maine has been wholly washed away. In allusion to the loss of life caused by disasters to the fishing fleets from time to time, an old man with whom I talked thought it was not greater than would occur through the ordinary chances of a life on shore. It is wonderful how a seafaring population come to associate the idea of safety with the sea. Earthquakes, conflagrations, falling buildings, and like accidents are more dreaded than hurricanes, squalls, or a lee shore. By an estimate taken from the Essex Gazette of January 2d, 1770, it appears that in the 2 preceding years Marblehead lost 23 sail of vessels, with their crews, numbering 162 souls, without taking into account those who were lost from vessels on their return. There were few families that did not mourn a relative, and some of the older inhabitants remember to have heard their elders speak of it with a shudder. These are the annals that doubtless suggested Miss Larcom's Hannah binding shoes, and the long, lingering, yet fruitless watching for those who never come back. The last shake of the hand, the last kiss, and the last flashing of the white sail are much like the farewell on the day of battle. Footnotes: Captain Golit calls it an island. Treville was the man thought most worthy by Napoleon to lead his fleet in the long-meditated descent on England. Address to the Electors of Bristol. Philosophical Transactions, Volume Elziv, Part 2. A headland of Boston Harbor is named for him, Point Allerton. Moses Maverick testifieth that in the year 1640 or 41, the town of Salem granted unto the inhabitants of Marblehead the land we now enjoy, with one of Salem, to act with us. W.H. accordingly was accordingly attended unto the year 1648, in which year Marblehead was confirmed a town. And to that time it never knew or understood he dissented from what was acted in laying out land or stinting the commons, and have been accounted a town. And paid duties accordingly as it hath been required, taken vpon oath, 19, 1 Mo 73-4. Original document, W.M. Hathorne a fit, Vera Copia taken the 25 of May, 1674 by me, Robert Ford, cleric. Relics of Indian occupation have been found in Marblehead at various times. There is a shell heap on the Wyman farm, on the line of the Eastern Railway, quite near the farmhouse. A bill against piracy was ordered to be brought in March 1st, 1686. March 4th, the bill passed. The first mention of Marblehead in the colony records I have seen is of 2 men fined there for being drunk, in the year 1633. New England Historical and Genealogical Register, 1870, p. 57. I have seen the date of 1766 assigned for its building. Think of Copley painting these two canvases, 8 feet long by 5 wide, and in his best manner for £25. These portraits are now in possession of Colonel William Raymond Lee, of Boston. It is not settled who is entitled to the authorship of the word gerrymander, for which a number of claimants have appeared. The map of Essex, which gave rise to the caricature, was drawn by Nathan Hale, who edited the Boston Weekly Messenger, in which the political deformity first appeared. The old frigate Boston was captured at Charleston in 1780 by the British. In 1804, Tom Moore went over to England in her, she being then commanded by Captain J. E. Douglas. William P. Upham of Salem has written a memoir of Glover, son of Major Stephen, of Newbury. See Old Landmarks of Boston, pp. 162-163. It has been erroneously stated that Bainbridge accompanied Lawrence to the pier and tried to dissuade him from engaging the Shannon. They had not met for several days. This fact was established by Geoffrey Crayon, Washington Irving in one of his philippics against Great Britain, of which he so slyly concealed the authorship in the preface to his sketchbook. Don't give up the ship. Chapter 17. Plymouth. What constitutes a state? Not high-raised battlements or labored mound, thick walls or moated gate. Plymouth is the American Mecca. It does not contain the tomb of the prophet, but the rock of the forefathers, their traditions, and their graves. The first impressions of a stranger are disappointing, for the oldest town in New England looks as fresh as if built within the century. There is not much that is suggestive of the old life to be seen there. Except the hills, the haven, and the sea, there is nothing antique, save a few carefully cherished relics, nothing that has survived the day of the Pilgrims. Somehow Monuments End, Plymouth, is to be well furnished in the future do not compensate for the absence of living facts. The house of William Bradford would have been worth more to me than any of them. Even the rusty iron pot and sword of Standish are more satisfying to the common run of us than the shaft they are building on Captain's Hill to his memory. They, at least, link us to the personality of the man. And with a sigh that it was so for I had hoped otherwise I was obliged to admit that old Plymouth had been rubbed out, and that I was too late by a century, at least, to realize my ideal. The most impressive thing about Plymouth is its quiet, though I would not have the reader think it deserted. There are workshops and factories, but I did not suspect their vicinity. Even the railway train slips furtively in and out, as if its rumbling might awaken the slumbering old seaport. Although the foundation of a commonwealth, the town, as we see, has not become one of the centers of traffic. It has shared the fate of Salem, in having its commercial marrow sucked out by a metropolis opulent, enlarged, and still increasing, leaving the firstborn of New England nothing but her glorious past, and the old fires still burning on her altars. Court Street is a pleasant and well-built thoroughfare. It runs along the base of 3 of the hills on whose slopes the town lies, taking at length the name of Maine, which it exchanges again beyond the town square for Market Street. If you follow Court Street northwardly, you will find it merging in a country road that will conduct you to Kingston. If you pursue it with your face to the south, you will in due time arrive at Sandwich. Trees, of which there is a variety, are the glory of Court Street. I saw in some streets magnificent lindens, horse-chestnuts, and elms branching quite across them, and in the areas such early flowering shrubs as forsythia, spirea, pyrus japonica, and lilac. Many houses are old, but there are none left of the originals, nor any so peculiar as to demand description. On some of the most venerable, the chimneys are masterpieces of masonry, showing curious designs, or, in some instances, a stack of angular projections. The chimney of Governor Bradford's house is said to have been furnished with a sundial. Pursuing your way along Court Street, you will first reach Pilgrim Hall, a structure of rough granite, in the style of a Greek temple, the prevailing taste in New England 50 years ago for all public and even for private buildings. Within are collected many souvenirs of the Pilgrims and of the tribes inhabiting the old colony. Lying in the grass plot before the hall is a fragment of Forefathers' Rock, surrounded by a circular iron fence and labeled in figures occupying the larger part of its surface, with the date of 1620. In this place, it became nothing but a vulgar stone. I did not feel my pulses at all quickened on beholding it. One end of the hall is occupied by the well-known painting of the Landing of the Pilgrims, by Sargent. To heighten the effect, the artist has introduced an Indian in the foreground, an historic anachronism. A tall, soldierly figure is designated as Miles Standish, who is reported as being short and scarce manly in appearance. The canvas is of large size, and the grouping does not lack merit, but its interest is made to depend on the figures of Governor Carver and of Samoset, in the foreground both larger than life. We do not recognize, in the crouching attitude of the Indian, the erect and dauntless Samoset portrayed by Mert, Bradford, and Winslow. This painting, which must have cost the artist great labor, was generously presented to the Pilgrim Society. I have seen a painting of the Landing, in which a boat is represented approaching the shore, filled with soldiers in red coats. The late Professor Morse also made it the subject of his pencil. There are on the walls portraits of Governor Edward Winslow, Governor Josiah Winslow and wife, and of General John Winslow, all copies of originals in the gallery of the Massachusetts Historical Society. The original of Edward Winslow is believed to be a Van Dyck. There is also a portrait of Hun. John Trumbull, presented by Colonel John, the painter. The cabinets contain many interesting memorials of the first settlers, their arms, implements, household furniture, and apparel. I refer the reader to the guidebooks for an enumeration of them. The chairs of Governor Carver and of Elder Brewster are good specimens of the uncomfortable yet quaint furnishing of their time, as the capacious iron pots, pewter platters, and wooden trenchers are suggestive of a primitive people, whose town was a camp. I fancy there were few breakages among the dishes of these pilgrims, for they were as hard as their owners, nor were there serious deductions to be made from the maid's wages on the day of reckoning. I confess I should have liked to see here, instead of the somewhat confusing jumble of articles pertaining to pilgrim or Indian, an apartment exclusively devoted to the household economy of the first comers, with furniture suitably arranged, and the evidences of their frugal housewifery garnishing the walls. Many of the articles said to have been brought over in the Mayflower are doubtless authentic, but the number of objects still existing and claiming some part of the immortality of that little bark would freight an Indiaman of good tonnage. There is a still pretty sampler, embroidered by the spider fingers of a Puritan maiden, with a sentiment worth the copying by any fair damsel in the land. Loria Standish is my name. Lord, guide my heart that I may do thy will, also fill my hands with such convenient skill as may conduce to virtue void of shame, and I will give the glory to thy name. And here is the carnal weapon of Miles Standish, the living sword blade of the colony. It lacks not much of an English L from hilt to point, and looks still able to push its way in the world if well grasped. The weapon has a brass cross and guard, and resembles those trenchant Florentine blades of the 16th century, with its channels, curved point, and fine temper. The sword figures in Mr. Longfellow's Courtship of Miles Standish, where we may hear it clank at the captain's heels as he goes from his wrathful interview with John Alden, slamming the door after him, no doubt, like the tempestuous little teapot he was. The inscription on the blade has baffled the savants. For such a hot-tempered captain, it should have been that engraved on the Earl of Shrewsbury's sword. I am Talbot's for to slay his foes. It could hardly have been this legend, with a point inscribed on a broadsword of the 17th century. Qui gladio ferit gladio perit. Speaking of swords, I am reminded that the first duel in New England was at Plymouth in the year 1621. It was between Edward Doty or Doughton and Edward Leicester, servants of Stephen Hopkins. They fought with sword and dagger like their betters and were both wounded. Having no statute against the offense, the pilgrims met in council to determine on the punishment. It was exemplary. The parties were ordered to be tied together, hand and foot, and to remain 24 hours without food or drink. The intercession of their master and their own entreaties procured their release before the sentence was carried out. In the front of the courthouse is a mural tablet, with the seal of the old colony sculptured in relief. The quarterings of the shield represent 4 kneeling figures, having each a flaming heart in its hands. On one side of the figures is a small tree, indicative, I suppose, of the infant growth of the plantation. The attitude and semi-nude appearance indicate an Indian, the subsequent device of Massachusetts, and are at once significant of his subjection, hearty welcome, and ultimate loyalty. The colony seal is said to have been abstracted from the archives in Andros' time and never recovered. Its legend was Plymouth Nov Anglia, Sigilvum Societatis, with the date of 1620 above the shield. The union with Massachusetts in 1692 dispensed with the necessity for a separate seal. I saw in the office of the Register the records of the First Church of Plymouth, begun and continued by Nathaniel Morton to 1680. The court records, as well as the ancient charter, on which the ink is so faded as to be scarcely legible, are carefully kept. But the compact, that august instrument, I did not see, nor is the fate of the original known. Its language bears an extraordinary similitude to the preamble of the Constitution of the United States in its spirit and idea. The name of the king is there in good set phrase, but the soul of the thing is its assumption of sovereignty in the people. See now how King James figures at the head and the tail of it, and then look into the heart of the matter. In ye name of God, Amen. We whose names are underwritten, the loyal subjects of our dread sovereigny Lord, King James, by ye grace of God, of Great Britain, Frank, and Ireland, King, defender of ye faith, and see, having undertaken, for ye glory of God and advancement of ye Christian faith and honor of our King and country, a voyage to plant ye first colony in ye northern parts of Virginia, do by these presents solemnly and mutually in ye presence of God, and one of another. Covenant and combine ourselves together in a civil body politic, for our better ordering and preservation and furtherance of ye ends aforesaid, and by virtue hereof to enactee, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws, ordinances, acts, constitutions, and offices, from time to time, as shall be thought most meet and convenient for ye general good of ye colony, unto which we promise all due submission and obedience. In witness whereof we have hereunder subscribed our names at Cape Cod ye 11 of November, in ye year of ye reigny of our sovereigny Lord, King James of England, Frank, and Ireland, ye 18th, and of Scotland ye 54th, anno Dom. 1620. Bradford says the bond was partly due to the mutinous spirit of some of the strangers on board the Mayflower, and partly to the belief that such an act might be as firm as any patent, and in some respects more sure. It is impossible not to be interested in the lives of such men, they were deeply in earnest. In 1630, the first public execution took place in Plymouth. The culprit was John Billington, who, as Bradford wrote home to England, was a knave, and so would live and die. Billington had waylaid and shot one of the town, and was adjudged guilty of murder. The colony patent could not confer a power it did not itself possess to inflict the death penalty, so they took counsel of their friends just come into Massachusetts Bay, and were advised to purge the land of blood. In 1658, the crime of adultery appears to be first noticed in the laws. The punishment of this offense was 2 whippings, the persons convicted to wear 2 capital letters A.D., cut in cloth and sewed on their uppermost garment, on their arm or back. If they removed the letters, they were again to be publicly whipped. Another law that would bear rather hardly on the present generation was as follows: any persons who behaved themselves profanely by being without doors at the meeting houses on the Lord's Day, in time of exercise, and their misdemeaning themselves by jestings, sleepings, or the like, were first to be admonished, and if they did not refrain, set in the stocks, and if still unreclaimed, cited before the court. Jocelyn, writing of the old body of laws of 1646, says, "Scolds they gag and set them at their doors for certain hours, for all comers and goers by to gaze at." And here is material for the scarlet letter. An English woman suffering an Indian to have carnal knowledge of her was obliged to wear an Indian cut out of red cloth sewed upon her right arm and worn 12 months. Swearing was punished by boring through the tongue with a hot iron, adultery with death. The chronicles of the Pilgrims have undergone many strange vicissitudes, but are fortunately quite full and complete. It would be pleasant to know more of their lives during their first year at Plymouth than is given by Bradford or Morton. Governor Bradford's manuscript history of Plymouth Plantation was probably purloined from the New England Library, deposited in the Old South Church of Boston, during the siege of 1775. It found its way to the Fulham Library in England, was discovered, and a copy made which has since been printed, after remaining in manuscript more than 200 years. The letter book of Governor Bradford has a similar history. It was rescued from a grocer's shop in Halifax after the destruction of half its invaluable contents. The next best thing to be done is probably to go at once to the top of Burial Hill, which is here what the Hoe is to English Plymouth. Here, at least, are plenty of memorials of the Pilgrims, and here town and harbor are outspread for perusal. Seen at full tide, the harbor appears a goodly port enough, but it is left as bare by the ebb as if the sea had been commanded to remove and become dry land. Nothing except a broad expanse of sandbars and mussel shoals with luxuriant growth of eelgrass meets the eye. Through these, a narrow and devious channel makes its way. The bay, however, could not be called tame with two such landmarks as Captain's Hill on Duxbury side and the promontory of Manomet on the shoulder of the cape. Plymouth Bay is formed by the jutting out of Manomet on the south and by the long attenuated strip of sand known as Duxbury Beach on the north. This beach terminates in a smaller pattern of the celebrated Italian boot that looks equally ready to play at football with Sicily or to kick intruders out of the Mediterranean. The heel of the boot is toward the sea and called the gurnet. The toe points landward and is called Sackwish Head. Just within the toe of the boot is Clark's Island, named from the master's mate of the Mayflower. Then comes Captain's Hill, making, with the beach, Duxbury Harbor. And in the farthest reach of the bay to the westward is Kingston, where a little watercourse, called after the master of the Mayflower, makes up into the land. In the southern board Cape Cod is seen on a clear day far out at sea. A mere shining streak of white sand it appears at this distance. Plymouth Harbor proper is formed by a long sand spit parallel with the shore that serves as a breakwater for the shallow roadstead. It is anchored where it is, for the winds would blow it away else, by wooden cribs on which the drifting sands are mounded. And it is also tethered by beach grass rooted in the hillocks or downs that fringe the harbor side. Now and then extensive repairs are necessary to make good the ravages of a winter's sea lashings, as many as 600 tons of stone having been added to the breakwater at the point at one time. Brush is placed in the jetties, and thousands of roots of beach grass are planted to catch and stay the shifting sands. The harbor is lighted at evening by twin lights on the gurnet and by a single one off Plymouth Beach. The latter is a caisson of iron rooted to the rock by a filling of concrete and is washed on all sides by the waters of the harbor. Sand is everywhere, the stern and rock-bound coast of Mrs. Hemans nowhere. Except one little cluster by the northern shore of the harbor, the Forefathers is the only rock on which those pious men could have landed with dry feet. A few boulders, noticeably infrequent, are scattered along the beach as you approach from Kingston. The hills on which the town is built appear lean and emaciated, as if the light yellow earth with which they are furnished were a compromise between sand and soil. The gardens and houseplots, nevertheless, thrive if they have moisture enough. Few vessels were lying in the harbor, for Plymouth has at present little or no commerce. Yet of these, 2 small colliers were larger than the little Mayflower that carried a greater than Caesar and his fortunes. The Pilgrims brought the name of their settlement along with them, though Captain John Smith gives it first the Indian name of Accomac, changed by Prince Charles to Plymouth, as it appears on the map accompanying advertisements for the unexperienced. The port was, however, earlier known to both French and English. Samoset told the Pilgrims, at his first interview with them, the Indian name was Patuxet. Prince, indeed, assigns a date, December 31st, for the formal assumption of the English name. Plymouth, England, from which the Pilgrims finally set sail on the 6th of September, 1619, is situated at the extreme northwest corner of Devonshire and is divided from Cornwall only by the River Tamar. The name has no other significance than the mouth of the River Plym. Exmouth and Dartmouth have the like derivation. Plymouth was long the residence of Sir Francis Drake and was the birthplace of Sir John Hawkins, also of the painters Northcote, Prout, and B. Haydon. Captain John Davis, the intrepid navigator, and Sir Humphrey Gilbert, who, Queen Elizabeth said, was a man of no good hap by sea, were also of Devonshire. It is of the 2 rivers upon which the 3 towns stand that old Michael Drayton writes, "Plym that claims by right the christening of that bay, which bears her noble name." In spite of historic antecedents, English Plymouth was distasteful to Lord Nelson, who says, in one of his letters to Lady Hamilton, "I hate Plymouth." American Plymouth should owe no grudge to his memory, for he did a very noble act to one of her townsmen. While cruising on our coast in the Albemarle, in 1782, Nelson captured a fishing schooner belonging to Plymouth. The cargo of the vessel constituted nearly the whole property of Captain Carver, the master, who had a large family at home anxiously awaiting his return. There being no officer on board the Albemarle acquainted with Boston Bay, Nelson ordered the master of the prize to act as pilot. He performed the service to the satisfaction of his captor, who requited him by giving him his vessel and cargo back again, with a certificate to prevent recapture by other British cruisers. Sir N. Harris Nicolas relates that Nelson accompanied this generous act with words equally generous. "You have rendered me, sir, a very essential service, and it is not the custom of English seamen to be ungrateful. In the name, therefore, and with the approbation of the officers of this ship, I return your schooner, and with it this certificate of your good conduct. Farewell, and may God bless you." The choice of the site of Plymouth by the Pilgrims was due rather to the pressing necessities of their situation than to a well-considered determination. Arriving on our coast in the beginning of winter, after nearly 6 weeks passed in explorations that enfeebled the hardiest among them, they found their provisions failing, while the increasing rigor of the season called for a speedy decision. As it was not their destination, so it may readily be conceived they were not prepared beforehand with such knowledge of the coast as might now be most serviceable to them. Cheated by their captain, they had thrown away the valuable time spent in searching the barren cape for a harbor fit for settlement. Smith, in his egotism, administers a rebuke to them in this wise. Yet at the first landing at Cape Cod, being 100 passengers, besides 20 they had left behind at Plymouth for want of good take heed, thinking to find all things better than I advised them, spent 6 or 7 weeks in wandering up and down in frost and snow, wind and rain, among the woods, cricks, and swamps. 40 of them died, and 70 were left in a most miserable estate at New Plymouth, where their ship left them, and but 9 leagues by sea from where they landed, whose misery and variable opinions, for want of experience, occasioned much faction, till necessity agreed them. It is not easily understood why they should have remained in so unpromising a location after a better knowledge of the country had been obtained. To the north was Massachusetts, called by Smith the paradise of those parts. Southwest of them was the fertile Narragansett country, with fair Aquidneck within their patent. In 13 or 14 years, the whole of Plymouth colony would not have made one populous town, but there are indications that a removal was kept in view. Their brethren in Leyden, who saw the hand of God in their first choice, advised them not to abandon it. In 1633, they established a trading house on the Connecticut, and when afterward dispossessed by Massachusetts, alleged as a reason for holding a post there that they lived upon a barren place, where they were by necessity cast, and neither they nor theirs could long continue upon the same, and why should they be deprived of that which they had provided and intended to remove to as soon as they were able? Yet, like fatalists, they continued on the very shores to which Providence had directed them. When the Pilgrims explored the bay, they were at first undetermined whether to make choice of Clark's Island, the shores of the little river at Kingston, or the spot on the mainland which became their ultimate abode. The high ground of Plymouth shore, the sweet brook under the hillside, and the large tract of land ready cleared for their use, settled the question. The high hill from which they might see Cape Cod, and withal very fit for a citadel, clenched their decision. It did not seem to occur to the Pilgrims that to pitch their residence in a place desolated by the visitation of God was at all ill-omened. In their circuit of the bay they did not see an Indian or an Indian wigwam, though they met with traces of a former habitation. Added to the sadness and gloom of the landscape, the frozen earth, the bare and leafless trees, was a silence not alone of nature, but of death. The plague had cleared the way for them. They built upon graves. This terrible forerunner of the English is alluded to by several of the old writers. It swept the coast from the fresh water river to the Penobscot, with a destructiveness like to that witnessed in London a few years later. Sir F. Gorges tells us that the Indians inhabiting the region round about the embouchure of the Saco were sorely afflicted with it, so that the country was in a manner left void of inhabitants. Vines, Sir Ferdinando's agent with his companions, slept in the cabins with those that died, but to their good fortune, as the narrative quaintly sets forth, not one of them ever felt their heads to ache while they stayed there. This was in the year 1616-17. Levitt says the Indians at Aquamenticus were all dead when he was there. Samoset explains in his broken English to the Pilgrims that the lawful occupants of Patuxet had, 4 years before, been swept away by an extraordinary plague. The Indians had never seen or heard of the disease before. Villages withered away when the blight fell upon them, tribes were obliterated, and nations were reduced to tribes. Doubtless, this disaster had much to do with the peaceable settlement of Plymouth, Salem, and Boston. Had the Pilgrims been everywhere resisted, as at Nauset, they could hardly have planted their colony in Plymouth Bay. There was another cause to which the English owed their safety, as related to them by many aged Indians. A French ship had been cast away on Cape Cod. The crew succeeded in landing, but the Indians, less merciful than the sea, butchered all but 3 of them. 2 were ransomed by Dermer, one of Sir F. Gorges's captains. The other remained with the savages, acquired their language, and died among them. Before his death, he foretold that God was angry and would destroy them and give their heritage to a strange people. They derided him and answered boastfully they were so strong and numerous that the Manitou could not kill them all. Soon after, the pestilence depopulated the country. Then came the Englishmen in their ships. The savages assembled in a dark swamp, where their conjurers, with incantations lasting several days, solemnly cursed the palefaces, devoting them to destruction. Thus the English found safety in the superstitious awe of the natives. The story of the terrible plague is as yet unwritten. Governor Bradford says that when Winslow went to confer with Massasoit, he passed by numbers of unburied skulls and bones of those who had died. Captain Leavitt is corroborative of the Pilgrims' settled intention to depart from their original place of settlement. He observes in his Voyage into New England, "Neither was I at New Plymouth, but I fear that place is not so good as many others, for if it were, in my conceit, they would content themselves with it, and not seek for any other, having 10 times so much ground, as would serve 10 times so many people as they have now among them. But it seems they have no fish to make benefit of. For this year they had 1 ship fish at Pemaquid, and another at Cape Ann, where they have begun a new plantation, but how long it will continue I know not. It is evident from the testimony that the settlement at Plymouth was ill-considered, and that the Pilgrims were themselves far from satisfied with it. In this, too, we have the solution of the rapid overshadowing of the old colony by its neighbors, and the fading away of its political and commercial importance. There is no manner of doubt that Plymouth had been visited by whites long before the advent of the Mayflower's band. Hutchinson erroneously says de Monts did not go into the Massachusetts Bay, but struck over from some part of the eastern shore to Cape Ann, and so to Cape Cod, and sailed farther southward. Definite is this. It was the object of de Monts to examine the coast, and his pilot seems to have kept in with it as closely as possible, making a harbor every night where one was to be found. The Indian pilot proved to have little knowledge of the shores or of the language of the tribes to the westward of the Saco, for on being confronted with the natives of the Massachusetts country, he was not able to understand them. Gorges recounts that his natives from Pemaquid and from Martha's Vineyard at first hardly comprehended each other. Hutchinson, it is probable, saw the edition of Champlain's Voyages of 1632, contenting himself with a cursory examination of it. An attentive reading of the text of the edition of 1613 would have undeceived him as to the movements of de Monts. Although the reprint of 1632 gives the substance of the voyage, it is so mutilated in its details as to afford scanty satisfaction to the student. After leaving Cape Ann, de Monts entered Boston Bay and saw Charles River, named by his company Rivière du Gaz, in compliment to their chief. From thence they continued their route to a place that has for the moment a greater interest. Given the latitude, the physical features, and the distance from Cape Ann, we are at no loss to put the finger on Plymouth Bay, of which the geographer of the expedition is the first to give us a description. The wind coming contrary, they dropped anchor in a little roadstead. While lying there, they were boarded by canoes that had been out fishing for cod. These, going to shore, notified their companions, who assembled on the sands, dancing and gesticulating in token of amity and welcome. A canoe from the bark landed with a few trifles with which the simple natives were well pleased, and begged their strange visitors to come and visit them within their river. The man-stealers had not yet been among them. They offered a simple but sincere hospitality. Let us have recourse to the musty pages and antiquated French of Champlain, following in the wake of the bark as it weathers the Gurnet, and doubles Sackwish, with the cheery cry of the leadsman, and the eyes of de Monts, Champlain, and Champdore fixed on the shores of coming renown. Nous levâmes l'anchor pour si faire. Mais nous ni pusmes, entre cause du pied d'oque nous y, trouvâmes estens de basse, mur et fumes contrainctes, de mouler l'anchor, à l'entrée d'Isel. G descendis à terre où ju visquantité daughters, qui nous resurrent fort gratiusement. Et fus recognoister la rivière, où ni avait otter chose quan bras d'eau qui assistant quelques, pudans les terres, qui font en partie desertes, deadens lequel il ni, a quan ruisseau qui ni pute porter basto sinon de plain mur. Si lu pute avoir une lu de circuit. En une des entrées duquel y a une manière d'isel couvert de bois et principalement de pins, qui tint dun cost à des dunes de sable, qui font à ses longs. El otter cost est une terre à ses hautes. Roman 2 y a du islet stands lad. Bay, quan ni voit point si elon ns de dons, ou autre urlamer sach prisk tout de basmer. Si lu est fort remarquable de la mer, dotant quella cost est fort basse, hormis le cap de l'entrée de la baie quavans, ne me la port du cap, Saint Louis distant dud. Cap du luz et dix du cap aux isles. Il est environ par la hauteur du cap Saint Louis. Translation. We raised the anchor to do this, but we could not enter therein by reason of the little water which we found there, being low sea, and were constrained to let go the anchor at the entrance of it. I went ashore, where I saw numbers of natives who received us very graciously, and surveyed the river, which is nothing more than an arm of water that makes a little way in the lands which are in part deserted, within which it is only a rivulet that cannot float vessels except at full sea. This place may be a league in circuit. At one of the entrances is a sort of island, which is covered with wood, principally pines, which holds to a coast of sandy downs of some length. The other shore is pretty high land. There are 2 isles in the said bay which are not perceived until you are within, which the sea leaves almost entirely at low tide. This place is very remarkable from the sea, inasmuch as the coast is very low, except the cape at the entrance of the bay, which we have named Port Cape St. Louis, distant from the said cape 2 leagues, and 10 from the Cape of Islands. It is about the latitude of Cape St. Louis. In this description, the Gurnet and Manomet stand out for easy recognition. The sandy downs of Duxbury Beach, the shallow harbor, the river, even the soundings establish the identity of Port St. Louis with Plymouth, and the 2 islands become further evidence, if more were needed. To account for the hostility of the Indians inhabiting the Cape when the Pilgrims were reconnoitering there, it is only necessary to cite a few facts. Cabot stole 3 savages and carried them to England, where, says Stowe, in ludicrous astonishment, after 2 years' residence they could not be told from Englishmen. In 1508, it is said, Thomas Aubert, a pilot of deep, excited great curiosity by bringing over several natives to France. Cartier took 2 back with him to France, but with their own consent, and they were eventually, I believe, restored to their native country. Weymouth in 1605 seized 5 at Pemaquid, Harlow in 1611, 5 more, and Hunt, the greatest thief of them all, kidnapped in this very harbor of Plymouth in the year 1614, 24 of those silly savages, and sold them in Spain for reals of 8. After such treachery, it is not strange the red men looked on these newcomers as their natural enemies. It is more extraordinary that Samoset, on entering their weak village some months after their landing, should have greeted them with the memorable, welcome, Englishmen. The Pilgrims saw in the evidences of prior intercourse with Europeans that they were not the pioneers in this wilderness of New England. They found implements and utensils of civilized manufacture, though no firearms. These articles were probably obtained by barter with the fishing or trading ships. On William Wood's map of 1634, Old Plymouth is laid down on the eastern shore of Narragansett Bay, while New Plymouth has its proper position. New Plymouth is placed on Blau's map at the head of a small bay, into which a large river flows. One of the headlands of the bay is named C. Blanco Galleys, and the bay itself Crane Bay. Jocelyn has also this reference to Old Plymouth. At the farther end of the bay, by the mouth of Narragansett River, on the south side thereof was Old Plymouth Plantation, anno 1602. He may have borrowed his itinerary in part from Wood, who, as I take it, referred to Gosnold's attempt at the mouth of Buzzard's Bay. In his summary, under date of 1607, Jocelyn notes, Plymouth Plantation in New England attempted. I spent some hours among the gravestones on Burial Hill. Here, as in the streets of the living inhabitants, the old familiar names of the Mayflower's passengers are to be met with. And in every burial place in the land, I make no doubt, are to be found Howlands and Winslows, Bradfords and Brewsters, side by side. I have felt myself much moved in thinking on the story of those stern men and self-contained, trustful women. Their whole lives might justly be called a pilgrimage. Consider their gathering in the old England they loved so well. Then their dispersion, suffering, and hurried flight into Holland. Afterward the staking there all on the issue of their venture in the New World, and the painful, anxious lives they led, despoiling the young of their youth and the elders of a peaceful old age. This spot, as is well known, was not the Pilgrims' original place of interment. They who first died were buried on Coles Hill, nearer the shore, and to the straight limits of their little hamlet. They lost one half their number during the first dismal winter, and there was room enough without going far to make their graves. Tradition says that, fearing their wretchedness might inspire the Indians with the hope of exterminating them, those early graves were first leveled and then planted upon in order to conceal their losses. It is said that 60 years elapsed before a gravestone with an inscription was set up in Plymouth. Certain it is that none older has been found than that of Edward Gray, merchant, who died in 1681. The obliterated graveyard on Coles Hill, which was nothing more than a sea bluff overhanging the shore, was flooded by a freshet about 1735, laying bare many of the graves and carrying along with it to the sea many of the remains. It is the supposed resting place of Carver, the first governor of Plymouth, and of his wife, who did not long survive him. It contained the ashes of 50 of the 102 that had landed in December. In the time of the first winter's sickness, says Hutchinson, there were not above 7 men capable of bearing arms. And yet, when they were almost too few to bury their own dead, they talked of war with Canonicus as if it were mere bagatelle, answering defiance with defiance. I fancy those pilgrims were of the right stuff. On Burial Hill is a monument to the memory of Governor Bradford, who succeeded Carver, and was annually chosen from 1621 until his death, in 1657, except during the years 1633, 1636, 1638, and 1644, when Edward Winslow, and in 1634, when Thomas Prence, administered the colony affairs. In 70 years there were only 6 different persons governors of Plymouth. Roger White, the friend of Bradford, writes him a letter from Leyden, December, 1625, counseling rotation in office, more than hinting that the constant re-election of himself to the chief office in the colony tended to an oligarchy. Bradford was among the earliest to go into Holland for conscience sake. He was of good estate and had learned the art of silk dyeing in Amsterdam. His residence in the New World began in affliction, for before a site for settlement had been fixed upon, his wife, Dorothy May, fell from the vessel into the sea and was drowned. His monument was erected, some years ago, by descendants. In a conspicuous position is the monument raised in 1858 by the descendants of Robert Cushman and of Thomas Cushman, his son, for 43 years ruling elder of the Church of the Pilgrims. Of all the original memorial tablets in this old cemetery, those of Thomas Cushman, who came in 1621 in the Fortune, and of Thomas Clark, a passenger by the Anne, in 1623, alone were remaining. The grave of John Howland, an emigrant of the Mayflower, has been identified and furnished with a handsome headstone. In some instances, boards bearing simply the name and age of the deceased have replaced the aged and no longer legible stones, as in the cases of Elder Thomas Faunce, William Crow, and others. The stone of Thomas Clark was the most curious I saw, and in general the inscriptions do not possess other interest than the recollections they summon up. The grave of Dr. Adoniram Judson is also here. Burial Hill is also memorable as the site of the second regular church edifice in New England, built to serve the double purpose of church and citadel. From this cause the eminence was long called Fort Hill. By February 1621, after the defiance of Canonicus, the town was enclosed within a palisade, taking in the top of the hill under which it was situated. In 1622, the colonists built their church fortress. It should have been dedicated with Luther's anthem. God is a castle and defense, when troubles and distress invade. He'll help and free us from offense, and ever shield us with his aid. Ever willing to turn an honest penny, the Dutch, in 1627, opened a correspondence between Fort Amsterdam and Plymouth with offers of trade. They followed it with an embassy in the person of Isaac de Rasières, who, says Bradford, was their chief merchant and second to their governor. He came into Plymouth, honorably attended with a noise of trumpeters. It is in a letter of de Rasières, found at the Hague by Mr. Broadhead, that we obtain a circumstantial account of town and fortress as they then existed. Upon the hill, he writes, they have a large, square house with a flat roof made of thick sawn planks, stayed with oak beams, upon the top of which they have 6 cannons, which shoot iron balls of 4 and 5 pounds and command the surrounding country. The lower part they use for their church, where they preach on Sundays and the usual holidays. A looker-on here in 1807 found in this burying ground, and on the summit of the hill, the remains of the ditch that surrounded the ancient fortification erected in 1675 on the approach of Philip's War. This was a work of greater magnitude than that of the first adventurers, enclosing a space 100 feet square, strongly palisaded with pickets 10.5 feet high. As late as 1844, the whole circuit of this work was distinctly visible. The head of Widow Weymouth, one of the chiefs killed by Standish's party at Weymouth in 1623, was set up on the battlements of the fort, as was afterward that of the renowned King Philip. The vaunting, the exasperating mockery of a savage, is in these lines. Who is there here to fight with the brave Wattawamat? Then he unsheathed his knife, and, wetting the blade on his left hand, held it aloft and displayed a woman's face on the handle, saying, with bitter expression and look of sinister meaning, I have another at home, with the face of a man on the handle. By and by they shall marry, and there will be plenty of children. According to Edward Winslow, the English stood to their guns when Indians came among them. To allay distrust in the minds of the savages, they were told it was an act of courtesy observed by the English, both on land and sea. The sentinel who paced his lonely round here in 1622 should have had steady nerves. The nearest outpost was his fellow watcher on the ramparts of Fort Amsterdam. He could hardly pass the word on all's well to Jamestown or St. Augustine, or hear the challenge from Port Royal in Acadia. Behind him was the wilderness, out of which it was a wonder the Indians did not burst. It was so easy to overwhelm the devoted little band of Englishmen and brush them away into the sea. I make no account of the few scattered cabins along the northern coast, and the Pilgrims made no account of them. Thus they lived for 10 years within the narrow limits of an entrenched camp, a picket lodged within an enemy's country, until the settlement in Massachusetts Bay enabled them to draw breath. Why might they not say to those aftercomers, we are the Jasons, we have won the fleece? The procession of the Pilgrims to their church was a sight that must have exceedingly stirred the sluggish blood of the Dutch emissary. He found them attentive to proffers of trade, acute, as might be expected of the first Yankees, where profits were in question, but there was no doubt about the quality of their piety. At the hour of worship, the silent village was assembled by drumbeat, as was befitting in the church militant. At this signal, the house doors open and give passage to each family. The men wear their sad-colored mantles and are armed to the teeth, as if going to battle. Silently they take their places in front of the captain's door, 3 abreast, with matchlocks shouldered. The tall, stern-visaged ones, we may suppose, lead the rest. In front is the sergeant. Behind the armed men comes Bradford, in a long robe. At his right hand is Elder Brewster, with his cloak on. At the governor's left marches Miles Standish, his rapier lifting up the corner of his mantle and carrying a small cane in his hand. The women in sober gowns, kerchiefs, and hoods, their garments poor, but scrupulously neat, follow next, the lowlier yielding precedence to those of better condition. At command, they take their way up the hill in this order, and, entering within the rude temple they have raised, each man sets down his musket where he may lay hand upon it. Thus, says de Rasières, they are on their guard night and day. Thomas Letchford, of Clements Inn, Gent, in his plain dealing, says he once looked in the church door in Boston where the sacrament was being administered. He thus noted down what he saw. They come together about 9 o'clock by ringing of a bell. Pastor prayed for a quarter of an hour. The teacher then readeth and expoundeth a chapter, then a psalm is sung, which one of the ruling elders dictates. Afterward the pastor preaches a sermon or exhorts ex tempore. This is the way in which they made contributions. On Sundays, in the afternoon, when the sermon is ended, The people in the galleries come down and march two abreast up one aisle and down the other, until they come before the desk. For pulpit they have none. Before the desk is a long pew where the elders and deacons sit, one of them with a money box in his hand, into which the people, as they pass, put their offering, some a shill, some twos, some half a crown, 5s, according to their ability. Then they conclude with a prayer. Letchford adds that the congregation used to pass up by the deacon's seat, giving either money or valuable articles or paper promises to pay, and so to their seats again, the chief men or magistrates first. The same author describes the method of excommunication practiced in some of the New England churches. At New Haven, alias Quinnipiac, he says, where Master Davenport is pastor, the excommunicate is held out of the meeting, at the door, if you will hear, in frost, snow, and rain. The Pilgrims are often called Puritans, a term of reproach first applied to the whole body of dissenters, but in their day belonging strictly to those who renounced the forms and ceremonies while believing in the doctrines and sacraments of the Church of England. Boston was settled by Puritans, who, according to Governor Winthrop, adhered to the Mother Church when they left Old England. It is curious to observe that the Boston Puritans became rigid separatists, while the Plymouth separatists became more and more moderate. The Pilgrims were originally of the sect called Brownists, from Robert Brown, a schoolmaster in Southwark about 1580, and a relation of Cecil, Lord Burghley. Cardinal Bentivoglio erroneously calls the Holland refugees a distinct sect by the name of Puritans. Hutchinson, usually well informed, observes, if all in England who called themselves Brownists and Independents at that day had come over with them, the Pilgrims, they would scarcely have made one considerable town. Yet in 1592 there were said to be 20,000 Independents in England. The Church of the Pilgrims, formed in 1602 of people living on the borders of Nottinghamshire, Lincolnshire, and Yorkshire, made their way, after innumerable difficulties, into Holland. Their pastor, John Robinson, is usually regarded as the author of independency. A residence on the scene of the Reformation softened, in many respects, the inflexible religious character of the Brownists. They discarded the name rendered odious on many accounts. It is stated, on the authority of Edward Winslow, that Robinson and his church did not require renunciation of the Church of England, acknowledging the other Reformed churches and allowing occasional communion with them. It is also evident from what Bradford says that the Pilgrims chose the Huguenots as their models in church affairs. Both in regard to civil and ecclesiastical affairs, the Pilgrims were placed in a situation of serious difficulty. The King of England promised not to interfere with them in religious matters, but would not acknowledge them by any public act under his hand and seal. Some of the most influential of the company of English merchants, by whom they were transported to New England, did not sympathize with them in their religious views, and at length broke off from them, and left them to struggle on alone as best they might. This is apparent in the plan to prevent the remnant of the Church of Leyden from coming over. It is also clear that neither the motives nor the intentions of the Pilgrims were well understood by the adventurers at the outset, and that as soon as these were fully developed, the merchants, or a majority of them, preferred to augment their colony with a more pliant and less obnoxious class of emigrants than the first comers had proved. In examining the charges and complaints of the one and the explanations of the other, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that a good deal of duplicity was used by the Pilgrims to keep the breath of life in their infant plantation. It appears that the settlers in Massachusetts Bay were not acquainted with the form of worship practiced by the Pilgrims, as Endicott writes to Governor Bradford from Nomkeek, May 11, 1629. I acknowledge myself much bound to you for your kind love and care in sending Mr. Fuller among us, and rejoice much that I am by him satisfied touching your judgments of the outward form of God's worship. It is, as far as I can yet gather, no other than is warranted by the evidence of truth, and the same which I have professed and maintained ever since the Lord in his mercy revealed himself unto me, being far differing from the common reports that hath been spread of you touching that particular. I have thought it worth mentioning that the church at Salem was the first completely organized congregational church in America. It was gathered August 6, 1629, when Reverend Mr. Higginson was ordained teacher and Mr. Skelton pastor. Governor Bradford and others deputed from the church at Plymouth coming into the assembly in the hour of the solemnity, gave them the right hand of fellowship. Robinson never having come over, Plymouth was without a pastor for some years. Under Charles I, the Pilgrims fared little better than in the preceding reign, but they had seated themselves firmly by the period of the Civil War. On the day before his arrival at Shrewsbury, the king caused the military orders to be read at the head of each regiment. Then, mounting his horse and placing himself in the midst, where all might hear, he made a speech to his soldiers, in which this passage occurs. "Gentlemen, you have heard these orders read. It is your part in your several places to observe them exactly. I cannot suspect your courage and resolution. Your conscience and your loyalty hath brought you hither to fight for your religion, your king, and the laws of the land. You shall fight with no enemies but traitors, most of them Brownists, Anabaptists, and atheists, such who desire to destroy both church and state, and who have already condemned you to ruin for being loyal to Versus." Here, then, were a handful of men repudiated by their king, cast off by their commercial partners, a prey to the consequences of civil war at home, and living by sufferance in the midst of a fierce and warlike people, compelled at last to work out their own political destiny. What wonder that with them self-preservation stood first, last, and always? All other settlements in New England were made with the hope of gain alone. Few, if any, colonists meaning to make a permanent home in its wilds. We may not withhold the respect due to these pilgrims, who were essentially a unit, embodying the germ of civil, political, and religious liberty. They beheld from the beach the vanishing sail of the Mayflower as men who had accepted what fate may bring to them. They did not mean to go back. Footnotes: in possession of New England Historic Genealogical Society, Boston. It is by Corneille, a marine painter of some repute in his day. Other portraits are of Dr. James Thacher, by Frothingham, and of John Alden, great-grandson of John of the Mayflower, who died at the great age of 102 years. He was of Middleborough. Dr. Thacher, a surgeon of the old Continental Army, deserves more space than I am able to give him. He has embodied a great deal of revolutionary history in a very interesting way in his Military Journal, having been present at the principal battles. Pilgrim Memorial. John Newcomen. Jones's River. The Mayflower was only 180 tons burden. Mert. I do not find any exact authority for this. This is to certify that I took the schooner Harmony, Nathaniel Carver, master, belonging to Plymouth, but on account of his good services have given him up his vessel again. Horatio Nelson. Dated on board H.M. ship Albemarle, 17th August, 1782. Governor Bradford's History of Plymouth. Green's Harbor, perhaps. Followed as literally as possible to preserve the style. Named by de Monts and supposed to be Brant Point. The south part of New England, as it is planted this year, 1634. Collections of the Massachusetts Historical Society. See Popham's settlement on the Kennebec. The Episcopal service was doubtless the first religious exercise in New England. Captain John Smith, speaking of the town in 1624, says of this fortress, there was within a high mount a fort, with a watchtower, well built of stone, loam, and wood, their ordnance well mounted. During some excavations made on the hill, remains of the watchtower of brick came to light, indicating its position to have been in the vicinity of the Judson Monument. There also existed on the hill, until about 1860, a powder house of antique fashion, built in 1770. It had an oval slab of slate embedded in the wall, with a Latin inscription, and there were also engraved upon it a powder-horn cartridge and a cannon. Pilgrim Memorial. Robert Brown, the founder of the sect after 32 imprisonments, eventually conformed. Henry Penne, Henry Barrow, and other Brownists were cruelly executed for alleged sedition, May 29, 1593. Elizabeth's celebrated Act of 1593 visited a refusal to make a declaration of conformity with the Church of England, with banishment and forfeiture of citizenship. Death if the offender returned into the realm. Sir Matthew Hale used to say, those of the separation were good men, but they had narrow souls, or they would not break the peace of the Church about such inconsiderable matters as the points of difference were. In this country, the Independents took the name of Congregationalists. They held, among other things, that one church may advise or reprove another, but had no power to excommunicate. The churches outside of Plymouth did, however, practice excommunication. Governor Bradford's letterbook. The teacher explained doctrines, the pastor enforced them by suitable exhortations. Chapter 19. Provincetown. A man may stand there and put all America behind him. Thoreau. As it was already dark when I arrived in Provincetown, I saw only the glare from the lantern of Highland Light in passing through Truro, and the gleaming from those at Long Point and Wood End, before the train drew up at the station. It having been a rather busy day with me, I had embarked at Nantucket in the morning, idled away a few hours at Vineyard Haven, and rested as many at Cohasset Narrows. It will be easily understood why I left the investigation of my whereabouts to the morrow. My wants were at this moment reduced to a bed, a pair of clean sheets, and plenty of blankets. For though the almanac said it was July in Provincetown, the night breeze blowing freshly was strongly suggestive of November. It was Swift, I think, who said he never knew a man reach eminence who was not an early riser. Doubtless the good doctor was right. But then, if he had lodged as I lodged, and had risen as I did, 2 mortal hours before breakfast time, he might have allowed his precept to have its exceptions. I devoted these hours to rambling about the town. Though not more than 1/2 miles from Boston, as the crow flies, Cape Cod is regarded as a sort of terra incognita by fully half of New England. It has always been considered a good place to emigrate from, rather than as offering inducements for its young men and women to remain at home. Though no class of New Englanders, I should add, are more warmly attached to the place of their nativity. The ride throughout the Cape affords the most impressive example of the tenacity with which a population clings to locality that has ever come under my observation. To one accustomed to the fertile shores of Narragansett Bay or the valley of the Connecticut, the region between Sandwich, where you enter upon the Cape, and Orleans, where you reach the bend of the forearm, is bad enough, though no desert. Beyond this is simply a wilderness of sand. The surface of the country about Brewster and Orleans is rolling prairie, barren, yet thinly covered with an appearance of soil. Stone walls divide the fields, but from here down the Cape you will seldom see a stone of any size in going 30 miles. My faith in Pilgrim testimony began to diminish as I looked on all sides, and in vain for a spit's depth of excellent black earth, such as they tell of. It has perchance been blown away or buried out of sight in the shiftings constantly going on here. Eastham, Wellfleet, and Truro grow more and more forbidding as you approach the Ultima Thule, or Land's End. Mr. Thoreau, who has embodied the results of several excursions to the Cape in some admirable sketches, calls it the bared and bended arm of Massachusetts. Mr. Everett had already used the same figure. To me, it looks like a skinny, attenuated arm thrust within a stocking for mending the bony elbow at Chatham, the wrist at Truro, and the half-closed fingers at Provincetown. It seems quite down at the heel about Orleans, and as if much darning would be needed to make it as good as new. It was something to conceive, and more to execute, such a tramp as Thoreau's, for no one ought to attempt it who cannot rise superior to his surroundings, and shake off the gloom the weird and widespread desolateness of the landscape inspires. I would as lief have marched with Napoleon from Acre, by Mount Carmel, through the moving sands of Tentura. The resemblance of the Cape to a hook appears to have struck navigators quite early. On old Dutch maps it is delineated with tolerable accuracy and named Stoughton Hoek, and the bay enclosed within the bend of it Stoughton Bay. Massachusetts Bay is Nordsee, and Cape Malabar, Vlacky Hoek. Milford Haven appears about where Eastham is now located. On the earliest map of Champlain, the extremity of the Cape is called Sea Blanc, or the White Cape. Mather says of Cape Cod, he supposes it will never lose the name, till swarms of codfish be seen swimming on the highest hills. This hook, though a sandy one, caught many a school of migratory fish, and even whales found themselves often embayed in the bite of it, on their way south, until from being so long hunted down, they learned to keep a good offing. It also caught all the southerly drift along shore, such as stray ships from France and England. Bartholomew Gosnold and John Brereton were the first white men to land on it. De Monts, Champlain, de Poutrincourt, Smith, and finally the forefathers, were brought up and turned back by it. Bradford, under date of 1620, writes thus in his journal, "A word or two by ye way of this Cape. It was thus first named Cape Cod by Captain Gosnold and his company, anno 1602, and after by Captain Smith was called Cape James, but it retains ye former name amongst seamen. Also it point which first showed those dangerous shoulds unto them, they called Point Care and Tucker's Terror. But ye French and Dutch to this day call it Malabar, by reason of those perilous shoulds, and ye losses they have suffered there. Notwithstanding what Bradford says, the name of Malabar is affixed to the extreme point of Cape Cod on early French maps. In Smith's New England is the following description. Cape Cod is the next presence itself, which is only a headland of high hills of sand, overgrown with shrubby pines, hurts, and such trash, but an excellent harbor for all weathers. The cape is made by the Maine Sea on the one side and a great bay on the other, in form of a sickle. On it doth inhabit the people of Pommet, and in the bottom of the bay the people of Chowam. Towards the south and southwest of this cape is found a long and dangerous shoal of sands and rocks. But so far as I encircled it, I found 30 fathom water aboard the shore and a strong current, which makes me think there is a channel about this shoal, where is the best and greatest fish to be had, winter and summer, in all that country. But the salvages say there is no channel, but that the shoals begin from the main at Pommet to the Isle of Nauset, and so extends beyond their knowledge into the sea. The historical outcome of the Cape is in the early navigations, and in the fact that Provincetown was the harbor entered by the forefathers. The first land they saw, after Devon and Cornwall had sunk in the sea, was this sandbar, for it is nothing else. It appeared to their eager eyes, as it will probably never again be seen, wooded down to the shore. Whales, that they had not the means of taking, disported around them. They dropped anchor 3/4 of a mile from shore, and in order to land were forced to wade a bow shoot, by which many coughs and colds were caught, and a foundation for the winter's sickness laid. The first landing was probably on Long Point. The men set about discovery, for the master had told them, with a sailor's bluntness, he would be rid of them as soon as possible. The women went also to shore to wash, thus initiating on Monday, November 23d, the great New England washing day. Were there to be a day of general observance in New England commemorative of the landing of the Pilgrims, it should be that on which they first set foot on her soil at Cape Cod, the day, too, on which the compact was signed. Whatever of sentiment attached to the event should, it would seem, be consecrated to the very spot their feet first pressed. There is yet time to rescue the day from unaccountable and unmerited neglect. On the map of Cyprian Southwark, a thoroughfare is delineated from Massachusetts Bay to the ocean at Eastham, near Sandy Point. His words are, "The place where I came through with a whaleboat, April 26, 1717, to look after Balaam the pirate." I have never seen this map, which Douglas pronounces a false and pernicious sea chart. From its barring their farther progress, Cape Cod was well known to the discoverers of the early part of the 17th century. According to Lescarbot, Poutrincourt spent 15 days in a port on the south side. It had been formally taken possession of in the name of the French king. The first conflict between the whites and natives occurred there, and in its sands were interred the remains of the first Christian who died within the ancient limits of New England. The assault of the natives onto Poutrincourt is believed to have occurred at Chatham, ironically named by the French Port Fortuné, in remembrance of their mishaps there. It was the very first collision recorded between Europeans and savages in New England. 5 of de Poutrincourt's men having slept on shore contrary to orders, and without keeping any watch, the Indians fell on them at daybreak, October 15, 1606, killing 2 outright. The rest, who were shot through and through with arrows, ran down to the shore, crying out, "Help, they are murdering us!" the savages pursuing with frightful whoopings. Hearing these outcries and the appeal for help, the sentinel on board the bark gave the alarm. "Ox arms, they are killing our people." Roused by the signal, those on board seized their arms and ran on deck without taking time to dress themselves. 15 or 16 threw themselves into the shallop without stopping to light their matches and pushed for the shore. Finding they could not reach it on account of an intervening sandbank, they leaped into the water and waded a musket shot to land. De Poutrincourt, Champlain Daniel Hay, Robert Gravé the Younger, son of Dupont Gravé, and the younger Poutrincourt with their trumpeter and apothecary, were of the party that rushed pell-mell, almost stark naked, upon the savages. The Indians, perceiving the rescuing band within a bow-shot of them, took to flight. It was idle to pursue those nimble-footed savages, so the Frenchmen brought their dead companions to the foot of the cross they had erected on the preceding day, and there buried them. While chanting the funeral prayers and orisons of the church, the natives, from a safe distance, shouted derisively and danced to celebrate their treason. After their funeral rites were ended, the French voyagers silently returned on board. In a few hours, the tide being so low as to prevent the whites from landing, the natives again appeared on the shore. They threw down the cross, disinterred the bodies of the slain Frenchmen, and stripped them before the eyes of their exasperated comrades. Several shots were fired at them from the bronze gun on board, the natives at every discharge throwing themselves flat on their faces. As soon as the French could land, they again set up the cross and reinterred the dead. The natives, for the second time, fled to a distance. Provincetown was originally part of Truro. Its etymology explains that its territory belonged to the province of Massachusetts. The earliest inhabitants had no other title than possession, and their conveyance is by quitclaim. For many years the place experienced the alternations of thrift and decay, being at times well-nigh deserted. In 1749, says Douglas in his summary, the town consisted of only 2 or 3 settled families, 2 or 3 cows, and 6 to 10 sheep. The houses formerly stood in one range, without regularity, along the beach, with the drying flakes around them. Fishing vessels were run upon the soft sand, and their cargoes thrown into the water, where, after being washed free from salt, the fish were taken up and carried to the flakes in hand-barrows. Cape Cod Harbor, by which name it is also familiar to the readers of Pilgrim Chronicles, was the earliest name of Provincetown. The place has now lost the peculiar character it owed to the windmills on the sandy heights above the town and the salt works on the beach before it. The streets, described by former writers as impassable by reason of the deep sand, I found no difficulty in traversing. What with an admixture of clay and a top dressing of oyster shells and pebble, brought from a distance, they have managed to make their principal thoroughfares solid enough. Step aside from these if you would know what Provincetown was like in the past. If the streets were better than I had thought, the houses were far better. The great number of them were of wood, looking as most New England houses look ready for the torch. They usually had underpinnings of brick, instead of being, as formerly, built on posts, in order that the sand might blow underneath them. There were willows, poplars, locusts, and balm of Gilead standing about in odd corners and of good size. I saw a few sickly fruit trees that appeared dying for lack of moisture, and some enterprising citizens were able to make a show of lilacs, syringas, pinks, and geraniums in their front yards. I talked with them and saw that the unremitting struggle for life that attended the growth of these few simple flowers seemed to increase their love for them and enlarge their feeling for what was beautiful. All the earth they have is imported. I called to mind those Spanish vineyards, where the peasant carries a hamper of soil up the sunny slopes of the mountainsides, and in some crevice of the rocks plants his vine. There are 2 principal streets in Provincetown. One of them, I should imagine, more than a mile in length, runs along the harbor. The other follows an elevated ridge of the sandhills and is parallel with the first. A plank walk is laid on one side of the avenue by the shore, the other side being occupied by stores, fish houses, and wharves. No sinister meaning is attached to walking the plank in Provincetown, for what is the whole cape if not a gangplank pushed out over the side of the continent? Where the street on the ridge is carried across gaps among the hills, the retaining walls were of bog peat, which was also laid on the sides of those hills exposed to the force of the wind. Whortleberry, bayberry, and wild rose were growing out of the interstices. They flourish as well as when the Pilgrims were here, though all the primitive forest disappeared long ago. I ascended the hill on which the town hall building stands. You must go up the town road or break the law, as I saw, by the straggling footpaths, the youngsters were in the habit of doing. Red sand for scoriae, and the fate of Herculaneum seems impending over Provincetown. The safeguards taken to prevent the hills blowing down upon it impresses the stranger with a sense of insecurity, though the inhabitants do not seem much to mind it. I have heard that in exposed situations on the Cape window glass becomes opaque by reason of the frequent sand blasts rattling against the panes. On the hill was formerly a windmill, having the flyers inside, so resembling, say the town annalists, a lofty tower. It was a famous landmark for vessels making the port. The chart makers have now replaced it with the town hall, and every mariner steering for Provincetown has an eye to it. The harbor is completely landlocked. There is good anchorage for vessels of the largest class. Ofttimes it is crowded with shipping seeking a haven of refuge. This morning there were perhaps 50 sail, of every kind of craft. An inward-bound vessel must steer around every point of the compass before the anchor is let go in safety. In the Revolution, the port was made use of by the British squadrons to refit and procure water. The tide flows on the bay side of the cape about 20 feet, while at the back of it, there is a flow of only 5 or 6 feet. The town is of extreme length compared with its breadth, being contracted between the range of high sandhills behind it and the beach. It lies fronting the southeast, bordering the curve of the shore, which sweeps grandly around half the circumference of a circle on the bay side. In one direction extends the long line of shore. If Boston be your starting point, you must travel 120 miles to get 50 and, by the time you arrive at the extremity of the cape, should be able to box the compass. Looking south, Long Point terminates the land view. Following with the eye the outline of the hook, it rests an instant on the shaft of the lighthouse at Wood End, the extreme southerly point of the cape. Thence the coast trends northwest as far as Race Point, which is shut out from view by intervening hills. Race Point is the outermost land of the cape. All these names are well known to mariners, the world over. The shores are bordered with dangerous bars and shallows. As shipping could not get up to the town has gone off to it, in the shape of a wharf of great length. Our pilgrim ancestors had to wade a bow shoot to get on dry land. A resident told me that with fishing boots on I could cross to the head of Herring Cove at low tide. Assuredly, it is one of the most wonderful of havens, and little likely to be dispensed with, even if the vexed question of a way for ships to shape, instead of winding round the Cape shortcut through the collar, be answered by a ship canal from Barnstable to Buzzards Bay. On the summit of Town Hill you are almost astride the Cape, having the Atlantic on one side and Massachusetts Bay in full view on the other. The port is not what it was when some storm-tossed bark, in accepting its shelter, was the town talk for months. Ships come and go by scores and hundreds, folding their wings and settling down on the water like weary seagulls. With an outward appearance of prosperity, I found the people bemoaning the hard times. Taxes, they said, were $20 in the 1,000 and only 10 at Wareham. Fish were scarce, and prices low, too, though as to the last item consumers think otherwise. The fishermen I saw were burly, athletic fellows, apparently not more thrifty than their class everywhere. They are averse to doing anything else than fish, and if the times are bad, are content to potter about their boats and fishing gear till better days, much as they would wait for wind and tide. If they cannot go fishing, they had as lief do nothing, though want threatens. The boys take to the water by instinct. I saw one adrift in a boat without oars, making his way to land by tilting the side of the dory. They go to the fishing banks with their fathers, and can hand, reef, and steer with an old salt. One traveler tells of a Provincetown cowboy who captured and killed a blackfish he descried near the shore. As soon as they had strength to pull in a fish, they were put on board a boat. I noticed the familiar names that have been transplanted and thriven everywhere. Those of Atwood, Nickerson, Newcomb, Rich, Ryder, Snow, and Doane have the Cape ring about them. In general, they are likely men, as the phrase here is, getting on as might be expected of a people who literally cast their bread upon the waters, and live on a naked crust of earth that the sea is forever gnawing and growling at. The girls are pretty. I say it on the authority of an expert in such matters who accompanied me. Not all are sandy-haired. There is a strong dash of humor about these people. They are piquant capers, dry and sharp as the sand. One of them was relating that he had once watched for so long a time that he finally fell asleep while crossing the street to his boarding house, and on going to bed had not waked for 24 hours. "Well," said an old fellow, removing a short pipe from between his lips, "you was just a cannon on it up, warn't ye?" There is quite a colony of Portuguese in Provincetown. In my rambles, I met with a band of them returning from the swamp region back of the town. They looked gypsy-like with their swarthy faces and gleaming eyes. The younger women had clear olive complexions, black eyes, and the elongated Madonna faces of their race. The older ones were grisly and witch-like, with shriveled bodies and wrinkled faces. All of them bore bundles of faggots on their heads that our tender women would have sunk under, yet they did not seem in the least to mind them. They chattered merrily as they passed by me, and I watched them until out of sight, for, picturesque objects anywhere, here they were doubly so. They had all gaudy handkerchiefs tied about their heads, and shawls worn sashwise, and knotted at the hip, the bright bits of warm color contrasting kindly with the dead white of the sand. There were shapely figures among them. but the men's boots they of necessity wore subtracted a little from the symmetry of outline and my admiration. They number about 50 families these Portuguese and are increasing. One citizen expressed a vague apprehension lest they should exclude, eventually, the whites, as the whites had expelled the Indians. And why not? They believe in large families, while we believe in small ones or none at all. The Pilgrims were fewer than when they came to Cape Cod, though they did believe in large families. Besides, Gaspard Cortereal, a Portingale, fell in with the land hereabouts before any of our English. The Portuguese are reported to have stocked Sable Island with domestic animals 30 years before Gilbert's coming to Newfoundland. Assuredly, Cortereal had as good a mortgage on the country as Cabot, who did not land, but only beheld it in sailing by. Had found the town effervescent. The killing of a Portuguese by his captain, in a quarrel on board a fishing vessel, had set the whole town talking. Coming from the city, where we average a murder a week, I was quite startled at the measure of horror and indignation the deed excited here. Subsequently, I learned that such crimes were rare, and that in this out-of-the-way corner of the land people had quite old-fashioned notions about the value of human life and limb. The cod and mackerel fisheries have been the making of Provincetown, though they complained of dull times when I was there, the fleet not numbering more than 50 or 60 sail. Some schooners go whaling to the Gulf of Mexico, Western Islands, or far up the north coast, but the fares there are poor, they say, and growing poorer. The first mackerel exhibited in the spring in Boston Market are taken in Provincetown Harbor. Former travelers have observed that the art as well as the name of haymaking was applied to the curing of the cod here, the fish, when made, being stacked in the same manner. Cattle are reported to have sometimes eaten them in lieu of salt hay. When the fishing season was at its height, it must have been something to have seen the length and breadth of the town overspread with codfish, occupying the front yards and intervals between the houses. A good wife then, instead of going to the garden for vegetables, would bring in a codfish from the flakes. Then the hook was well baited. I suppose the phrase codfish aristocracy did not originate on the Cape, but may have a more ancient beginning than is generally believed, as the Dutch were, in the year 1347, engaged in a civil war which lasted many years, the rival parties being called hooks and codfish, respectively. The former supported Margaret, Countess of Holland, the latter William, her son. Champlain relates that the Indians in this bay fished for cod with lines made of bark, to which a bone hook was attached, the bone being fashioned like a harpoon, and fastened to a piece of wood with what he believed to be hemp, such as they had in France. Bass, bluefish, and sturgeon were taken by spearing. A fish dinner is eaten at least once a week by every family in New England. In Catholic countries, the supply of dried fish is usually exhausted by the end of Lent. We have seen that Bradford received a Jesuit at his own table and regaled him with a fish dinner because it was Friday, a piece of old-time courtesy some would have us think the Pilgrims incapable of. Somewhat later, they had a law in Massachusetts banishing Jesuits or other Roman Catholic ecclesiastics out of their jurisdiction on pain of death. In effect, the codfish is to New England what roast beef is to Old Albion. The likeness of one is hanging in the State House at Boston as the symbol of a leading Massachusetts industry. Down east, the girls carry bits of it in their pockets, and it is set on the barroom counters for luncheon. A Yankee can fatten on it where an Englishman would starve. The statement is fortified by what we call the truth of history. In 1714, Her Majesty of England concluded a peace with her restless neighbor across the channel. Or, as Pope rhymes it. At length great Anna said, "Let discord cease." She said, the world obeyed, and all was peace. This was the famous treaty that Matthew Prior, the negotiator poet, calls the D.D. Peace of Utrecht. Prior went to Paris with Bolingbroke. Having arrived there during Lent, he was, by an edict, permitted to have roast beef as a mark of royal favor, and on, I presume, his own application. I rescue this more so from the abyss of state archives. Nous Baron de Bretuel et de Priuli, Premier Baron de Touraine, Connor du Roy en ses conseils, Introducteur des ambassadeurs et princes étrangers prise de sa maîtrise. Enjoignons au boucher de el Hotel de Fournir, pendant le carême au préordinaire, suivant l'ordre du Roy, tout la viande de boucherie, et rotisserie qui sera nécessaire pour la subsistance de la maison de plénipotentiaire de la reine de la Grande-Bretagne. M. Prior. If the great staple of New England is so firmly associated with the Cape, its claims in another direction deserve also to be remembered. The whale fishery of New England had its beginning here. The hook caught those leviathans as the Penobscot weirs catch salmon. It was long afterward that Nantucket bristled with harpoons. That sea-girt isle borrowed her art of the Cape and induced a professor in whalecraft, Ichabod Paddock by name, to come over and teach it to her. The Pilgrims would have begun on the instant, but they had not the gear. The Indians followed it in their primitive way, and the exploring parties saw them stripping blubber from a stranded blackfish exactly as now practiced. During the years the whales swam along the shore by Cape Cod, there was good fishing in boats. Watchmen stationed on the hills gave notice by signals when one was in sight. After some time, they passed farther off on the banks, and sloops carrying whaleboats were used. Cotton Mather refers to the fishery here. Douglas notes a whale struck on the back of Cape Cod that yielded 134 barrels of oil. In 1739, 6 small whales were taken in Provincetown Harbor. In 1746, not more than 3 or 4 whales were taken on the Cape. The first whaling adventure to the Falkland Islands is referred to the enterprise of 2 inhabitants of Truro, who received the hint from Admiral Montague, of the British Navy, in 1774. This admiral, commonly called Mad Montague, was a character. There is an anecdote of his causing his coxswain to put the hands of some drowned Dutch sailors in their pockets, and then betting 50 guineas to 5 they died thus. The only reminiscence of whaling that I saw in Provincetown was a gateway formed of the ribs of a whale before the door of a cottage. Over the house door was a gilded eagle, of wood, that had decorated some luckless craft. At the tavern, the door was kept ajar by a curiously carved whale's tooth wedged underneath. My landlord, gray-haired but still straight and sinewy, remarked, as he saw me examining it, "I struck that fellow." But what I came to see here was the desert, and I had not yet seen it. Turning my back upon the town, I set out for Race Point, 3 miles distant. The last house I passed in this was a slaughterhouse had the signboard of a ship, the Plymouth Rock, nailed above the lintel. For a certain distance, the path was easy to follow. It then became obscure, and I finally lost it altogether. But the sea on the Atlantic side was always roaring a hoarse halloo. It was never before my fortune to thread so curious, and at the same time so desolate a way as this. It filled up the pictures of my reading of the coasts of Barbary or of Lower Egypt. I first crossed a range of sandhills thinly grown with beach plum, whortleberry, brake, and sheep laurel or wild rhododendron. Now and then there was a grove of stunted pitch pines on the hillsides, and upon descending I found the hollows occupied by swamps more or less extensive, where the growth was denser and the stagnant water dotted with white blossoming lilies. There were also clumps of the fragrant white laurel in full bloom. In such places the bushes grew thickly, and I had to force my way through them. The largest of these sunken ponds is named Shank Painter. Seeing what a share they have in preserving Provincetown, I shall always respect a bog or a morass. Over on the shore, between Race Point and Wood End, they have Shank Painter Bar. Here and there in the swamp were clearings of an acre or 2 planted with cranberry vines, which yield a handsome return. It was blossoming time, and the ground was starred with their delicate white flowers, having the corolla rolled back, as seen in the tiger lily. I found ripe blueberries growing close to the sand, and wild strawberries of excellent flavor on the borders of cranberry meadows. An account says, cows might once be seen wading, and even swimming in these ponds, plunging their heads into the water up to their horns, picking up a scanty subsistence from the roots and herbs produced in the water. I saw birch, maple, and a few other forest trees of stinted growth in the swamp, and stumps of very large pines that had been, perhaps, many times covered and uncovered by sand. Cranberry culture, already briefly alluded to, has become an important industry on Cape Cod. It is pleasant to see the pickers busily gathering the fruit for market, a labor performed almost wholly by females. An instrument called a cranberry rake was formerly used, but as it bruised the fruit, it has been discarded for hand picking. Very little outlay is necessary in the preparation of a cranberry bed, and much less labor than is usual with ordinary farm crops, while the return is much greater. Here the visitor is astonished at seeing the vine producing abundantly in what appears to be pure white sand. These cranberry plantations are very profitable. Captain Henry Hull, of Barnstable, was one of the earliest cultivators on the Cape. Though it was raw and windy, the marsh flies bit shrewdly. After passing over the first hills beyond Shankpainter, a very different scene presented itself. Here was a stretch of lofty mounds of clean white sand, 5 miles in length and a mile and a half in breadth, bare of all vegetation, except scanty patches of beach grass. There was no longer a path, and though I saw occasional footprints, I did not meet anyone. A carriage would be of no use where a horse would sink to his knees in the sand. It was Equality Lane, where pauper or millionaire must trudge for it. In some places the sand was soft and yielding, and again it was so hard beaten by the wind that the footfall would scarcely leave an impression. Scrambling to the summit of one of the highest hills, I found myself overlooking a remarkable hollow completely surrounded with sandy walls. A Bedouin might have been at home here, but shipwrecked sailors would wander aimlessly, until, caught in some such cul-de-sac, they gave up the ghost in despair. In wintry storms the route is impracticable. The tourist who has never been to Naples may hear do Vesuvius in Poco, taking care to empty his shoes after sliding from the top to the bottom of a sandhill. The beach grass, I noticed, resembled the buffalo grass of the plains. It grew at equal distances, even in spots where it had seeded itself. It is the she-tanker of the Cape, for now that the woods are nearly gone, there is nothing else to prevent this avalanche of sand from advancing and overwhelming everything in its way. Why may not the cottonwood, which propagates itself in the sand on the borders of western rivers, prove a valuable auxiliary here? I have known a newly formed sandbar in the Missouri become a well-wooded island in 10 years. There, the tree grows to a great size and seems to care little for the kind of soil it gets. The poplar of the same species flourished well, I saw, in Provincetown and elsewhere on the Cape. The experiment is worth the trying. In Dr. Belknap's account of Provincetown, printed in 1791, he says of this range of sandhills, "This volume of sand is gradually rolling into the woods with the winds, and as it covers the trees to the tops, they die. The tops of the trees appear above the sand, but they are all dead. Where they have been lately covered, the bark and twigs are still remaining. From others they have fallen off. Some have been so long whipped and worn out with the sand and winds that there is nothing remaining but the hearts and knots of the trees. But over the greater part of this desert the trees have long since disappeared." The tops of the dead trees mentioned by Dr. Belknap, the remnant of the forest seen here by the pilgrims, have been cut off for fuel, until few, if any, are to be seen. After crossing the wilderness, I came to the shore. It was blowing half a gale, the sea being roughened by it, but not grand. There was but little drift, and that such unconsidered trifles of the sea as the vertebrae of fishes, jellyfish, a few tangled bunches of weed, and some pretty pebbles. Looking up and down the beach, I discovered 1 or 2 wreckers seeking out the night's harvest, and presently there came a cart in which were a man and woman, the man ever and anon jumping out to gather up a little bundle of driftwood, with which he ran back to the cart, followed by a shaggy Newfoundland dog that barked and gamboled at his side. These wreckers claim what they have discovered by placing crossed sticks upon the heap, the mark being respected by all who come after. I followed the bank by the verge of the beach, the tide having but just turned. Before me was the lighthouse and the collection of huts at Race Point. A single vessel, bound for a southern port, was in sight that, after standing along, gunwale under, within half a mile of the shore, filled away on the other tack, rounding the point in good style. 100 yards back of the usual high-water mark were well-defined lines of drift, indicating the limit where the sea in great storms had forced its way. I passed a group of huts, used perhaps at times by fishermen and at others as a shelter for shipwrecked mariners. The doors were open, and, notwithstanding a palisade of barrel staves, the sand had drifted to a considerable depth within. Here also were pieces of a vessel's bulwarks, the first vestiges of wreck I had seen. In 1802, the Humane Society erected a hut of refuge at the head of Stout's Creek, but it being improperly built with a chimney and placed on a spot where no beach grass grew, the strong winds blew the sand from its foundation, and the weight of the chimney brought it to the ground. A few weeks later, the ship Brutus was cast away. Had the hut remained, it is probable the whole of the unfortunate crew might have been saved, as they gained the shore within a few rods of the spot where it had stood. Upon such trifles the lives of men sometimes depend. The curvature of the shore south of Race Point, by which I was walking, is called Herring Cove. There is good anchorage here, and vessels may ride safely when the wind is from northeast to southeast. The shore between Race Point and Stouts Creek in Truro was formerly considered the most dangerous on the Cape. Since the erection of Race Point Light, disasters have been less frequent. An attempt to penetrate through the hills to Provincetown by night would be attended with danger, especially in the winter season, but by day the steeple of the Methodist Church is always in sight from the highest sand hills. Freeman, in his History of Cape Cod, relates an occurrence that happened here in 1722. A sloop from Duxbury, in which the Reverend John Robinson and wife and daughter Mary had taken passage, was upset by a sudden tempest near Nantasket Beach at the entrance of Boston Harbor. The body of Mrs. Robinson was found in Herring Cove, a little within Race Point, by Indians, about 6 weeks after the event. It was identified by papers found in the stays and by a gold necklace that had been concealed from the natives by the swelling of the neck. A finger had been cut off, doubtless for the gold ring the unfortunate lady had worn. The winter of 1874-75 will be memorable in New England beyond the present generation, the extreme cold having fast locked up a greater number of her harbors than was ever before known. Provincetown, that is so providentially situated to receive the storm-tossed mariner, was hermetically sealed by a vast ice field, which extended from Wood End to Manomet, a distance of 22 miles, grasping in its icy embrace all intermediate shores and havens. In the neighborhood of Provincetown, a fleet of fishing vessels that was unable to reach the harbor became immovably embedded in the floe, thus realizing at our very doors all the perils of Arctic navigation. A few were released by the aid of a steam cutter, but by far the greater number remained helplessly imprisoned without other change than that caused by the occasional drift of the ice floe in strong gales. The sight was indeed a novel one. Where before was the expanse of blue water, nothing could now be seen except the white slab, pure as marble, which entombed the harbors. All within the grasp of the eye was a dead sea. Flags of distress were displayed in every direction from the masts of crippled vessels that no help could reach. Their hulls, rigging, and tapering spars were so ice-crusted as to resemble ships of glass. As many as 20 signals of distress were counted at one time from the life-saving station at Provincetown. Some of these luckless craft were crushed and sunk to the bottom. Others were abandoned by their crews, who had eaten their last crust and burned the bulwarks of their vessels for fuel. The remainder were at length released by the breaking up of the ice floe, which only relaxed its grip after having held them fast for a month. It would not be extravagant to say that the beach on the ocean side, between Highland Light and Wood End, was strewed with wrecks. Vessel after vessel was dashed into pieces by waves that bore great blocks of drift ice to aid in the work of destruction. One starless morning, the James Rommel struck between Highland Light and Race Point. Instantly, the ice-laden surges leaped upon her decks. Wood and iron were crushed like paper under the blows of sea and ice. The helpless vessel was forced sidewise toward the beach, where the waves began heaping up the loose sand on the leeward side, until it reached as high as her decks. When the vessel struck, the crew clambered up the rigging, and all were saved, in a perishing condition, with the help of rescuing hands from the life station. One poor fellow dropped dead on the shore he had periled life to gain, a frozen corpse. In 24 hours there was no more left of the James Rommel than could be carried away in the wreckers' carts. But saddest of all was the loss of the Italian bark Giovanni. After 81 days of stormy voyage from Palermo, a terrible gale, which tore the frozen sails in shreds from her masts, drove her upon this dangerous coast. In the midst of a blinding snowstorm, the unmanageable vessel was borne steadily and mercilessly upon the shore. When she struck, the shock brought down portions of her rigging, leaving her a dismantled wreck. Her crew could see people moving about on the beach, but no human power could aid them. Soon the Giovanni began to sink into the sandy grave the waves were fast digging to receive her hull, and the seas sweeping her decks raged around the rigging, in which the sailors had taken refuge. One by one they were picked off by the waves. The wreckers' bombs failed to bring a line to them. A few of the ship's company made a desperate push for the beach, which only one reached alive. All night long the wreckers kept their watch by the shore, hoping the gale might abate, but sea and wind beat and howled as wildly as before. When it was light enough to descry the Giovanni, 6 objects could be seen clinging in the rigging. The ship, it was perceived, was fast breaking up. God help them, for no other could. The spectators saw these poor fellows perish before their eyes. They saw the overstrained masts bend and shiver and break, crashing in ruin down upon the shattered hull. The next day, only a piece of the bow remained, sticking up like a gravestone on the reef. Of the Giovanni's crew of 15, only the one mentioned escaped. He could not speak a syllable of English, but was able, by signs, to identify the body of his captain when it came ashore. The other bodies that came in were laid out in Provincetown Church, 3 miles from the scene of the wreck. Stray portions of the ship's cargo of wine and fruit were washed up, and while any of the former was to be had, the beach was not safe to be traversed. In the midst of this carnival of death, men drunk with wine wandered up and down in the bitter cold, intent upon robbery and violence. One or more of these beach pirates were found dead, the victims of their own debauch. The configuration of the shores of the Cape on the Atlantic side is very different from what was observed by early voyagers. The Isle Nauset of Smith has, for more than a century, been wiped out by the sea. Inlets to harbors have in some cases been closed and other passages opened, as at Eastham and Orleans. In 1863, remains of the hull of an ancient ship were uncovered at Nauset Beach in Orleans, embedded in the mud of a meadow a quarter of a mile from any water that would have floated her. Curiosity was aroused by the situation as well as the singular build of the vessel, and what was left of her was released from the bed in which, it is believed, it had been enclosed for more than 2 centuries. A careful writer considers it to have been the wreck of the Sparrowhawk, mentioned by Bradford as having been stranded here in 1626. There are generally 2 ranges of sandbars on the ocean side of the Cape, the outward being about 3/4 of a mile from shore and the inner range 500 yards. As in the case of the ill-fated Giovanni, a vessel usually brings up on the outer bar and pounds over it at the next tide, merely to encounter the inward shoal. Between these 2 ranges, a tremendous cross sea is always running in severe gales, and, if the wind has continued long from the same quarter, causing also a current that will float the debris of a wreck along the shore faster than a man can walk. With the wind at southeast, the wreck stuff will not land, but is carried rapidly to the northwest. Shipwrecked mariners have to cross this hell gate to reach the beach. The mortars used at the life stations will not carry a lifeline to a vessel at 500 yards from the shore in the teeth of a gale, and are therefore useless at that distance. But if the wreck is fortunate enough to be lifted over the inner bar by the sea, it will strike the beach at a distance where it is practicable to save life under ordinary contingencies. So great are the obstacles to be overcome on this shore that there is no part of the New England coast, Nantucket perhaps excepted, where a sailor would not rather suffer shipwreck. Standing here, I felt as if I had not lived in vain. I was as near Europe as my legs would carry me, at the extreme of this withered arm with a town in the hollow of its hand. You seem to have invaded the domain of old Neptune and plucked him by the very beard. For centuries the storms have beaten upon this narrow strip of sand, behind which the commerce of a state lies entrenched. The assault is unflagging, the defense obstinate. Fresh columns are always forming outside for the attack, and the roll of ocean is forever beating the charge. Yet the Cape stands fast and will not budge. It is as if it should say, "After me the deluge." Footnotes. There is a well-defined line of demarcation between the almost uninterrupted rock wall of the north coast and the sand, which, beginning in the old colony in Scituate, constitutes Cape Cod. And, if we consider Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Long Island as having at some period formed the exterior shores, the almost unbroken belt of sand continues to Florida. This line is so little imaginary that it is plain to see where granite gives place to sand. And it is sufficiently curious to arrest the attention even of the unscientific explorer. Lequel nous namum si blanc pour si quaescient sables, et dunes qui paraissent ainsi. Named by Captain Gosnold, on account of the expressed fears of one of his company. Being the 21st of November, it would fall quite near to the day usually set apart for Thanksgiving in New England, which is merely an arbitrary observance, commemorative of no particular occurrence. One of de Monts's men, Un Charpentier Malin, was killed here in 1605 by the natives. In attempting to recover a kettle one of them had stolen, he was transfixed with arrows. Lescarbot adds that the natives, turning their backs to the vessel, threw the sand with both hands toward them from between their buttocks, in derision, yelling like wolves. Hubbard relates a terrific storm here. See New England, p. 644, In 1813, there was a naval engagement at Provincetown. General Knox was interested in this project. Lemuel Cox, the celebrated bridge architect, was engaged in cutting it. Champlain confirms this. Prior was personally acceptable to Louis Roman XIV, who gave him a diamond box with his portrait. He was also well known to Boileau, Captain David Smith, and Captain Gamaliel Collins. In old times, a decoction of checkerberry leaves was given to lambs poisoned by eating the young leaves of the laurel in spring. There is an authentic account of ice being found here on the 4th of July, 1741. When the English first settled upon the Cape, there was an island off Chatham, 3 leagues distant, called Webb's Island. It contained 20 acres, covered with red cedar or savin. The Nantucket people resorted to it for firewood. In 1792, as Dr. Morse relates, it had ceased to exist for nearly a century. A large rock, he says, that was upon the island, and which settled as the earth washed away, now marks the place. Amos Otis, in the New England Historical and Genealogical Register, 1865. Chapter 20. Nantucket. God bless the sea-beat island, and grant forevermore that charity and freedom dwell, as now, upon her shore. Whittier. The seaport of Nantucket, every body knows, rose, flourished, and fell with the whale fishery. It lies snugly ensconced in the bottom of a bay on the north side of the island of the name, with a broad sound of water between it and the nearest mainland of Cape Cod. The first Englishman to leave a distinct record of it was Captain Dermer, who was here in 1620, though Weymouth probably became entangled among Nantucket shoals in May, 1605. The relations of Archer and Brereton render it at least doubtful whether this island was not the first on which Gosnold landed, and to which he gave the name of Martha's Vineyard. The two accounts are too much at variance to enable the student to bring them into reciprocal agreement, yet that of Archer, being in the form of a diary, in which each day's transactions are noted, will be preferred to the narrative of Brereton, who wrote from recollection. To these the curious reader is referred. The name of Nautican is the first I have found applied to Nantucket Island. Whether the derivation is from the Latin nauticus or a corruption of the Indian is disputed, though the word has an unmistakably Indian sound and construction. In the patents and other documents, it is called Nantooks, Mantooks, or Nantucket Isle, indifferently showing, as may be suggested, as many efforts to construe good Indian into bad English. Previous to Gosnold's voyage, the English had no knowledge of it, nor were the names he gave the isles discovered by him in general use until long afterward. One other derivation is too far-fetched for serious consideration, a mere jeu de mots, to which all readers of Gosnold's voyage are insensible. Historians and antiquaries having alike failed to solve these knotty questions, it is proposed to refer them to a council of spiritualists, with power to send for persons and papers. Those who wish to enjoy a foretaste of crossing the British Channel may have it by going to Nantucket. The passage affords in a marked degree the peculiarities of a sea voyage, and, in rough weather, is not exempt from its drawbacks. The land is nearly, if not quite, lost to view. You are on the real ocean, and the remainder of the voyage to Europe is merely a few more revolutions of the paddles. You have enjoyed the emotions incident to getting under way, of steering boldly out into the open sea, and of tossing for a few hours upon its billows. The rest is but a question of time and endurance. Everyone is prepossessed with Nantucket. Its isolation from the world surrounds it with a mysterious haze that is the more fascinating because it exacts a certain faith in the invisible. Inviting the imagination to depict it for us is far more interesting than if we could, by going down to the shore, see it any day. In order to get to it, we must steer by the compass, and in thick weather look it up with the plummet. In brief, it answers many of the conditions of an undiscovered country. Although laid down on every good map of New England, and certified by the relations of many trustworthy writers, it is not enough. We do not know Nantucket. No brighter or sunnier day could be wished for than the one on which the island home steamed out from Woods Hole into the Vineyard Sound for the sea-girt isle. Besides the usual complement of health and pleasure seekers was a company of strolling players. From Boston, as they announced themselves a very long way indeed, I venture to affirm. These abstracts and brief chronicles of the time were soon well bestowed on the cabin sofas, the rising sea making it at least doubtful whether they would be able to perform before a Nantucket audience so soon as that night. From the old salt who rang the bell and urged immediate attendance at the captain's office, to the captain himself, with golden rings in his ears, and the Indian girl who officiated as stewardess, the belongings of the island home afloat were spiced with a novel yet agreeable foretaste of the island home fast anchored in the Atlantic. The sail across the Vineyard Sound is more than beautiful. It is a poem. Trending away to the west, the Elizabeth Islands, like a gate ajar, half close the entrance into Buzzards Bay. Among them nestles Cuttyhunk, where the very first English spade was driven into New England soil. Straight over in front of the pathway, the steamer is cleaving the vineyard is looking its best and greenest, with oak-skirted highlands enclosing the sheltered harbor of Vineyard Haven, famous on all this coast. Edgartown is seen at the bottom of a deep indentation, its roofs gleaming like scales on some huge reptile that has crawled out of the sea, and is basking on the warm yellow sands. Chappaquiddick Island, with its sandy tentacles, terminates in Cape Poge, on which is a lighthouse. Between the shores, and as far as eye can discern, the fleet that passes almost without intermission is hurrying up and down the sound. One column stretches away under bellying sails, like a fleet advancing in line of battle, but the vanguard is sinking beneath the distant waves. Still they come and go, speeding on to the appointed mart, threading their way securely among islands, capes, and shoals. Much they enliven the scene. A sea without a sail is a more impressive solitude than a deserted city. We ran between the two sandy points, long and low, that enclose the harbor into smoother water. The captain went on the guard. "Heave your bowline." "Aye, aye, sir." "Back her, sir," to the pilot. "Hold on your spring." "Stop her." "Slack away the bowline there." "Haul in." It is handsomely done, and this is Nantucket. The wharf, I should infer, would be the best place in which to take the census of Nantucket. No small proportion of the inhabitants were assembled at the pier's head, waiting the arrival of the boat. You had first to make your way through a skirmishing line of hack drivers and of boys eager to carry your luggage. Then came the solid battalion of citizen idlers, and behind these was a reserve of carriages and carts. On the pier you gain the idea that Nantucket is populous, that what you see is merely the overflow, whereas it is the wharf that is populous, while the town is for the moment well-nigh deserted. There could be no better expression of the feeling of isolation than the agitation produced by so simple an event as the arrival of the daily packet. Doors are slammed, shutters pulled to in a hurry, while a tide of curious humanity pours itself upon the landing place. The coming steamer is heralded by the town crier's fish horn, as soon as descried from the church tower that is his observatory. In winter, when communication with the mainland is sometimes interrupted for several days together, the sense of separation from the world must be intensified. After running the gauntlet of the crowd on the wharf, the stranger is at liberty to look about him. The fire of 1846 having destroyed the business portion of the town, that part is not more interesting than the average New England towns of modern growth. Generally speaking, the houses are of wood, the idea of spaciousness seeming prominent with the builders. Plenty of house room was no doubt synonymous with plenty of sea room in the minds of retired shipmasters, whose battered hulks I saw safe moored in snug and quiet harbors. The streets are cleanly, and having trees and flower gardens, are often pretty and cheerful. The roofs of many houses are surmounted by a railed platform, a reminder of the old whaling times. Here the dwellers might sit in the cool of the evening and take note of the passing ships, or of some deep-laden whaleman with rusty sides and grimy spars wallowing toward the harbor. Here the merchant anxiously scanned the horizon for tidings of some loitering bark, and here superannuated skippers paced up and down as they had done the quarterdeck. I question if the custom was not first brought here from the tropics, for in Spanish-talking America, the best room is not unfrequently the roof, to which the family resort on sweltering hot nights. Sometimes a storm arises, when the precipitancy with which the sleepers gather up their pallets and seek a shelter is the more amusing if witnessed near daybreak. Formerly, every other house in Nantucket had one of these lookouts, or a vane at the gable end, to show if the wind was fair for vessels homeward bound. While other towns have increased, Nantucket for a length of time has stood still. I saw no evidences of squalid poverty or of actual want, though there was a striking absence of activity. The fire, of which they still talk, though it happened 30 years ago, cannot be traced by such visible reminders as a mass of new buildings fitted into the burned space, or by a cordon of old houses drawn around its charred edges. The disaster caused the loss of many handsome buildings, among them Trinity Church, a beautiful little edifice having latticed windows. If there was no squalor obtruding itself upon the stranger, neither was there any display of ostentatious wealth. There were a few large square mansions of brick or wood, and even an aristocratic quarter, once known as India Row. But on the whole, a remarkable equality existed in the houses of Nantucket. The old New England Greek temple greets you familiarly here and there. I read on the signboards the well-remembered names of Coffin, Folger, Bunker, Macy, Starbuck, etc., that could belong nowhere else than here. Whenever I have seen one of them in some distant corner of the continent, I have felt like raising the island's slogan of other times, "There she blows." The Nantucket of colonial times was not more like the present than sailors in pigtails and high-crowned hats are like the close-cropped, wide-trousered tars of today. Houses were scattered about without the semblance of order. The streets had never any names until the assessment of the direct tax in the administration of President Adams. Common convenience divided the town into neighborhoods, familiarly known as Up in Town, West Cove, or North Shore. An old traveler says the stranger formerly received direction to Elisha Bunker Street, or David Mitchell Street, or Tristram Hussey's Street. The average conversation is still interlarded with such sea phrases as cruising about, short allowance, rigged out, etc. I heard one woman ask for the bite of a clothesline. I had it from credible authority that a Cape Cod girl, when kissed, always presented the other cheek, saying, "You darsn't do that again." A Nantucket lass would say, "Sheer off, or I'll split your mainsail with a typhoon." There is a story of a cute Nantucket skipper who boasted he could tell where his schooner might be in the thickest weather simply by tasting what the sounding lead brought up. His mates resolved to put him to the test. The lead was well greased and thrust into a box of earth, a parsnip bed, that had been brought on board before sailing. It was then taken down to the skipper, and he was requested to tell the schooner's position. At the first taste, the skipper stormed and tore his hair, thrust on his boots, and roared to Martin, "Nantucket's sunk, and here we are right over old Marm Hackett's garden." The streets avoid the fatal straight line, though they are not remarkably crooked. In the business quarter, they are paved with cobblestones, showing ruts deeply worn by the commerce of other days. Grass was growing out of the interstices of the pavement, where once merchants most did congregate. One of the principal avenues is built along the brow of the sea bluff, so that almost every house commands a broad sweep of ocean view. The sides of a great many houses were shingled, being warmer, as many will tell you, than if covered with clapboards. As in all maritime towns, the weather vane is usually a fish, and that, of course, a whale. It is the first thing looked at in the morning by every male inhabitant of the island. Some of the lanes go reeling and twisting about in a remarkable manner. Nantucket was larger than I had expected. The best view of it is obtained from the side of Kodu. A single old windmill on the summit of a hill behind the town adds to its picturesqueness, and somewhat relieves the too familiar outlines of roof and steeple. But what, in a place of its size, is most remarkable is the almost total absence of movement. It impressed me, the time I was there, as uninhabited. There were no troops of joyous children by day, nor throngs of promenaders by night. All was listless and still. Here indeed was the town, but where were the people? I was not at all surprised when accosted by one who, like me, wandered and wondered with the question, "Does anybody live in Nantucket?" "In midwinter," said an old resident to me, "you might have a hospital in the town marketplace without danger of disturbing any body." The noise of wheels rattling over the stony street is not often heard. Owing to the total loss of its great industry, the population of Nantucket is not greater than it was 100 years ago, and not half what it was early in the century. A large proportion of the houses, it would appear, were unoccupied, yet many that had long remained vacant were being thrown open to admit new guests that are seeking the breath of a new life, the healing of the seas. Old brasses were being furbished up, and cobwebs swept away by new and ruthless brooms. The town is being colonized from the mainland, and though the inhabitants welcome the change, the crust and flavor of originality cannot survive it. Already the drift has set in, we may, perhaps, live to see a full-fledged lackey in Nantucket streets. The wharves show the same decay as in Salem and Plymouth, except that here all are about equally dilapidated and grass-grown. Not a whaling vessel of any tonnage to be seen in Nantucket. The assertion seems incredible. In 1834, there were 73 ships and a fleet of smaller craft owned on the island. At this moment, a brace of fishing schooners, called smacks, were the largest craft in the harbor. The dispersion of the shipping has been like to that of the inhabitants. I have seen those old whale ships, with their bluff bows and flush decks, moored in a long line inside the Golden Gate. There they lay, rotting at their anchors, with topmasts struck, and great holes cut in their sides, big enough to drive a wagon right into their holds. To a landsman, they looked not unlike a fleet in array of battle. Others of these old hulks drifted into such ports as Acapulco and Panama, where they were used for coaling the steamships of that coast, and at Sacramento, I saw they had converted one into a prison ship. The last of them remaining in New England harbors were purchased by the government and sunk in rebel harbors, as unfit longer to swim the seas. It is not pleasant to think how the last vestiges of a commerce that carried the fame of the island to the remotest corners of the earth have been swept from the face of the ocean. The whaleship I was last on board of was the Old Peary, of New London, that looked able to sail equally well bow or stern foremost. The brick try-house, thick with soot, remained on deck. The water-butt was still lashed to the mizzenmast. How she smelled of oil! Her timbers were soaked with it, and on looking down the hatchway, I could see it floating, in prismatic colors, on the surface of the bilge water in her hold. Many a whale had been cut up alongside. Her decks were greasy as a butcher's block. Though her spars were aloft, she had a slipshod look that would have vexed a sailor beyond measure. The very manner in which the yards were crossed told as plainly of abandonment as unreeved blocks and slackened rigging betokened a careless indifference of her future. In the days of whaling, a different scene presented itself from that now seen on Nantucket wharves. Ships were then constantly going and coming, discharging their cargoes, or getting ready for sea. The quays were encumbered with butts of oil and heaps of bone. The smith was busy at his forge, the cooper beside himself with work. Let us step into the warehouse. Oil is everywhere. The counting-house ceiling is smeared with it. The walls are hung with pictures of famous whalemen in oil, of course coming into port with flags aloft, and I know not how many barrels under their hatches. See the private signal at the mizzen, the foam falling from the bows and bubbling astern. A brave sight, but become unfrequent of late. On the walls are also models of fortunate ships, neatly lettered with their names and voyages. I have seen the head and tusks of the walrus affixed to them, as the head and antlers of the stag might grace the halls of the huntsmen of the land. A strip of whalebone, maps or charts smoke-blackened and dotted with greasy finger marks, indicating where ships had been spoken or mayhap gone to Davy Jones's locker. A South Sea javelin with barbed head, a war club and sheaf of envenomed arrows, or a paddle curiously carved were the usual paraphernalia appropriate in such a place. In the storeroom are all the supplies necessary to a voyage. There are harpoons, lances, and cutting spades, with a rifle or two for the cabin, coils of rigging and lines for the boats, with 1,000 other objects belonging to the ship's outfitting, are not wanting. According to Langlet, the whale fishery was first carried on by the Norwegians in the 9th century. Up to the 16th century, Newfoundland and Iceland were the fishing grounds. The use of bone was not known until 1578. Consequently, says an old writer, no stays were worn by the ladies. The English commenced whaling at Spitzbergen in 1598, but they had been preceded in those seas by the Dutch. As many as 2,000 whales a year have been annually killed on the coast of Greenland. Champlain says that in his time it was believed the whale was usually taken by balls fired from a cannon, and that several impudent liars had sustained this opinion to his face. The Basques, he continues, were the most skillful in this fishery. Leaving their vessels in some good harbor, they manned their shallops with good men, well provided with lines 150 fathoms in length, of the best and strongest hemp. These were attached to the middle of the harpoons. In each shallop was a harpooner, the most adroit and disposed among them, who had the largest share after the master, inasmuch as his was the most hazardous office. The boats were provided also with a number of partisans of the length of a half-pike, shod with an iron 6 inches broad and very trenchant. When at Provincetown, I referred to the beginning of the whale fishery of Nantucket. Ichabod Paddock, in 1690, instructed the islanders how to kill whales from the shore in boats. The Indians of the island joined in the chase and were as dexterous as any. Early in the 18th century, small sloops and schooners of 30 or 40 tons burden were fitted out, in which the blubber, after being first cut in large square pieces, was brought home for trying out. In a few years, vessels of 60 to 80 tons, fitted with tryworks, were employed. Douglas gives some additional particulars. About 1746, he says, whaling was by sloops or schooners, each carrying 2 boats and 13 men. In every boat were a harpooner, steersman, and 4 oarsmen who used nooses for their oars, so that by letting them go they would trail alongside when they were fast to a whale. The fast was a rope of about 25 fathoms, attached to a drag made of plank, about 2 feet square, with a stick through its center. To the end of this stick, the tow rope of 15 fathoms was fastened. It passes without challenge that the Isles men were the most skillful whalemen in the world. The boys, as soon as they could talk, made use of the Indian word towner, meaning, "I have twice seen the whale," and as soon as able they took to the oar, becoming expert oarsmen. Language would inadequately express the triumph of the youngster who landed in his native town after having struck his first whale. The Indian who proudly exhibits his first scalp could not rival him. Thus it happens that you suppose every man in Nantucket can handle the harpoon, and every woman the oar. Nor was it in whaling battles alone that the island prowess made itself famous. Reuben Chase, midshipman of the Bon Homme Richard in the battle with the Serapis, became, under Mr. Cooper's hand, Long Tom Coffin of the pilot. The Revolution was near giving the death blow to Nantucket. In February 1775, Lord North brought in his famous bill to restrain the trade and commerce of New England with Great Britain and her dependencies, and to prohibit their fishery on the banks of Newfoundland. It was represented to Parliament that of the population of the islands, amounting to some thousands, 9/10 were Quakers, that the land was barren, but by astonishing industry 140 vessels were kept employed, of which all but 8 were engaged in the whale fishery. The inhabitants having been exempted from the restraining act of Parliament, the Continental Congress, in 1775, took steps to prevent the export of provisions to the island from the mainland, except what might be necessary for domestic use. The Provincial Congress of Massachusetts also prohibited the export of provisions until full satisfaction was given that they were not to be used for foreign consumption. These precautions were necessary because the enemy's ships made the island a rendezvous. Some stigma has attached to the Nantucket Friends for their want of patriotism in the Revolution. They were perhaps in too great haste to apply for the protection of the crown to suit the temper of the day. Justice to their position requires the impartial historian to state that they were at the mercy of the enemy's fleets. They were virtually left to shift for themselves and ought not to be censured for making the best terms possible. At the close of hostilities, their commerce was, in fact, nearly destroyed. Starved by their friends, now become their enemies, and robbed by their enemies, of whom they had sought to make friends, they were in danger of being ground between the upper and nether millstones of a hard destiny. I well enough remember the first sight I had of whale ships on their cruising grounds, of the watchmen in their tubs at the masthead, where they looked like strange birds in strange nests, and of the great whales that rose to breathe, casting fountains of spray high in the air. They seemed not more animated than the black hull of a vessel drifting bottom up and rolling lazily from side to side, until, burying their huge heads deeper, a monster tail was lifted into view, remained an instant motionless, and then, following the rolling plunge of the unwieldy body, sunk majestically beneath the wave. The curious interest with which, from the deck of a matter-of-fact steamship, I had watched the indolent gambols and puffings of the school, had caused me to lose sight of the whaleman, until an extraordinary commotion recalled her to my attention. Blocks were rattling, commands quick and sharp were ringing out, and I could plainly see the splash that followed the descent of the boats into the water. Away they went, the ashen blades bending like withes with the energy and vim of the stroke. Erect in the stern, his arms bared to the shoulder, his body inclined forward like a bended bow, was the boat steerer. I fancied I could hear his voice and see his gestures as he shook his clenched fist in the faces of the boat's crew. This was the boat steerer's speech. "Now, boys, give it to her, lay back hard. Spring hard, I tell you there she blows. Break your backs, you duff-eaters. Put me right on top of that whale, boys. There she is, boys a beauty. One more lift and hurrah for Nantucket Bar. After a weary and fruitless chase the whales had sounded we were boarded by the mate's boat and requested to report their vessel. I gazed with real curiosity at its crew. Every man had a bandana handkerchief bound tightly about his head. Faces, chests, and arms were the color of old mahogany well oiled. They were then 2 years out, they said, and inquired anxiously for news from the States. They neither knew who was president, nor of the war raging between the great powers of Europe, and were thankful for the old newspapers that we tossed to them. At length they rowed off, cutting their way through the water with a powerful stroke, their boat mounting the seas like an eggshell. An ancient salt with whom I talked in Nantucket spoke of the disappearance of the whales, and of their turning up in new and unexpected waters. From the beginning of the century until the decline of the fishery, vessels usually made a straight course for Cape Horn. But of late years, whales, he said, had reappeared in the Atlantic, making their way, it is believed, through the Northwest Passage. Whales with harpoons sticking in them, having the names of vessels that had entered the Arctic. By way of bearings, straits have been taken by other ships on the Atlantic side of the continent. When I first went whaling, quoth he, you might wake up of a morning in the Sea of Japan with 50 sail of whalemen in sight. A fish durst not show his head. Some ship would take him. I have gone on deck off the Cape of Good Hope, he continued, when we hadn't a barrel of ile in the ship, and the whales nearly blowin' on us out o' the water. We took in 1,200 barrels afore we put out the fires. Now, though they burn coal oil in Nantucket, I believe they would prefer sperm. You could not convince an islander that the discovery of oil in the coal fields was anything to his advantage, nor would he waste words with you about the law of compensations. A few, I was told, still cling to the idea of a revival in the whale fishery, but the greater number regard it as clean gone. I confess to a weakness for oil of sperm myself. There are the recollections of a shining row of brazen and pewter lamps on the mantel, the despair of housemaids. In coal oil there is no poetry. Shakespeare and Milton did not study, nor Ben Jonson rhyme by it. Napoleon did not dictate, nor Nelson die by the light of it. Nowadays there are no lanterns, no torches, worthy the name. As there is not enough depth of water on Nantucket Bar for large ships, Edgartown Harbor was formerly resorted to by the whalemen of this island, to obtain fresh water and fit their ships for sea. If they returned from a voyage in winter, they were obliged to discharge their cargoes into lighters at Edgartown before they could enter Nantucket Harbor. One of the Nantucket steeples was constructed with a lookout commanding the whole island, from which the watchman might, it is said, with a glass, distinguish vessels belonging here that occasionally came to anchor at Martha's Vineyard. In time, a huge floating dock that could be submerged, called a camel, was employed to bring vessels over the bar. After going on its knees and taking the ship on its back, the camel was pumped free of water when both came into port. These machines are not of Yankee invention. They were originated by the celebrated De Witt for the purpose of conveying large vessels from Amsterdam over the Pampas. They were also introduced into Russia by Peter the Great, who had obtained their model while working as a common shipwright in Holland. As invented, the camel was composed of 2 separate parts, each having a concave side to embrace the ship's hull, to which it was fastened with strong cables. The harbors of Edgartown, New London, and New Bedford, not being subject to the inconvenience of a bar before them, flourished to some extent at the expense of Nantucket. But all these ports have shared a common fate. The gold fever of 1849 broke out when whaling was at its ebb, and then scores of whale ships for the last time doubled Cape Horn. Officers and men drifted into other employments, or continued to follow the sea in some less dangerous service. They were considered the best sailors in the world. I remember one athletic Islesman, a second mate who quelled a mutiny single-handed with sledgehammer blows of his fist. When his captain appeared on deck with a brace of pistols, the affray was over. The ringleader bore the marks of a terrible punishment. "You've a heavy hand, Mr. Blank," said Captain G. "I'm a Nantucket whaleman and used to a long dart." At the Nantucket Athenaeum are exhibited some relics of whales and whaling, of which all true islanders love so well to talk. The jawbone of a sperm whale may there be seen. It would have made Samson a better weapon than the one he used with such effect against the Philistines. This whale stores the spermaceti in his cheek. You can compress the oil from it with the hand, as from honeycomb. What is called the case is contained in the reservoir he carries in his head, from which barrels of it are sometimes dipped. What does he want with it? Or is it, mayhap, a softening of his great, sluggish brain? The tremendous power the whale is able to put forth when enraged is illustrated by the tale of a collision with one that resulted in the loss of the ship Essex, of Nantucket. On the 13th of November, 1820, the ship was among whales and 3 boats were lowered. A young whale was taken. Shortly after, another of great size, supposed to have been the dam of the one just killed, came against the ship with such violence as to tear away part of the false keel. It then remained some time alongside, endeavoring to grip the ship in its jaws, but failing to make any impression, swam off about 1/4 of a mile, when, suddenly turning about, it came with tremendous velocity toward the Essex. The concussion not only stopped the vessel's way, but actually forced her astern. Every man on deck was knocked down. The bows were completely stove. In a few minutes the vessel filled and went on her beam ends. Near one of the principal wharves is the custom house. It is situated at the bottom of the square already referred to, of which the Pacific Bank, established in 1805, occupies the upper end, the sides being bordered by shops. The first floor of the custom house is used by a club of retired shipmasters, in which they meet to recount the perils and recall the spoils of whaling battles. We are told by Macy, the historian of the island, that the inhabitants live together like one great family. They not only know their nearest neighbors, but each one knows the rest. If you wish to see any man, you need but ask the first inhabitant you meet, and he will be able to conduct you to his residence, to tell you what occupation he is of, etc., etc. If one house entertained a stranger, the neighbors would send in whatever luxuries they might have. After a lapse of nearly 40 years, I found Macy's account still true. All questionings were answered with civility and directness, and, as if that were not enough, persons volunteered to go out of their way to conduct me. In a whaling port, there is no codfish aristocracy. Thackeray could not have found materials for his Book of Snobs in Nantucket, though, if rumor may be believed, a few of the genus are dropping in from the mainland. I observed nothing peculiar about the principal center of trade, except the manner of selling meat, vegetables, etc. When the butchers accumulate an overstock of any article, they dispose of it by auction, the town crier being dispatched to summon the inhabitants, greeting. This functionary I met, swelling with importance, but a trifle blown from the frequent sounding of his clarion, to wit, a japanned fish-horn met him, did I say? I beg the indulgence of the reader. Wherever I wandered in my rambles, he was sure to turn the corner just ahead of me, or to spring from the covert of some blind alley. He was one of those who, Macy says, knew all the other inhabitants of the island. Me he knew for a stranger. He stopped short. First he wound a terrific blast of his horn. Toot, 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 it echoed down the street, like the discordant braying of a donkey. This he followed with lusty ringing of a large dinner bell, peal on peal, until I was ready to exclaim with the Moor, "Silence that dreadful bell, it frights the isle from her propriety." Then, placing the fish-horn under his arm, and taking the bell by the tongue, he delivered himself of his formula. I am not likely to forget it. 2 boats a day, Burgess's meat auction this evening, corned beef, Boston Theater, positively last night this evening. He was gone, and I heard bell and horn in the next street. He was the life of Nantucket while I was there, the only inhabitant I saw moving faster than a moderate walk. They said he had been a soldier, discharged by his own account for being non-compos or something of the sort. I doubt there is anything the matter with his lungs, or that his wits are, like sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh. Yet of his fish-horn I would say, "Oh, would I might turn poet for an hour, to satirize with a vindictive power against the blower." The history of Nantucket is not involved in obscurity, though Dr. Morse, in his Gazetteer, printed in 1793, says no mention is made of the discovery and settlement of the island, under its present name, by any of our historians. Its settlement by English goes no further back than 1659, when Thomas Macy removed from Salisbury, in Massachusetts, to the west end of the island, called by the Indians Matakay, a name still retained by the harbor and fishing hamlet there. Edward Starbuck, James Coffin, and another of the name of Daggett, or Daggett, came over from Martha's Vineyard, it is said, for the sake of the gunning, and lived with Macy. At that time there were nearly 3,000 Indians on the island. Nantucket annals show what kind of sailors may be made of Quakers. The illustration is not unique. In the same year that Macy came to the island, a ship wholly manned by them went from Newfoundland to Lisbon with fish. Some of them much affronted the Portuguese whom they met in the streets by not taking off their hats to salute them. If the gravity of the matter had not been the subject of a state paper, I should not have known it. Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard were not included in either of the 4 New England governments. All the islands between Cape Cod and Hudson River were claimed by the Earl of Stirling. In 1641, a deed was passed to Thomas Mayhew, of Martha's Vineyard, by James Fort, agent of the Earl, and Richard Vines, the steward of Sir F. Gorges. The island, until the accession of William and Mary, was considered within the jurisdiction of New York, though we find the deed to Mayhew reciting that the government to be there established by him and his associates should be such as was then existing in Massachusetts, with the same privileges granted by the patent of that colony. In 1659, Mayhew conveyed to the associates mentioned in his deed, 9 in number, equal portions of his grant, after reserving to himself Masquatuck Neck, or quays. The consideration was 30 pounds of lawful money and 2 beaver hats, one for himself and one for his wife. The first meeting of the proprietors was held at Salisbury, Massachusetts, in September of the same year, 1659, at which time 10 other persons were admitted partners, enlarging the whole number of proprietors to 19. After the removal to the island, the number was further increased to 27 by the admission of Richard and Joseph Gardiner, Joseph Coleman, William Worth, Peter and Eliezer Folger, Samuel Strutter, and Nathaniel Weir. The English settlers in 1660 obtained a confirmation of their title from the sachems Wannockmammock and Nicanoos, with certain reservations to the Indian inhabitants, driving, as usual, a hard, ungenerous bargain, as the Indians learned when too late. In 1700, their grievances were communicated by the Earl of Bellamont, then governor, to the Crown. Their greatest complaint was that the English had by calculation stripped them of the means of keeping cattle or livestock of any kind, even on their reserved lands, by means of concessions they did not comprehend. At that time the Indians had been decimated, numbering fewer than 400, while the whites had increased to 800 souls. The mortality of 1763 wasted the few remaining Indians to a handful. In 1791, there were but 4 males and 16 females. Abraham Quaddy, the last survivor, died within a few years. The choice of the island by Macy is accounted for by the foregoing facts, doubtless within his knowledge, as many of the original proprietors were his townsmen. Thomas Mayhew ought to be considered one of the fathers of English settlement in New England. He was of Watertown in Massachusetts, and I presume the same person mentioned by Drake, in his Founders, as desirous of passing, in 1637, into F. Forany parts. He is styled Mr. Thomas Mayhew, Gent, a title raising him above the rank of tradesmen, artificers, and the like, who were not then considered gentlemen, nor is this distinction much weakened at the present day in England. Mayhew received his grant of Nantucket and 2 small islands adjoining in October, 1641, and on the 23d of the same month, of Martha's Vineyard and the Elizabeth Islands. The younger Mayhew, who, Mather says, settled at the vineyard in 1642, seems to have devoted himself to the conversion of the Indians with the zeal of a missionary. In 1657, he was drowned at sea, the ship in which he had sailed for England never having been heard from. He was taking with him one of the vineyard Indians, with the hope of awakening an interest in their progress toward Christianity. Jonathan Mayhew, the celebrated divine, was of this stock. The first settlement at Matakay Harbor was abandoned after a more thorough knowledge of the island and the accession of white inhabitants. The south side of the present harbor was first selected, but its inconvenience being soon felt, the town was located where it now is. By instruction of Governor Francis Lovelace, it received, in 1673, the name of Sherburne, changed in 1795 to the more familiar one of Nantucket. The town stands near the center of the island, the place having formerly been known by the Indian name of Wesco, signifying white stone. This stone, which lay, like the Rock of the Pilgrims, on the harbor shore, was in time covered by a wharf. The bluff at the west of the town still retains the name of Sherburne, I found the oldest houses at the extremities of the town. Another of the original proprietors is remembered with honor by the islanders. Peter Folger was looked up to as a superior sort of man. He was so well versed in the Indian tongue that his name is often found on the deeds from the natives. The mother of Benjamin Franklin was the daughter of Folger. They do not forget it. The name of Peter Folger is still continued, and family relics of interest are preserved by the descendants of the first Peter. Any account of Nantucket must be incomplete that omits mention of Sir Isaac Coffin. Sir Isaac was a Bostonian. His family were out-and-out Tories in the Revolution, with more talent than in general falls to the share of one household. He was descended from an ancient family in the northern part of Devonshire, England. In 1773, Isaac Coffin was taken to sea by Lieutenant Hunter, of the Gaspee, at the recommendation of Admiral John Montagu. His commanding officer said he never knew any young man acquire so much nautical knowledge in so short a time. After reaching the grade of post-captain, Coffin, for a breach of the regulations of the service, was deprived of his vessel, and Earl Howe struck his name from the list of post-captains. This act being illegal, he was reinstated in 1790. In 1804, he was made a baronet, and in 1814 became a full admiral in the British Navy. One of his brothers was a British general. On a visit to the United States, in 1826, Sir Isaac came to Nantucket. Finding that many of the inhabitants claimed descent from his own genealogical tree, he authorized the purchase of a building, and endowed it with a fund of £2,500 sterling, for the establishment of a school to which all descendants of Tristram Coffin, one of the first settlers, should be admitted. On one of his voyages to America, the admiral suffered shipwreck. During the War of 1812, it is related that the admiral made a visit to Dartmoor prison for the purpose of releasing any American prisoners of his family name. Among others who presented themselves was a Negro. "Ah," said the admiral, "you a Coffin too?" "Yes, massa." "How old are you?" "Me 30 years, massa." "Well, then, you are not one of the Coffins, for they never turn black until 40. Footnotes. Purchas, Roman 4, reprinted in Massachusetts Historical Collections, Roman 3, Roman 8. I cannot give space to those points that confirm my view, but they make a strong presumptive case. It has been alleged that de Poutrincourt landed here after his conflict with the Indians of Cape Cod. So far from landing on the island they saw, Champlain says they named it La Soupcanousse, from the doubts they had of it. Lescarbot adds that they saw an island, 6 or 7 leagues in length, which they were not able to reach and so called Isle Doutuse. The land, it is probable, was the vineyard. By Sir F. Gorges. Nantasket, Namasket, Noshan, Sawtucket are Indian. In 1602, by the colony of Bartholomew Gosnold, already so often mentioned in these pages. Better known as Holmes's Hole. On the raising of the ice blockade of the past winter 17 males were due, the greatest number since 1857, when 25 regular and 2 semi-monthly males were landed at Quidnet. In 1837, its population was 9048. It is now a little more than 4,000. The Dutch also whaled with long ropes, as is now our method. Weymouth also describes the Indian manner of taking whales. One especial thing is their manner of killing the whale, which they call powda, and will describe his form, how he bloweth up the water, and that he is 12 fathoms long, and that they go in company of their king, with a multitude of their boats, and strike him with a bone made in the fashion of a harping iron, fastened to a rope, which they make great and strong of the bark of trees, which they veer out after him. That all their boats come about him, and as he riseth above water, with their arrows they shoot him to death. When they have killed him and dragged him to shore, they call all their chief lords together and sing a song of joy. And these chief lords, whom they call sagamores, divide the spoil and give to every man a share, which pieces so distributed they hang up about their houses for provision. And when they boil them, they blow off the fat and put to their peas, maize, and other pulse which they eat. Weymouth's Voyage. Nantucket in 1744 had 40 sloops and schooners in the whale fishery. The catch was 7,000 to 10,000 barrels of oil per annum. There were 900 Indians on the island of great use in the fishery. Douglas, Volume I, p. 405. State Papers. Gordon, Volume I, p. 463. Records of Congress. Of Macy, it is known that he fled from the rigorous persecution of the Quakers by the government of Massachusetts Bay. The penalties were ordinarily cropping the ears, branding with an iron, scourging, the pillory, or banishment. These cruelties, barbarous as they were merely borrowed from the England of that day, where the sect, saving capital punishment, was persecuted with as great rigor as it ever was in the colonies. The death penalty inflicted in the Bay Colony brought the affairs of the Friends to the notice of the reigning king. Thereafter they were tolerated, but as persecution ceased the sect dwindled away, and in New England it is not numerous. The Friends' poet sings of Macy, the outcast. Far round the bleak and stormy cape the venturous Macy passed, and on Nantucket's naked isle drew up his boat at last. Thurlow, Volume V, p. 422. The 9 were Tristram Coffin, Thomas Macy, Christopher Hussey, Richard Swain, Thomas Barnard, Peter Coffin, Stephen Greenleaf, John Swain, and William Pyle, who afterwards sold his 10th to Richard Swain. John Smith, Nathaniel Starbuck, Edward Starbuck, Thomas Looke, Robert Barnard, James Coffin, Robert Pike, Tristram Coffin, Junn, Thomas Coleman, and John Bishop. Of 358 Indians alive in 1763, 222 died by the distemper. Hutchinson. Chapter 21. Nantucket continued. Muskegit, Tuckanuck, Matakay, Sankati, Kodu, Siasconset. History is said to repeat itself, and why may not the whale fishing? Now that the ships are all gone, a small whale is occasionally taken off the island, as in days of yore. While I was at Nantucket, a school of blackfish were good enough to come into the shallows not far from the harbor, and stupid enough to permit themselves to be taken. The manner of their capture was truly an example of the triumph of mind over matter. When the school were discovered near the shore, the fishermen, getting outside of them in their dories by hallooing, sounding of horns, and other noises, drove them like frightened sheep toward the beach. As soon as the hunters were in shoal water, they left their boats and jumped overboard, urging the silly fish on by outcries, splashing the water, and blows. Men, and even boys, waded boldly up to a fish and led him ashore by a fin, or, if inclined to show fight, put their knives into him. They cuffed them, pricked them onward, filling the air with shouts or with peals of laughter as some pursuer, more eager than prudent, lost his footing and became for the moment a fish. All this time the blackfish were nearing the shore, uttering sounds closely resembling groanings and lamentations. The calves kept close to the old ones, squealing, as one of the captors told me, like young pigs. It was great sport, not wholly free from danger, for the fish can strike a powerful blow with its flukes, and the air was filled with jets of water where they had lashed it into foam. At length the whole school were landed, even to one poor calf that had wandered off and now came back to seek its dam. The fishermen, after putting their marks upon them, went up to town to communicate their good luck. Sometimes 100 or 2 are taken at once in this wise, here or on the Cape. The oil of the blackfish is obtained in precisely the same manner as that of the whale, of which it is a pocket edition. The blubber, nearly resembling pork fat, was stripped off and taken in dories to town. I saw the men tossing it with their pitchforks on the shore, whence it was loaded into carts, and carried to the try-house on one of the wharves. Here it was heaped in a palpitating, and by no means savory mass. Men were busily engaged in trimming off the superfluous flesh, or in slicing it, with great knives resembling shingle froes, into pieces suitable for the tripot. And still others were tossing it into the smoking cauldron. But if whales are getting scarce round about Nantucket, the bluefish is still plenty. This gamest and most delicious of saltwater fish is noted for its strength, veracity, and grit. He is a very pirate among fish, making prey of all alike. Cod, haddock, mackerel, or tautog are glad to get out of his way. The smaller fry he chases among the surf waves of the shore, much as the fishermen pursue the blackfish. Where the bluefish abounds, you need not try for other sort. He is Lord High Admiral of the finny tribes. This fish has a curious history. Before the year 1763, in which the great pestilence occurred among the Indians of the island, and from the first coming of the Indians to Nantucket, a large, fat fish, called the bluefish, 30 of which would fill a barrel, was caught in great plenty all around the island, from the 1st of July to the middle of October. It was remarked that in 1764, the year in which the sickness ended, they disappeared, and were not again seen until about 50 years ago. It was a delicious afternoon that I set sail for the opening, as it is called, between Nantucket and Tuckanuck, an appanage of the former, and one of the 5 islands constituting the county of Nantucket. The tide runs with such swiftness that the boatmen do not venture through the opening except with plenty of wind and of the right sort. With a stiff breeze blowing, the breakers are superb, especially when wind and tide are battling with each other. With the wind blowing freshly over these shallow waters, it does not take long for the seas to assume proportions simply appalling to a landsman. It was a magnificent sight. Great waves erected themselves into solid walls of green, advancing at first majestically, then rushing with course to crash in clouds of foam upon the opposite shore. It needs a skillful boatman at the helm. What with the big seas, the seething tide drips, and the scanty sea room, the sail is of itself sufficiently exciting. But the fishing, what of that? We cast our lines over the stern, and as the boat was going at a great pace, they were straightened out in a trice. At the end of each was a wicked-looking hook of large size, having a leaden sinker run upon the shank of it. Over this hook, called by the fishermen hereabouts a drail, an eel skin was drawn, though I have known the bluefish to bite well at a simple piece of canvas or leather. Away bounded the boat, while we stood braced in the standing room to meet her plunging. 20 fathoms with a pound of lead at the end seems 50, at least, with your boat rushing headlong under all she can bear. Half an acre of smooth water wholly unruffled is just ahead. "I'm going to put you right into that slick," said our helmsman. "Now look out for a big one." I felt a dead weight at my line. At the end of it, a shining object leaped clear from the water and fell, with a loud plash, a yard in advance. "Now haul in steadily, don't be flurried, but above all mind your line does not slacken." I lost one splendid fellow by too great precipitation. The line is as rigid as steel wire, and if your hands are tender, cuts deep into the flesh. Ah, he is now near enough to see the boat. How he plunges and tries to turn. He makes the water boil, and the line fairly sing. I had as lief try to hold an old hunter in a steeplechase. "Ha! Here you are, my captive, under the counter, and now I lift you carefully over the gunwale. I enjoin on the inexperienced to be sure they land a fish in the boat, and not lose one, as I did, by throwing him on the gunwale. The fish shows fight after he is in the tub, shutting his jaws with a vicious snap as he is being unhooked. Look out for him, he can bite, and sharply too. The bluefish is not unlike the salmon in looks and in action. He is furnished with a backbone of steel, and is younger brother to the shark." I looked over my shoulder. My companion, a cool hand ordinarily, was engaged in hauling in his line with affected nonchalance, but compressed lips, stern eye, and rigid figure said otherwise. There is a quick flash in the water, and in comes the fish. "8-pounder," says the boatman. These slicks are not the least curious feature of blue fishing. The fish seems to have the ability to exude an oil, by which he calms the water so that he may, in a way, look about him, showing himself in this an adept in applying a well-known principle in hydrostatics. A perceptible odor arises from the slicks, so that the boatmen will often say, "I smell bluefish." The boatmen steered among the tide drips, where each of us soon struck a fish, or, as the phrase here is, got fast. The monster, I believe he was a 10-pounder at least, that took my hook, threw himself bodily into the air, shaking his head as if he did not mean to come on board us. And he was as good as his threat. I saw the drail skipping on the top of the wave as my line came in empty. In 2 hours we had filled a barrel with fish, and it was time to shape our course harborward. We saw the smoke of the island home, looking at first as if rising out of the sound, then her funnel appeared, and at length her hull rose into view, but she was come within a mile of us before I could distinguish her walking beam. Tuckanuck and Low Water Island were soon alee. Matakay Harbor opened a moment for us, but we did not enter. We rounded Eel Point with a full sail, and shot past Whale Rock and the shoal of stranded blackfish I told you of. Ever and anon we had passed one adrift, stripped of his fatty epidermis and now food for the sharks. They were grotesque objects, though now mere carrion, above which the tear skulls screamed noisily. Here is Brant Point and its lighthouse of red brick. We stand well over for Kodu, then about with her for the home stretch. Fast bind, fast find. Our bark is moored. With stiffened joints but light hearts we seek our lodgings. What do they say to us? Faith, I am not sorry I went blue fishing. Reader, are you? Many bluefish are caught off the beach on the south shore of the island by casting a line among the breakers, and then hauling it quickly in. This method they call heave and haul. It takes an expert to get the sleight of it. Gathering the line in a coil and swinging it a few times around his head, an old hand will cast it to an incredible distance. The fish is also frequently taken in sends in shallow creeks and inlets, but he as often escapes through the rents he has made in the net. I had 3 excursions to make before I could say I had seen Nantucket. One was to the hills and sands toward Kodu that curved like a sickle around the harbor. Another was to Siasconset, and yet another to the south side. This being done, I had not left much of the island unexplored. It was on a raw, blustering morning that I set out for a walk around the eastern shore of the harbor. I saw the steamboat go out over the bar, now settling down in the trough, and now shaking herself and staggering onward. Dismally it looked for a day in July, but I had not the mending of it. After getting well clear of the town, I found the hills assuming some size and appearance of vegetation. They were overgrown with wild cranberry vines bearing stunted fruit, each turning a little red cheek to be kissed by the morning sun. Some beautiful flowers sprung from among the neutral patches of heather. The Indian pea, unmatched in wild beauty, displayed its sumptuous plume among the gray moss or modest daisies. The beach grass was rooted everywhere in the hillocks next the shore and appeared to be gradually working its way inland. I attempted to pull some of it up, but only the stalks remained in my hand. Each leaf is like a sword blade. Pass your hand across the undersurface, and it is prickly and rough. What there formerly was of soil has been growing thinner and thinner by being blown into the sea. Unlike the buffalo grass of the plains, the beach grass possesses little nutriment, though cattle crop the tender shoots in spring. It was formerly much used for broomstuff. I picked up by the shore many scallop shells, and on the hills saw many more lying where pleasure seekers had held, as the saying is there, squantum or picnic. This is a historical shell. It surmounts the capstone of the monument built over the rock of the forefathers at Plymouth. In the Dark Ages, a scallop shell fastened to the hat was the accepted sign that the wearer had made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. We read in Parnell's Hermit. He quits his cell, the pilgrim's staff he bore, and fixed the scallop in his hat before. Professor Goss says there was a supposed mystical connection between the scallop shell and St. James, the brother of the Lord, first Bishop of Jerusalem. The scallop beds are usually in deep water, and the fish, therefore, can be obtained only by dredging. They are rather plentiful in Narragansett Bay. Some, of a poetic turn, have called them the butterflies of the sea. Others a frill, from their fancied resemblance to that once indispensable badge of gentility. As much as anything they look like an open fan. Many other shells I found, particularly the valves of quahogs, and a periwinkle 6 inches in length. Its shell is obtained by fastening a hook in the fish and suspending it by a string. In a few hours the inhabitant drops his integument. Amber is sometimes picked up on the shores, they say, but none came to my share. Shells of the same kind as those now common to the shores of the island have been found at the depth of 50 feet, after penetrating several strata of earth and clay. In digging as deep as the sea level, the same kind of sand is brought to the surface as now makes the beaches, and the same inclination has been observed that now exists on the shores. Mr. Adams, my landlord, told me he saw taken from a well, at the depth of 60 feet, a quantity of quahog shells of the size of a $50. They usually have to go this depth in the sand, and then get poor, brackish water. There is an account of the finding of the bone of a whale 30 feet underground at Siasconset. I saw many covered wells in Nantucket streets that appeared to be the supply of their immediate neighborhoods. The fogs that sometimes envelop Nantucket gave rise to a pleasant fiction, which smacks of the salt. A whaling ship, outward bound, having been caught in one of unusual density in leaving the port, the captain made a peculiar mark in it with a harpoon, and on his return, after a 3 years' cruise, fell in with the harbor at the very same spot. The Indian legend of the origin of Nantucket is that Mashop, the Indian giant, formed it by emptying the ashes of his pipe into the sea. This same Mashop, having in one of his excursions lighted his pipe on the island and sat down for a comfortable smoke, caused the fogs that have since prevailed there. He probably waded across from the vineyard when he wanted a little distraction from domestic infelicities. The residence of Mashop was in a cavern known as the Devil's Den, at Gay Head. Here he broiled the whale on a fire made of the largest trees, which he pulled up by the roots. After separating no man's land from Gay Head, metamorphosing his children into fishes, and throwing his wife on Seconnet Point, where she now lies, a misshapen rock, he broke up housekeeping and left for parts unknown. Another Indian legend ascribed the discovery of Nantucket to the ravages made by an eagle among the children of the tribes on Cape Cod. The bird, having seized a papoose, was followed by the parents in a canoe until they came to the island, where they found the bones of the child. The existence of the island was not before suspected. Anciently, the dwellers were shepherds, living by their flocks as well as by fishing. Every inhabitant had the right to keep a certain number of sheep. One day in the year formerly, the only holiday kept on the island, everybody repaired to the commons. The sheep were driven into pens and sheared. Sheep shearing day continued the red-letter day on Nantucket well into the present century. I saw flocks browsing almost everywhere in my rambles, and thought them much more picturesque objects in the landscape than cornfields or vegetable gardens. There is a freedom about a shepherd's life, a communion with and knowledge of nature in all her variable moods, that renders it more attractive than delving in the soil. No one is so weatherwise as a shepherd boy. I like to hear the tinkling of the bells and watch the gambols of the lambs on the hillsides. In his day, Philip was lord and sagamore of the Nantucket Indians. He came once to the island in pursuit of a subject who had violated savage laws by speaking the name of the dead. The culprit took refuge in the house of Thomas Macy, and Philip, by the payment of a considerable ransom, was induced to spare his life. This occurred in 1665. The Indian prince was absolute lord on land and sea. Everything stranded on his coast, swales or other wreck of value found floating on the sea washing his shores or brought and landed from any part of the sea, was no less his own. In the Magnalia is related an incident illustrating this absolutism of Indian sagamores. An Indian prince, with 80 well-armed attendants, came to Mr. Mayhew's house at Martha's Vineyard. Mayhew entered the room, but being acquainted with their customs, took no notice of the visitors, it being with them a point of honor for an inferior to salute the superior. After a considerable time, the chief broke silence, addressing Mr. Mayhew as sachem, a title importing only good or noble birth. The prince having preferred some request, Mayhew acceded to it, adding that he would confer with the whites to obtain their consent also. The Indian demanded why he recalled his promise, saying, "What I promise or speak is always true, but you, an English governor, cannot be true, for you cannot of yourself make true what you promise." It has been observed that the island is gradually wasting away. On the east and south, some hundreds of acres have been encroached upon by the sea, and, by the accounts of ancient inhabitants, as many more on the north. During some years, the sea has contributed to extend the shores, in others the waste was arrested. But the result of a long series of observations shows a constant gain for the ocean. Smith's Point, now isolated from the mainland, once formed a part of it, the sea in 1786 making a clean breach through and forming a straight half a mile wide. I have no wish to depreciate the value of real estate upon Nantucket, but by the year 3000, according to our present calendar, I doubt if there will be more than a grease spot remaining to mark the habitation of a race of Vikings whose javelins were harpoons. Siasconset is the paradise of the islander. Not to see it would be in his eyes unpardonable. Therefore I went to Siasconset, or Sconset, as your true islander pronounces it, retaining all the kernel of the word. It is situated on the southeast shore of the island, 7 miles from the town. You may have, for your excursion, any sort of vehicle common to the mainland, but the islanders most affect a cart with high-boarded sides and a step behind, more resembling a city coal cart than anything else I can call to mind. Though not like an Irish jaunting car, it is of quite as peculiar construction, and when filled with its complement of gleeful excursionists, is no bad conveyance. For my own part, I would rather walk, but they will tell you every body rides to Sconset. Take any vehicle you will, you can have only a single horse, the road, or rather track, being so deeply rutted that, when once in it, the wheels run in grooves 6 to 12 inches in depth, while the horse jogs along in a sort of furrow. I own to a rooted antipathy to carts, going much farther back than my visit to Nantucket. The one I rode in over a stony road in Maine, with a sack of hay for a cushion, put me out of conceit with carts. I would have admired the scenery, had not my time been occupied in holding on and in catching my breath. I might have talked with the driver, had not the jolting put me under the necessity of swallowing my own words, and nobody, I fancy, quite likes to do that. What little was said came out by jerks, like the confession of a victim stretched on the rack. Henceforth I revolted against having my utterance broken on the wheel. But when I came to be the involuntary witness of a family quarrel in a cart, I banished them altogether from the catalogue of vehicles. You are kept so very close to it in a cart, you see. There's thousands of couples among you getting on like sweet-tile on a whetstone, in houses 5 and 6 pairs of stairs high, that would go to the divorce court in a cart. Whether the jolting makes it worse, I don't undertake to decide, but in a cart it does come home to you and stick to you. Weolence in a cart is so weolent, and aggrawation in a cart so aggrawating. After leaving the town, the way is skirted for some distance, with scraggy, weird-looking pitch pines that are slowly replacing the native forest. At every mile is a stone set at the roadside by the care of one native to this, and now an inhabitant of the most populous island in America. They are painted white, and stand like sentinels by day or ghosts by night to point the way. In one place I noticed the bone of a shark stuck in the ground for a landmark. There are 2 roads to Siasconset, the old and the new. I chose the old. A stretch of 7 miles across a lonely prairie, with no other object for the eye to rest upon than a few bare hills or sunken ponds, brought us in sight of the village and of the sea. The Siasconset of the past was neither more nor less than a collection of fishermen's huts, built of the simplest materials that would keep out wind and weather. In the beginnings of the English along our coast, these little fishing hamlets were called stages. Other fishing stages were at Weeweeters, Petey, Sessacacha, and Quidnet. Of these, Siasconset alone has flourished. All early navigators and writers agree that the waters hereaway were abundantly stocked with the cod. I found the village pleasantly seated along the margin of the bluff that rises here well above the sea. Behind it the land swelled again so as to intercept the view of the town. Underneath the cliff is a terrace of sand, to which a flight of steps, eked out with a footpath, assists the descent. Here were lying a number of dories and 1 or 2 singular-looking fish carts, with a cask at one end for a wheel. A fish house with brush flakes about it and a pile of wreck lumber completed what man might have a title to. This terrace pitches abruptly into the sea, with a regularity of slope like the glacis of a fortress. It would never do to call the Atlantic a ditch, yet you seem standing on a parapet of sand. The sand here appears composed of particles of granite. In other parts of the island, it is like the drift at Cape Cod. The village is an odd collection of 1-story cottages, so alike that the first erected might have served as a pattern for all others. Iron cranes projected from angles of the houses, on which to hang lanterns at nightfall, in place of street lamps. Fences, neatly whitewashed or painted, enclosed each householder's possession, and in many instances blooming flower beds caused an involuntary glance at the window for their guardians. On many houses were the names of wrecks that had the seeming of gravestones overlooking the sands that had entombed the ships that wore them. In one front yard was the carved figure of a woman that had been filliped by the foam of many a sea. Fresh from the loftier buildings and broader streets of the town, this seemed like one of those miniature villages that children delight in. Looking off seaward, I could descry no sails. The last objects on the horizon line were white-crested breakers combing above the gulf or ship swallower, lying in wait beneath them. It is a dangerous sea, and Nantucket shoals have obtained a terrible celebrity unequaled, perhaps, even by the Goodwin Sands, that mariners shudder at the mention of. If a ship grounds on the shoal, she is speedily wrenched in pieces by the power of the surf. They will tell you of a brig, the Poinsett, that came ashore on the south side with her masts in her, apparently uninjured. 2 days' pounding strewed the beach with her timbers. A ship on the shoals is a sound that will quicken the pulses of men familiar with danger. I suppose the calamitous boom of a minute gun has often roused the little fishing hamlet to exertions of which a few human lives were the guerdon. Heard amidst the accompaniments of tempest gale and the thunder of the breakers, it might well thrill the listener with fear. Or, if unheard, the lightning flashes would tell the watchers that wood and iron still held together, and that hope was not yet extinct. It may be that the great Nantucket South Shoal, 45 miles in breadth, by 50 in length, tends to the preservation of the island, for which it is a breakwater. The great extent of shallows on both sides of the island, with the known physical changes, would almost justify the belief that these sands and this island once formed part of the mainland of New England. Much is claimed, doubtless with justice, for the salubrity of Siasconset air. Many resort thither during the heats of midsummer. I found denizens of Nantucket who, it would seem, had enough of sea and shore at home, domesticated in some wee cottage. The season over, houses are shut up, and the village goes into winter quarters. The greensward, elevation above the sea, and pure air are its credentials. I saw it on a sunny day, looking its best. The sand is coarse-grained and very soft. There is no beach on the island firm enough for driving or even tolerable walking. The waves that came in here projected themselves fully 40 feet up the escarpment of the bank that I have spoken of. I recollect that, having chosen what I believed a safe position, I was overtaken by a wave and had to beat a hasty retreat. Bathing here is, on account of the undertow and quicksands, attended with hazard and ought not to be attempted except with the aid of ropes. Willis talks of the 10th wave. I know about the 3rd of the swell, for I have often watched it. The 1st and 2nd are only forerunners of the mighty one. The dories come in on it. A breaker fell here every 5 seconds by the watch. We returned by the foreland of Sankaty Head, on which a lighthouse stands. From an eminence here the sea is visible on both sides of the island. When built, this light was unsurpassed in brilliancy by any on the coast, and was considered equal to the magnificent beacon of the morrow. Fishermen called it the blazing star. Its flashes are very full, vivid, and striking, and its position is one of great importance, as warning the mariner to steer wide of the great southern shoal. 7 miles at sea, the white flash takes a reddish hue. The following afternoon I walked across the island to the south shore at Surfside, a distance of perhaps 3 miles or more. A southwest gale that had prevailed for 24 hours led me to expect an angry and tumultuous sea, nor was I disappointed. The broad expanse between shore and horizon was a confused mass of foam and broken water. It was a mournful sea. Not a sail, nor a living soul was in sight. A few sandbirds and plover piped plaintively to the hoarse diapason of the billows. Here I saw a sunset in a gale. The sun, as the sailors say, setting up shrouds and backstays screened from view by a mass of dark clouds, yet pouring down from behind them through interstices upon the bounds of the sea, the rays having somewhat the appearance of golden ropes arising from the ocean and converging to an unseen point. I seated myself in one of the dories on the beach and gazed my fill. Say what you will, there is a mighty fascination in the sea. Darkness surprised me before I had recrossed the lonely moor, and I held my way, guided by the deep cartruts, until the lights of the town twinkled their welcome before me. It was my last night on sea-girt Nantucket. I do not deny that I left it with reluctance. Footnotes. Zaccheus Macy, in his account of the island, written in 1792, says none had been taken up to that time, a great loss to the islanders. The Indian name Tuckanuck signifies a loaf of bread. Reverend F.C. Ewer, of New York. Chapter 22. Newport of Aquidneck. This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses. Macbeth. Newport is an equivoque. It is old, and yet not, grave though gay, opulent and poor, splendid and mean, populous or deserted. As the only place in New England where those who flee from one city are content to inhabit another, it is anomalous. In his Trois Mousquetaires, Alexander Dumas makes his giant, Porthos, encounter a ludicrous adventure. The guardsman is the complacent possessor of a magnificent golden sword belt, the envy of his comrades, until on one unlucky day it is discovered that the half concealed beneath his cloak is nothing but leather, whereupon some sword thrusts occur. It was M. Bismuth, afterward governor of the Bastille, who was the real hero of the sword belt half gold, half leather that Dumas has hung on the shoulders of his gigantic guardsman. Newport's ocean side is belted with modern villas, costly, showy, and ornate. They mask the town in splendid succession, as if each had been built to surpass its neighbor. This is the Newport of today. Behind it, old, gray, and commonplace by comparison, is the Newport of other days. The difference between the two is very marked. The old town is the effete body into which the new is infusing young blood, warming and invigorating it into new life. If the figure were permissible, we should say the Queen of Aquidneck had drunk of the elixir of life. So unexampled is the rapidity with which she transfigures herself. I like Newport because it is old, quaint, and peculiar. Though far from insensible to its difficult feats in architecture, I did not come to see fine houses. To me, they embody nothing besides the idea of wealth and luxurious ease. Many of them are as remarkable for elegance as are others for ugliness of design, yet I found it much the same as walking in Fifth Avenue or Beacon Street. They are at first bewildering, then monotonous, or, as Ruskin says of types of form, mere form, you learn not to see them, you don't look at them. I said Newport was commonplace, and I said it with mental reservation. It has a matchless site, glorious bay, and delicious climate that many have been willing, perhaps a little too willing, to compare with Italy. If we have in New England any phase of climate we may safely match with that favored land, I frankly concede Newport possesses it. The Gulf Stream approaches near enough to temper in summer the harshness of sea breezes and the rigor of cold northern winds in winter. The only faults I had to find with the summer and autumn aspects of Newport climate were the fogs and humidity of the nights. The pavements are frequently wet as if by light showers. This condition of the atmosphere is the plague of laundresses and hairdressers at the great houses. The ringlets you see in Newport are natural. When at the Isles of Shoals, we were a thin under waistcoat warmer than on the mainland. Neil says it is a coat warmer in winter at Newport than at Boston. I remarked that evening promenaders in the streets there were more thinly clothed than would be considered prudent elsewhere. In Newport, according to Neil, it would lose much point to say a man was without a coat to his back. Mr. Cooper, in the Red Rover, calls attention to the magnificent harbor of Newport in the language of the practiced seaman. It fully meets all the requisites of easy approach, safe anchorage, and quiet basin. Isles and promontories frowning with batteries shield it from danger or insult. The verdure of the shores is of the most brilliant green and grows quite to the water's edge or to the verge of the cliffs. In a calm day, when the water is ruffled only by light airs, the tints of sea and sky are scarcely different than the bay really looks like. Un peso di cielo cajuto in terra. In approaching Newport from sea, after weathering much-dreaded Point Judith, we shall fall in with the light vessel anchored off Brenton's Reef, the extreme southwest point of the island of Rhode Island. At the same time, the lighthouse on Beaver Tail flashes greeting, and we may now enter the port with confidence. Passing beside the dumplings and the old round tower, perched on a projecting and almost insulated rock, we steer under the walls of Fort Adams. Sleepy fishing boats, coming in with the morning's flood, are sent, with rattling blocks and sails idly flapping, reeling and rocking on big waves caused by the majestic onward march of our great steamer. The beat of the paddles comes audibly back from rocks washed for a moment by our attendant wave. As we round the fortress, the bugles play. A ball goes quickly up to the very top of the flagstaff. There is a flash and a roar of the morning gun, and when the smoke drifts slowly before the breeze, we see the dear old flag blowing out clear, with every stripe still there and never a reproach in one of them. At our right and close inshore is Lime Rock Light, with its associations of female heroism. At the left is Goat Island, long and low, with Fort Walcott and pleasant cottages for the officers of the torpedo station. Beyond, rising tier above tier, with the beautiful spire of Trinity Church in its midst, is Newport. Newport has been compared to the Lothians and to the Isle of Wight, the British Eden. By all old travelers, it was admitted to be the paradise of New England. Its beautiful and extensive bay reminds Scotsmen of the Clyde. In fact, every traveled person at once estimates it with what has hitherto impressed him most an involuntary but sure recognition of its charms. Previous to the Revolution, Newport was the fourth commercial town in the colonies, once having more than 9,000 inhabitants. It was at first tributary to Boston, sending its corn, pork, and tobacco to be exchanged for European goods. Its commercial recovery from the prostration in which the Old War left it was again arrested by that of 1812, and this time it did not rise again. The whale fishery was introduced and abandoned. Writers of this period describe it as lifeless, with every mark of dilapidation and decay. The salubrity of the climate of Newport had long been acknowledged, and before 1820 it had become a place of resort for invalids from the southern states and the West Indies. This one original gift has ever since been out ad interest, until, where a few acres of grass once flourished, you might cover the ground with dollars before you became its owner. At Newport, the visitor is challenged by past and present, each having large claims on his attention. I spent much of my time among old houses, monuments, and churches. Some of these are in public places and are easily found, while others are hidden away in forgotten corners or screened from observation by the walls of intervening buildings. As is inevitable in such a place, the visitor will unwittingly pass by many objects that he will be curious to see, and in retracing his footsteps will have occasion to remark how much a scrap of history or tradition adds to the charm of an otherwise uninteresting structure. The town along the water resembles Salem, except that it has neither its look of antiquity nor its dilapidation. Here the principal thoroughfare is Thames Street, long, narrow, and almost wholly built of wood. The narrowness of Thames Street has been referred to the encroachments of builders of a former time, the old houses standing at some distance back from the pavement being pointed to as evidence of the fact. I can only vouch for glimpses of some very habitable and inviting old residences in back courts and alleys opening upon the street. Here, too, old gambrel-roofed houses are plenty as blackberries in August. They have a portly, aldermanic look, with great breadth of beam, like ships of their day. When these houses that now stand end to the street had pleasant garden spots between, a walk here would have been worth the taking. When there were no sidewalks, it meant something to give the wall to your neighbor, and tact and breeding were requisite to know when to demand and when to decline it. In Thames Street are several imperturbable notables in brick or wood. The City Hall for as early as 1784 Newport had reached the dignity of a city is usually first encountered. Notwithstanding they tell you it was one of Peter Harrison's buildings, it is very ordinary looking inside and out. It was built on arches, which indicates the lower floor to have been intended as a public promenade, and shows that the architect had the old Royal Exchange in mind. For some time, it was used as a market. This house came into the little world of Newport in 1763. A word of admiration from Alston has long been treasured. In this building, I saw hanging the escutcheon of William Coddington, who, as every body at all familiar with the history of Rhode Island knows, was one of the founders of Newport and first governor of the little body politic organized upon the Isle of Aquidneck. We have decided to cast a glance backward, and to know our ground, must pay our duty to this old founder. William Coddington, Esquire, came to New England in 1630 with the Boston colonists, as one of the assistants named in their charter. He was several times rechosen to this important position, became a leading merchant in Boston, and is said to have built the first brick house there. The house he afterward built and lived in at Newport, of the quaint old English pattern, was standing within the recollection of many older inhabitants. Mr. Coddington became involved in the Anne Hutchinson controversy, as did Wheelwright, the founder of Exeter. Mrs. Hutchinson was banished and took refuge with Coddington and others on Rhode Island. In the presence of Governor Winthrop and of Dudley, his deputy, of the assistants, among whom were Endicott, Bradstreet, and Stoughton, confronted by the foremost and hardest-shelled ministers in the colony, such as Hugh Peters, Eliot, and Wilson, this woman defended herself, almost single-handed and with consummate address, against a court which had already prejudged her case, and which stubbornly refused, until the very last stage of the proceedings, to put the witnesses upon oath. As a specimen of the way in which justice was administered in the early day, and of judicial procedure, this trial is exceedingly curious. Here is a specimen of browbeating that recalls Oliver Twist. Deputy Governor, let her witnesses be called. Governor, who be they? Mrs. Hutchinson, Mr. Leverett and our teacher, and Mr. Coggeshall. Governor, Mr. Coggeshall was not present. Mr. Coggeshall, yes, but I was, only I desired to be silent until I was called. Governor, will you, Mr. Coggeshall, say that she did not say so? Mr. Coggeshall, yes, I dare say that she did not say all that which they lay against her. Mr. Peters, how dare you look into the court to say such a word? Mr. Coggeshall, Mr. Peters takes upon him to forbid me, I shall be silent. As the governor was about to pass sentence, Mr. Coddington arose and spoke some manly words. Mr. Coddington, I do think that you are going to censure, therefore I desire to speak a word. Governor, I pray you speak. Mr. Coddington, there is one thing objected against the meetings. What if she designed to edify her own family in her own meetings, may none else be present? Governor, if you have nothing else to say but that, it is a pity, Mr. Coddington, that you should interrupt us in proceeding to censure. Despite this reproof, Mr. Coddington had his say, and one of the assistants, Stoughton, insisting, the ministers were compelled to repeat their testimony under oath, which they did after much parleying and with evident reluctance. It is curious to observe that in this trial the bystanders were several times appealed to for an expression of opinion on some knotty question. Had it not involved the liberty and fortunes of many more than the Hutchinsons, its ludicrous side would scarcely have been surpassed by the celebrated cause of Bardell versus Pickwick. There is something inexpressibly touching in the decay of an old and honorable name, the struggle between grinding poverty and hereditary family pride. Instead of finding the Coddingtons, as might be expected, among the princes of Newport, a native of the place would only shake his head when questioned of them. Touching the northern limits of Newport is a placid little basin called Coddington's Cove. It is a remembrancer of the old governor. The last Coddington inherited an ample estate, upon the principle of which, like Heinz Monkey, who boiled and ate his own tail, he lived until there was no more left. The Cossacks have a proverb: he eats both ends of his candle at once. Having dissipated his ancestral patrimony to the last farthing, the thriftless and degenerate Coddington descended all the steps from shabby gentility to actual destitution. Yet, through all these reverses, he maintained the bearing of a fine gentleman. One day he was offered a new suit of clothes his own had the threadbare gloss of long application of the brush for the Coddington escutcheon that had descended to him. Drawing himself up with the old look and air, he indignantly exclaimed, "What, sell the coat of arms of a Coddington?" Nevertheless, he at last became an inmate of the poor house at Coddington's Cove, and that is the way the family escutcheon came to be hanging in the City Hall. I tell you the story as it was told to me. The Wanton House, still pointed out in Thames Street, may be known by its ornamented cornice and general air of superior condition. It stands within a stone's throw of the City Hall. The Wantons, like the Malbones, Godfreys, Brentons, Wickhams, Cranstons, and other high-sounding Newport names, were merchants. Like the Wentworths of New Hampshire, this was a family, I might almost say a dynasty, of governors. When one Wanton went out, another came in. It was the House of Wanton, governing, with few intervals, from 1732 until swept from place by the Revolution. As the king never dies, at the exit of a Wanton the sheriff should have announced, "The governor is dead. Long live the governor." Joseph Wanton, the last governor of Rhode Island under the Crown, was the son of William. He was a Harvard man, amiable, wealthy, of elegant manners, and handsome person. In the description of his outward appearance, we are told that he wore a large white wig with 3 curls, one falling down his back and one forward on each shoulder. I have nowhere met with an earlier claimant of the fashion, so recently in vogue among young ladies who had hearts to lose. Turning out of narrow and noisy Thames Street into the broader and quieter avenues ascending the hill, we find ourselves on the parade before the State House. Broad Street, which enters it on one side, was the old Boston High Road. Truro Street, debouching at the other, loses its identity ere long in Bellevue Avenue, and is, beyond comparison, the pleasantest walk in Newport. The parade, also called Washington Square, is the delta into which the main avenues of Newport flow. It is, therefore, admirably calculated as a starting point for those street rambles that every visitor has enjoyed in anticipation. On this ground, I saw some companies of the Newport artillery going through their evolutions with the steadiness of old soldiers. Their organization goes back to 1741 and is maintained with an esprit de corps that a people not long since engaged in war ought to know how to estimate at its true value. A custom of the corps, as I have heard, was to fire a feu de joie under the windows of a newly married comrade, if a commissioned officer, a field piece. At the right of the parade, and a little above the hotel of his name, stands the house purchased by Commodore Perry after the Battle of Lake Erie. In Clark Street, nearby, is the church in which Dr. Stiles, afterward president of Yale, preached, built in 1733, and next beyond is the gun house of the Newport Artillery. The State House is a pleasing, though not imposing, building, known to all evening promenaders in Newport by the illuminated clock in the pediment of the façade. It is in the style of colonial architecture of the middle of the last century, having 2 stories, with a wooden balustrade surmounting the roof. The pediment of the front is topped by a cupola, and underneath is a balcony from which proclamations, with "God Save the King" at the end of them, have been read to assembled colonists. As in these latter days, on the last Tuesday of May, which is the annual election in Rhode Island, after a good deal of parading about the streets, the officials-elect are here introduced by the High Sheriff with a flourish of words. Hear ye. Take notice that His Excellency, Governor of Dashville, is elected Governor, Commander-in-Chief, and Captain General of Rhode Island for the year ensuing. God save the state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. The candidate smiles, bows, and withdraws, and the populace, as in duty bound, cheers itself hoarse. It loves the old forms, though some of them seem cumbrous for little Rhodey. Sometimes a sheriff has been known to get his formula out of joint, and to tack the words, "for the year ensuing," at the end of the invocation. During the Revolution, the State House was used as a hospital by British and French, and of course much abused. In the Restoration, some little savor of its ancient quaintness is missed. The interior has paneled wainscoting, carved balusters, and woodwork in the old style of elegance. The walls of the Senate chamber are sheathed quite up to the ceiling, in beautiful paneling, relieved by a massive cornice. Stuart's full-length portrait of Washington, in the well-known black velvet and ruffles, is here. I have somewhere seen that the French desecrated, as some would say, the building by raising an altar on which to say Mass for the sick and dying. In the garret, I saw a section of the old pillory that formerly stood in the vacant space before the building. Many think the restoration of stocks, whipping post, and pillory would do more today to suppress petty crimes than months of imprisonment. They still cling in Delaware to their whipping post. There, they assert, the dread of public exposure tends to lessen crime. The pillory, which a few living persons remember, was usually on a movable platform, which the sheriff could turn at pleasure. Making the culprit front the different points of the compass, it was the custom to insert in the sentence. Whipping at the cart's tail was also practiced. One of the finest old characters Rhode Island has produced was Tristram Burgess, who administered to that dried-up bundle of malignity, John Randolph, a rebuke so scathing that the Virginian was for the time completely silenced. Having roused the Rhode Islander by his satanic sneering at Northern character and thrift, his merciless criticism, and incomparably bitter sarcasm, Burgess dealt him this sentence on the floor of Congress. Moral monsters cannot propagate. We rejoice that the father of lies can never become the father of liars. It was at first intended to place the State House with its front toward what was then known as the Swamp, in the direction of Farewell Street. In 1743, it was completed. Rhode Island may with advantage follow the lead of Connecticut in abolishing one of its seats of government. At present, its constitution provides that the Assembly shall meet and organize at Newport and hold an adjourned session at Providence. Walking onward and upward in Touro Street, the visitor sees at its junction with K Street what he might easily mistake for a pretty and well-tended garden, but for the mortuary emblems sculptured on the gateway. The chaste and beautiful design of this portal, even to the inverted flambeaux, is a counterpart of that of the old granary ground at Boston. This is the Jewish cemetery. How strange it seems, these Hebrews in their graves, close by the street of this fair seaport town, silent beside the never-silent waves, at rest in all this moving up and down. And these sepulchral stones, so old and brown, that pave with level flags their burial place, seem like the tablets of the law, thrown down and broken by Moses at the mountain's base. Close at hand is the synagogue, in which services are no longer held, though, like the cemetery, it is scrupulously cared for. The silence and mystery which brood over each are deepened by this reverent guardianship of unseen hands. In 1762, the synagogue was dedicated with the solemnities of Jewish religious usage. It was then distinguished as the best building of its kind in the country. The interior was rich and elegant. Over the reading desk hung a large brass chandelier, in the center, and at proper distances around it, 4 others. On the front of the desk stood a pair of highly ornamented brass candlesticks, and at the entrance on the east side were 4 others of the same size and workmanship. As usual, there was for the women a gallery, screened with carved network, resting on columns. Over this gallery, another rank of columns supported the roof. It was the commonly received opinion that the lamp hanging above the altar was never extinguished. The Hebrews began to settle on the island before 1677. The deed of their ancient burial place is dated in this year. They first worshipped in a private house. Accessions came to them from Spain, from Portugal, and from Holland, with such names as Lopez, Riviera, Saxis, and Turo, until the congregation numbered as many as 300 families. The stranger becomes familiar with the name of Turo, which at first he would have Truro, from the street and park, no less than the respect with which it is pronounced by all old residents. The Hebrews of Old Newport seem to have fulfilled the destiny of their race, becoming scattered and finally extinct. Moses Lopez is said to have been the last resident Jew, though, unless I mistake, the Hebrew physiognomy met me more than once in Newport. This fraction formed one of the curious constituents of Newport society. Its history is ended, and finis might be written above the entrances of synagogue and cemetery. Lord Chesterfield once told Lady Shirley, in a serious conversation on the evidences of Christianity, that there was one which he thought to be invincible, namely, the present state of the Jews fact to be accounted for on no human principle. The Hebrew customs have remained inviolate amidst all the strange mutations which time has brought. The Sabbath by which Shylock registered his wicked oath is still the Christian's Saturday. In the Jewish burial rite, the grave was filled in by the nearest of kin. In no other cemetery in New England have I been so impressed with the sanctity, the inviolability of the last resting place of the dead, as here among the graves of a despised people. The idea of eternal rest seemed really present. Not long since I heard the people of a thriving suburb discussing the removal of their old burial place. Bodily I mean no play upon the word to the skirts of the town. Being done, it was thought the land would pay for the removal and prove a profitable speculation. Since Abraham gave 400 shekels of silver for the field of Ephron, the Israelites have reverenced the sepulchres wherein they bury their dead. Here is religion without ostentation. In our great mausoleums is plenty of ostentation, but little religion. The visitor here may note another distinctive custom of this ancient people. The inscription above the gate reads, "Erected 5603, from a bequest made by Abraham Turo." They compute the passage of time from the creation. An hour or many hours may be well spent in the Redwood Library, founded by Abraham Redwood, one of the Quaker magnates of Old Newport. His fine and kindly face has been carefully reproduced in the engraving. The library building is in the pure yet severe style of a Greek temple. The painter Stuart considered it classical and refined. It has a cool and secluded look, standing back from the street and shaded by trees, that is inviting to the appreciative visitor. This is one of the institutions of Newport which all may praise without stint. It has grown with its growth. Yet, after repeated enlargements, the increased collections in art and literature of this storehouse of thought have demanded greater space. Another benefactor worthy to be ranked with Abraham Redwood was Charles Bird King, whose portrait is hanging in the hall. At his death, he made a munificent bequest of real estate, yielding $9,000, his valuable library, engravings, and more than 200 of the paintings which now adorn the walls. Among other portraits here are those of Bishop Berkeley in canonicals, and of Governor Joseph Wanton, in scarlet coat and periwig, his face looking as if he and good living were no strangers to each other. Of William Coddington, and of a long catalogue of soldiers and statesmen, many being copies by Mr. King. The library suffered from pilfering during the British occupation. It now numbers something in excess of 20,000 volumes. I admit the first object in Newport I went to see was the old stone mill. I went directly to it, and should not venture to conduct the reader by any route that did not lead to it. I returned often, and could only wonder at the seeming indifference of people constantly passing, but never looking at it. The old stone mill stands within the pleasant enclosure of Turo Park, a place as fitting as any in Newport for the beginning of a sentimental journey. It is a pretty sight on a summer's evening, this green spot, dotted with moving figures sauntering up and down under the grim shadow of this picturesque ruin. By moonlight, it is superb. No structure in America is probably so familiar to the great mass of the people as this ruined mill. The frequency of pictorial representation has fixed its general form and character, until there is probably not a schoolboy in his teens who would not be able to make a rude sketch of it on the blackboard. For years, it has been the toughest historical piece de resistance our antiquaries have had to deal with, and by many, it was supposed to embody a secret as impenetrable as that of Stonehenge. The old mill was dozing quietly away on this hill, when, in 1836, the Society of Northern Antiquaries of Copenhagen declared it to be evidence of the discovery and occupation of Newport by Northmen in the 11th century. An historical chain was immediately sought to be established between Dighton Rock and exhumed skeleton at Fall River, and this tower, of which the inscription at Monhegan Island was believed to be another link. Common opinion, prior to the declaration of the Danish antiquaries, was that the tower was the remains of a windmill and nothing more. In a gazetteer of Rhode Island, printed in 1819, is the following paragraph. In this town, Newport, there is now standing an ancient stone mill, the erection of which is beyond the date of its earliest records, but it is supposed to have been erected by the first settlers, about 180 years ago. It is an interesting monument of antiquity. About this time, Timothy Dwight, formerly president of Yale, was in Newport. In his letters, published in 1822, he has something to say of the old stone mill. On a skirt of this town is the foundation of a windmill erected some time in the 17th century. The cement of this work, formed of shell lime and beach gravel, has all the firmness of Roman mortar, and when broken off frequently brings with it part of the stone. Time has made no impression on it, except to increase its firmness. It would be an improvement in the art of building in this country, if mortar made in the same manner were to be generally employed. All readers of early New England history know that nothing was too trivial, in the opinion of those old chroniclers, to be recorded. Winthrop mentions the digging up of a French coin at Dorchester in 1643. It is pertinent to inquire why Roger Williams, Hubbard, Mather, the antiquary and correspondent of the Royal Society, Prince Hutchinson, and others, have wholly ignored the presence of an old ruin antedating the English occupation of Rhode Island. Would not Canonicus have led the white men to the spot, and there recounted the traditions of his people? No spot of ground in New England has had more learned and observing annalists. Where were Bishop Berkeley, Rochambeau, Chasselux, Lawson, Abbé Robin, Sager, Dumas, and Dupouts, that they make no mention, in their writings or memoirs, of the remarkable archaeological remains at Newport? Yet, on the report of the Danish Society, nearly or quite all our American historians have admitted their theory of the origin of the old stone mill to their pages. With this leading, and the ready credence the marvelous always obtains, the public rested satisfied. The windmill was an object of the first necessity to the settlers. More of them may be seen on Rhode Island today than in all the rest of New England. That this mill should have been built of stone is in no way surprising, considering that the surface of the ground must have been bestrewed with stones of proper size and shape ready to the builder's hands. I saw these flat stones of which the tower is built turned up by the plowshare in the roads. Throughout the island, the walls are composed of them. The cut on the preceding page represents the old stone mill, with the moon's radiance illuminating its arches. It is a cylindrical tower, resting on 8 rude columns, also circular. The arches have no proper keystone, and 2 of them appear broader than the others, as if designed for the entrance of some kind of vehicle. One column is so placed as to show an inner projection, an evident fault of workmanship. 2 stages are also apparent, and there are 2 windows and a fireplace. On the inside, the haunches are cut to receive the timbers of the first floor, just at the turn of the arch. Some cement is still seen adhering to the interior walls. The whole tower I estimated to be 25 feet high, with an inside diameter of 20 feet. This was probably nearly or quite its original height. For the rude materials, it is a remarkable specimen of masonry. I could see that even some of the best-informed Newporters with whom I talked were reluctant to let go the traditional antiquity of their old stone mill. It is more interesting when tinged with the romance of Norse Vikings than as the prosaic handiwork of English colonists, who had corn to grind, though American antiquaries have ceased to attribute to it any other origin. I confess to a feeling of remorse in aiding to destroy the illusion which has so long made the old mill a tower of strength to Newport. Its beauty, when seen draped in ivy and woodbine, clustering so thickly as to screen its gray walls from view, is at least not apocryphal. Footnotes: Judah Turo, the philanthropist, was born here in Newport in 1775, the year of American Revolt. His father, the old Rabbi Isaac, came from Holland, officiating as preacher in 1762 in Newport. When still a young man, Judah Turo removed to New Orleans, where he acquired a fortune. He was a volunteer in the Battle of 1815 and was wounded by a cannonball in the hip. Though a Jew, Judah Turo was above sect, generously contributing to Christian church enterprises. Bunker Hill Monument, toward which he gave $10,000, is a memorial of his patriotic liberality. At Naples, the summer temperature is seldom above 73 degrees. In winter, it does not fall below 47 degrees. Point Judith is named from Judith Quincy, the wife of John Hull, coiner of the rare old pine tree shillings of 1652. Beaver Tail is a peninsula at the southern extremity of Canoniccut Island, so named from its marked resemblance, on the map, to the appendage of the beaver. Fort Adams is situated at the upper, northern end of a point of land, which helps to form the harbor of Newport. It also encloses a piece of water called Brenton's Cove. By our American Grace Darling, Miss Ida Lewis. Goat Island was the site of a colonial fortress. During the reign of King William, Colonel Romer advised the fortification of Rhode Island, which he says had never been done by reason of the mean condition and refractoriness of the inhabitants. In 1744, the fort on Goat Island mounted 12 cannon. At the beginning of the Revolution, General Lee and afterward Colonel Knox marked out defensive works, but they do not appear to have been executed when the British, on the same day that Washington crossed the Delaware, took possession of the island. The Whigs, in 1775, removed the cannon from the batteries in the harbor. Major L. Enfant, the engineer of West Point, was the author of Fort Walcott. There should be added to the detail of maps given in the initial chapter that of Jerome Verrazzani in the College de Propaganda Fide at Rome of the supposed date of 1529. This map is described and discussed, together with the detail of Giovanni Verrazzani's letter to Francis I dated at Dieppe, July 8, 1524, in Verrazzano the Navigator, by J.C. Brevoort. A reduced copy of the map or planisphere is there given. The author adopts the theory, not without plausibility, that Verrazzani passed 15 days at anchor in Narragansett Bay. As I have before said, there is something of fact in these early relations, but if tested by the only exact marks given latitude, distances, and courses, they establish nothing. Harrison, the first architect of his day in New England, was the author of many of the older public buildings in Newport, Trinity Church, and Redwood Library, among others. He also designed King's Chapel, Boston, and did what he could to drag architecture out of the mire of Puritan ugliness and neglect. He owned, besides his house and garden in Boston, lands at Mount Wollaston, now Quincy, Massachusetts. Coddington is mentioned in Samuel Fuller's letter to Bradford, June, 1630. Mrs. Coddington is dead, he also says. It may be found at length in Hutchinson, Appendix, Volume Roman II. Governor Hutchinson was a relative of the schismatic Anne. This was called an appeal to the country. A judge would hardly, at the present day, permit such an expression in court. William Wanton, 1732 to 1734. John Wanton, 1734 to 1741. Gideon Wanton, 1745 to 1746, and from 1747 to 1748. Joseph Wanton, from 1769 to 1775. The last named left Newport with the British in 1780 and died in New York. His son Joseph, Jr., commanded the regiment of Loyalists raised on the island. One of the most curious chapters of Rhode Island's political history was the Dorr Rebellion of 1842, growing out of a partial and limited franchise under the old charter. A fund bequeathed by Abraham Turo, who died in Boston in 1822, secures this object. It was incorporated 1747, the same year Mr. Redwood gave £500 sterling in books, or about 1,300 volumes. The lot was the gift of Henry Collins in 1748, building erected 1748-50, enlarged in 1758, and now 1875, a new building is erecting. Abraham Redwood was a native of Antigua. When the library sent its committee to Stuart, with a commission to paint a full-length portrait of Mr. Redwood, Stuart refused, for reasons of his own, to execute it. Dr. Ezra Stiles was librarian for 20 years. The discovery of any portion of the coast of New England by Northmen belongs to the realms of conjecture. It is not unreasonable to suppose that they may have fallen in with the continent, but what should have brought them so far south as Rhode Island, when Nova Scotia must have appeared to their eyes a paradise. The vine grows there. Champlain called Richmond's Island Isle de Bacchus on account of its grapes. Travels in New England and New York. New Haven, 1822, Volume Roman 3, p. 56. Among the records of Newport was found one of 1740, in which Edward Pelham bequeathed to his daughter 8 acres of land, with an old stone windmill thereon standing and being, and commonly called and known as the Mill Field. The lane now called Mill Street appears to have been so named from its conducting up the hill to the mill. The wife of Pelham was granddaughter of Governor Benedict Arnold. In the governor's will, dated in 1677, he gives direction for his burial in a piece of ground, being and lying in my land in, or near ye line or path from my dwelling house, leading to my stone-built windmill in ye town of Newport above mentioned. I incline to the opinion that the Indians had here, as at Plymouth, cleared a considerable area. There the carpenters had to go 1/8 of a mile for timber suitable for building. Within 5 miles of Boston is standing an ancient stone windmill, erected about 1710. It had been so long used as a powder magazine that no tradition remained in the neighborhood that it had ever been a windmill. They still call it the Old Powder House. The keys are compound, and though rude, are tolerably defined. No two are alike. They are generally of a hard gray stone instead of the slate used in the structure. This building may have been mentioned by Church in his account of Philip's War, when, after some display of aversion on the part of a certain captain to a dangerous enterprise, he was advised by the Indian fighter to lead his men to the windmill on Rhode Island, where they would be out of danger. Chapter 23. Picturesque Newport. Don't you see the silvery wave? Don't you hear the voice of God? Kirk White. There is a walk of singular beauty along the sea bluffs that terminate the reverse of the hills on which Newport is built. It is known as the Cliff Walk. Everybody walks there. A broken wall of rock overhanging or retreating from its base, but always rising high above the water, is bordered by a footpath with pleasant windings and elastic turf. The face of the cliff is studded with stony pimples, its formation being the conglomerate, or pudding stone, intermingled with schists. Color accepted, these rocks really look like the artificial cement used in laying the foundations of ponderous structures. They appear to resist the action of the sea with less power than the granite of the north coast. Masses of fallen rock are grouped along the beach underneath the cliff, around which the rising waves seethe and foam and hiss. A persistent pedestrian, having reached the shore at Easton's Beach, may pass around the southern limb of the island to Fort Adams. He may then make his way back to town by the Fort Road, or take the little ferry boat plying between Newport and Jamestown on Connecticut. This ramble has been much, yet not undeservingly, praised. My first walk here was on one of those rare October days that are to the New England climate what the bloom is to the peach. The air, after the sun had swept aside the vapors arising from the ocean, was intoxicating. It was so light and crystal, it seemed as if it might put new life into the most confirmed valetudinarian. On one side, the sea glittered like silvery scales on fine armor. The intruding promontories of Satchust and Seconnet bathed their feet in tranquil waves, and as the eye roved along the horizon, it lodged an instant on the island known as Cormorant Rock, betrayed by the whitening foam around it. In the farthest seaboard, a dark cloud of brooding vapor prolonged the land in seeming, and veiled the approach of ships. Along the verge of the cliff where I walked the dash of the surf, frequently tossed a shower of fine spray as high as the shelf itself, drenching the grass, and enmeshing for an instant among its myriad drops the fleeting hues of the rainbow. The rocks had a prevailing purple mass of color, fringed at the edge with green grass that sometimes crept down the face of the cliff and toyed with its wrinkles. These rocks, constantly varnished by sea spray, sparkle with glancing lights that relieve the hardness of their angular lineaments. As you walk on, they are always presenting new profiles of grotesque resemblances. Yet not a sphinx of them all would tell how long the sea had been battering at their rugged features, or of the fire that had baked their tooth-defying pudding old ocean's daily repast. Now and then, when standing on the brink of some table rock, the plunge of a billow underneath caused a sensible tremor. At various points, the descent of the cliffs is facilitated by steps, and at proper stages of the tide, the outlying rocks are the favorite resort of anglers for tautog, bass, and perch. The 40 steps are of note as conducting to Conrad's Cave, a favorite haunt of lovers who have heart secrets they may no longer keep. The ways of such people are past finding out. At Niagara, vows are whispered at the brink of the cataract. Perchance there is a savor of romance about these old sea caverns, which plain matter-of-fact folk may not fathom. Turning away from the sea, the rambler perceives the long line of cottages, villas, and country houses, Swiss, Italian, English, or nondescript, to which these territories pertain. These houses represent the best, and at the same time, the most rational feature of a semi-residence at the seaside. People are really at home, and may enjoy the natural beauties of their situation without the disadvantages inseparable from hotel life. To be sure, at Newport it is only Murray Hill or Beacon Hill transplanted. The social system revolves with much the same regularity as the planetary, and with no abatement of its exclusive privileges. But home life or cottage life at the seaside is within the means of all those possessing moderate incomes, who are content to dispense with luxury or more house room than they know what to do with. And it is remarkable how little may serve one's turn where outdoor life is the desideratum. Those who are content to leave all the surplusage at home, whether of frivolity or luggage, and honestly mean to enjoy the shore for itself, come where they may forget the world, the flesh, and money-getting. To this sort of life a hint borrowed of English seaside customs Newport has led the way. At Oak Bluffs, a city has sprung into existence on this plan, and the shores of New England are dotted with little red-roofed cottages. If he has come to the cliffs by the Bath Road, the visitor sees, almost at the beginning of his ramble, the summer cottage of Charlotte Cushman, whose career has some resemblance to that of the gifted Mrs. Siddons. Both were poor girls at the outset of their professional lives. The Englishwoman, even after she became famous, usually refused invitations to the houses of the great or opulent, excusing herself from accepting them on the ground that all her time was due to the public, whose continued favor she wished to merit by unremitting application to her studies. Whatever money or taste or art has been able to do toward the embellishment of the grounds along the cliff's end in this category are included Bellevue, and other favored avenues has not been omitted. A horticulturist would see something to notice everywhere. As the houses stand well back from the shore, the space between is laid out in bright-hued parterres that look like Persian carpets spread on the well-kept lawns. The eye at times fairly revels in sumptuous masses of color. Yet Newport was now deserted by the fashionable world, in the month of months, when sea and shore are incomparably enticing and satisfying. In the angle formed by the meeting of Ocean and Carroll Avenues is Lily Pond, where knights of the rod love to loiter and cast a line. If still pursuing the cliffs, you pass by Gooseberry Island, whither the old-time magnates were wont to wend for fishing, bathing, and drinking bouts. Spouting Rock, where in gales inrolling seas are forced high in air, lies this way. Bass Rock, of piscatory renown, and Brenton's Reef, the place of wrecks, show their jagged sides. Point Judith and Block Island are visible from Castle Hill, where in former times a watchtower stood. No other day of the 7 in Newport is quite equal to Fort Day. Then the very long line of equipages directs itself upon the point where Fort Adams is located. On this gala day the commandant keeps open house, with colors flying, music playing, and gates opened wide. The procession winds around the parade, a very moving picture of peace in the lap of war. Gay scarfs instead of battle flags wave, jewels instead of steel, and dog carts instead of ammunition carts flash and rumble. The crash, glitter, and animation are reminders of Hyde Park Corner or the Bois de Boulogne. The soldiers I saw were much improved in appearance since the war, and now seemed really proud of the dress they wore. They paced the jetty and rampart in jaunty shakos, white gloves, and well-fitting uniforms, as men not ashamed of themselves, and of whom Uncle Sam need not be ashamed. Fort Adams was begun in the administration of the president whose name it bears. The father of the American Navy intended Newport as a station for her squadrons of the future. To this end, fortifications were begun, designed to guarantee the approaches to the harbor. At this time, we were dreading our late ally, France, more than any other European power. Fortifying Newport against France now seems incredible. Yet the Directory, with Citizen Talleyrand at the helm, would either mold American politics to its will or trample the ancient amity in the dust. In 1798, a French cruiser, after the capture of several American vessels, had the impudence to bring her prize into one of our own ports to escape the more dreaded English. Mr. Adams brought Citizen Talleyrand and the Directoire Executif to their senses, but Mr. Jefferson, who decidedly leaned to the French side of European politics, stopped the work begun by his predecessor. In 1800, Mr. Humphreys, the naval constructor, was sent to examine the New England ports with regard to their eligibility as great national dockyards. He reported that Newport possessed by far the most suitable harbor for such an establishment. Fort Adams was chiefly constructed under the watchful supervision of the accomplished engineer, General J.G. Totten. It is said that during the progress of the work, a full set of plans of the fortress mysteriously disappeared, and as mysteriously reappeared after a long interval. It is believed in certain quarters that copies of these drawings might be found in the Topographical Bureau of the British War Office. Before setting out for the campaign of 1812, the Emperor Napoleon, as Burrian relates, wished to have exact information respecting Ragusa and Illyria. He sent for Marmont, whose answers were not satisfactory. He then interrogated different generals to as little purpose. De Gian, inspector of engineers, was then summoned. "Have you," demanded the emperor, "among your officers anyone who is acquainted with Ragusa?" De Gian, after a moment's reflection, answered, "Sire, there is a chief of battalion who has been a long time forgotten, who is well acquainted with Ragusa." "What do you call him?" "Bernard." "Ah, stop a little. Bernard, I recollect that name. Where is he?" "Sire, he is at Antwerp, employed upon the fortifications." "Send notice by the telegraph that he instantly mount his horse and repair to Paris." The promptitude with which the emperor's orders were always executed is well known. A few days afterward Bernard was in Paris at the house of General de Gian, and shortly after in the cabinet of the emperor. He was graciously received, and Napoleon immediately said, "Tell me about Ragusa." When Bernard had done speaking, the emperor said, "Colonel Bernard, I now know Ragusa." He then conversed familiarly with him, and having a plan of the works at Antwerp before him, showed how he would successfully besiege the place. The newly made colonel explained so well how he would defend himself against the emperor's attacks that Napoleon was delighted, and immediately bestowed upon him a mark of distinction which, says Burrian, he never, to my knowledge, granted but upon this one occasion. As he was going to preside at the council, he desired Colonel Bernard to accompany him, and several times during the sitting requested his opinion upon the points under discussion. On the breaking up of the council, Napoleon said to him, "You are my aide-de-camp." Burrian continues, "At the end of the campaign he was made General of Brigade, shortly after, General of Division, and he is now known throughout Europe as the first officer of engineers in existence. A piece of folly of Clark's has deprived France of the services of this distinguished man, who, after refusing most brilliant offers made to him by different sovereigns of Europe, has retired to the United States of America, where he commands the engineers, and where he has constructed on the side of the Florida's fortifications, which are by engineers declared to be masterpieces of military skill." Bernard came to the United States in 1816 and was associated with the late General Totten in carrying out the now discarded system of seacoast fortifications. It is said that Colonel M. Cree, then Chief of Engineers, resigned rather than serve under him. Accord between the French engineer and Colonel Totten was only secured by a division of the works, an agreement to accept, on the part of each, the other's plans. Bernard wished to construct one great fortress, like Antwerp or the once famous strongholds of the Quadrilateral. Fortress Monroe is the result of this idea. He also planned the defenses of Mobile. From Fort Adams it is a short sail across to the Dumplings, and the circular Tower of Stone, built also in the administration of John Adams. This work, now in ruins, is second only in picturesqueness to the old stone mill, if indeed it should yield the first place to that singular structure. The parapet has crumbled, and the bomb-proofs are choked with rubbish. It is about 100 feet from the crown of the parapet to the water, and, though the elevation is inconsiderable, is one of the choice points of observation in Narragansett Bay. The neighboring rocks are of good report among fishermen, and the tower and its neighborhood are places much affected by picnic parties. Taken altogether, the old fort on Canoniccut, with its swarthy rock foundations, is one of the last objects to fade from the recollection. Seen with the setting sun, gilding the broken rampart, or glancing from out its blackened embrasures. It embodies something of the idea of an antique castle by the sea. Being here on the island of Canoniccut, the visitor will find it pleasant sauntering along the shores, or across a broad, smooth road leading to the farther side of the island and the ferry to the opposite mainland. The water between is called the Western Passage. When I saw it, not fewer than 100 vessels were lying windbound, their sails spread to catch the first puff of the land breeze. Dutch Island, with its lighthouse, appears in full view, about midway of the passage. The rock formation of this side of Canoniccut is largely slate, with abundant intrusion of white quartz. Along the beach, the slate is so decomposed as to give way to the pressure of the foot. Canoniccut is a beautiful island, with graceful slopes and fertile soil. It is here, on the northern end, a cottage city is designed of summer houses, accessible to people who do not keep footmen or carriages or give champagne breakfasts. 500 acres have been laid out in avenues, parks, and drives. The shores, by special reservation, are to remain forever open for the equal enjoyment of all who resort hither. At the coming of D'Estaing and the French fleet, Canoniccut was garrisoned by Brown's Provincial Corps and 2 regiments of Anspach, who were compelled to evacuate it. The French land troops then took possession of the Dumpling and Beaver Tail batteries. In the year 1749, a lighthouse was erected on Beaver Tail. Newport has not treasured the memory of the Hessians. They were never in favor, being about equally feared and hated. At the Battle of Long Island, they pinned American soldiers to the trees with their bayonets. Loaded down with arms and accoutrements, they marched and fought with equal phlegm. As foragers, they were even more to be dreaded than in battle, as they usually stripped a garden or a house of its last root or crust. Brutalized by the removal of the only incentive that is honorable in the soldier, they lived or died at so much per head. Newport, as a British garrison, was the resort of numbers of courtesans, many of whom had followed the army from New York. Quarrels between Hessian and British officers, growing out of their amours, were frequent. A Hessian major and captain at last fought a duel about a woman of the town, in which glorious cause the major was run through the body and killed. General Prescott then ordered all the authors of these troubles to be confined in Newport jail. Driving in Newport is one of the duties the fashionable world owes to itself and to society. On every fine day between 4 in the afternoon and dusk, Bellevue Avenue is thronged with equipages, equestrians, and promenaders. Nowhere in America can so many elegant turnouts be seen as here. Every species of vehicle known to the wheeled vocabulary is in requisition. The cortege is not, as might be supposed, a racing mob, but a decorous-spaced, well-reined procession, a sort of reunion upon wheels of all that is brilliant and fascinating in Newport society. The quiet though elegant carriages with crests on them are Bostonian. The most stylish horse furniture and mettled horses are at home in Central Park. Philadelphia is self-contained and of substantial elegance. Imagine this pageant of beautiful women and cultivated men passing and repassing, mingling and separating, smiling, saluting, admiring, and admired. The steady beat of hoofs on the hard gravel and continuous roll of wheels proceeding without intermission, until the whole becomes bewildering, confused, and indistinct, as if the whirl of wheels were indeed in your brain. When the drive is spoken of, that through Bellevue and Ocean Avenues with, on Fort days, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the detour to the fortress and so back to town is meant. Another charming drive is by the Bath Road, then skirting the beaches to continue on through Middletown, where the hills are still blistered with the remains of Revolutionary entrenchments. Paradise and Purgatory are both reached by this road and are within easy distance of any part of Newport. On 2 occasions when I crossed the beaches, the sea was running too heavily to make bathing practicable. The surf, too, was much discolored with sea wrack, and the nameless rubbish it is always turning over and over. Groups of bathing houses were dispersed along the upper margin of the Strand. They are not much larger than, and bear a strong resemblance to, sentry boxes. When feasible, bathing is regulated by signals, flags of different colors being used to designate the hours assigned to males or females. The floor of the beach is hard and gently shelving. There being little tide, a plunge into the sea may be enjoyed without danger from quicksands or undertow. On the eastern side of Easton's Point, which divides what would otherwise be a continuous beach into 2, is Purgatory Bluff, a massive conglomerate split asunder by some unknown process of nature. The two faces of the fissure appear to correspond to each other, but no other force than that which smote may restore them. A place used to be shown on the irregular surface of the rocks above where the evil spirit of the red men once dragged a squaw, and in spite of her frantic struggles, which might be traced, dispatched her, and flung the body into the chasm. Another and more recent legend is that here a lover was dared by his mistress to leap across the chasm, some 14 feet, her glove to be the guerdon of his success. The feat was performed, but the lover flung the glove into the face of his silly mistress. What seems curious in these fractures of pudding stone, the pebbles break in the same direction as the mass of rock. Hanging Rock, a favorite haunt of good Dean Berkeley, is a cavity or shelf where it would be practicable to sit, and while looking off to sea, indulge in dreamy musings. Half a mile farther on is the house he built, and afterward, on his departure from the country, gave to Yale. It bears the pretending name of Whitehall, for, though comfortable-looking, it is little palatial. The dean, it is said, told the painter, Smibert, who ventured to betray some distrust of his patron's sanguine belief in the future importance of Newport, "Truly, you have very little foresight, for in 50 years' time every foot of land in this place will be as valuable as in Cheapside." If he indeed made the remark attributed to him, he was only a century or so out of his reckoning. The name and fame of George, Bishop of Cloyne, the friend of Swift and of Steele, the professor of an ideal philosophy, and the projector of a utopian scheme for evangelizing and educating the Indians, is dear to the people of Newport. He came to America in 1728 with the avowed purpose of establishing a college, to be erected on the Summer Islands, the still vexed Bermuths of Shakespeare. Berkeley is perhaps more familiar to American readers by 4 lines of which, the first is as often misquoted as any literary fragment I can call to mind then by his philosophical treatises. Westward the course of empire takes its way. The 4 first acts already past, a 5th shall close the drama with the day. Time's noblest offspring is the last. The residence of the dean at Newport was a forced retirement, the sum of £20,000 promised by Sir Robert Walpole in aid of his college never having been paid. In this college, he most exorbitantly proposed, as Swift humorously remarked, a whole £100 a year for himself, £40 for a fellow, and 10 for a student. 7 years were passed in literary pursuits, the minute philosopher, of which no one who comes to Newport may go ignorant away, being the offspring of his meditations. Along with the dean came John Smibert, of whose canvases a few remain scattered over New England, and whose chief excellence lay in infusing the love of his art into such men as Copley, Trumbull, and Alston. Pope assigns to Berkeley every virtue under heaven. There is no question but that he was as amiable and learned as he was thoroughly speculative and unpractical. The return to town by Hahnemann's Hill, named from the first pastor of Trinity, is thoroughly enjoyable and interesting. The historical student may here see how near the Americans were advanced toward the capture of Newport. An old windmill or two, or a farmhouse, are picturesque objects by the way. "I saw," says Miss Martineau, "the house which Berkeley built in Rhode Island built in the particular spot where it is, that he might have to pass, in his rides, over the hill which lies between it and Newport, and feast himself with the tranquil beauty of the sea, the bay, and the downs as they appear from the ridge of the eminence. I saw the pile of rocks, with its ledges and recesses, where he is said to have meditated and composed his Minute Philosopher. It was at first melancholy to visit these his retreats, and think how empty the land still is of the philosophy he loved." Footnotes: many of these so-called cottages cost from $50,000 to $200,000. For the season, $2,000 is considered a moderate rental, and $5,000 is frequently paid. R. Goodloe Harper's speeches, p. 275. By smashing their frigates, L'Insurgent, La Vengeance, Berceau, and making it generally unpleasant for them. Duc de Feltre, French Minister of War. He afterward returned to France and was made Minister of War. Fort Morgan was constructed by him with 12 posterns, a statement significant to military engineers. General Totten closed 6 of them, and the Confederates, when besieged, all but 2. Connecticut is about 7 miles long, its longest axis lying almost north and south. It includes a single township, incorporated 1678, by the name of Jamestown. The island was purchased from the Indians in 1657. Prudence Island, 6 miles long, is also attached to Jamestown. At this time, 4 British frigates and several smaller craft were destroyed. The French forced the passage on the west of Connecticut and raised the blockade of Providence. The chasm is 160 feet in length, with an average depth of about 60 feet. Smibert planned the original Faneuil Hall, Boston. Trumbull painted in the studio left vacant by Smibert. Chapter 24. The French at Newport. Grenadiers, rendezvous. La Garde Muet, et n'ici rend pas. Braves Francais, rendezvous. Vous serez traités comme les premiers soldats du monde. La Garde Muet et n'ici rend pas. Old Guard at Waterloo. Another phase of Newport in bygone days was the sojourn of our French allies in the Revolution. Then there were real counts and dukes and marquises in Newport. There had also been a British occupation, but the troops of His Britannic Majesty ruined the town, humiliated its pride, and crushed its prejudices under an armed heel. On the other hand, the French soldiers respected property, were considerate in their treatment of the inhabitants, and paid scrupulously for everything they took. In time of war, a garrisoned town is usually about equally abused by friend or enemy. Here the approach of the French was dreaded, and their departure regarded as a misfortune. Apropos to the good behavior of our French friends is the testimony of an eyewitness who says, "The different deputations of savages who came to view their camp exhibited no surprise at the sight of the cannon, the troops, or of their exercise, but they could not recover from their astonishment at seeing apple trees loaded with fruit above the tents, which the soldiers had been occupying for 3 months. The English, during their occupation, had burned almost the last forest tree on the island." The astonishing spectacle of monarchy aiding democracy against itself is one of the reflections suggested by the alliance. Besides Louis Seize, other crowned heads would willingly have helped America as against the old termagant of the seas, had not the idea been too illogical. The Empress Catherine Roman II is reported as having hinted, in a private interview with Sir James Harris, at the possibility of restoring European peace by renouncing the struggle England was making with her American colonies. "May I ask your Majesty," said the ruse Old Briton, "if this would be your policy in case the colonies had belonged to you?" "Je aimerais mieux perdre ma terre," replied the Empress. "I would sooner lose my head." Kaiser Joseph repulsed the idea with equal candor and bluntness. "Madame, mon métier à moi c'est d'être royaliste. Madame, my trade is to be a royalist." This was not the first move France had made to detach the American colonies from the British crown. Far back in the day of the Puritans, the thing had been attempted. Again, in 1767, M. de Choiseul dispatched Baron de Kalb on a secret mission. The Baron came, saw, and made his report. He wrote from Boston in March, 1768, that he did not believe it possible to induce the Americans to accept foreign aid on account of their fixed faith in their sovereign's justice. We were still, while growling, licking the hand that smote us. And this little fragment shows that before the day of Karen Beaumarchais, of sleek Silas, of sleek Benjamin, the idea of assistance was already germinating. France was to heave away at the old British Empire as soon as she had found a fulcrum on which to rest her lever. D'Estaing came first to Newport, but his appearance, like that of a meteor, was very brilliant and very brief. Besides being vice-admiral, he was also lieutenant general, and brought with him something in excess of 1,500 land soldiers, without counting the marines of his fleet. The Chevalier advanced his squadron in 2 divisions, one ascending the Narragansett, the other the Seconnet Passage. He cannonaded Sir Robert Pigott's batteries, destroyed some British vessels, and caused some addition to the national debt of England. Then, when the pair was ready to fall, at sight of Earl Howe's fleet he put to sea, and was battered by his lordship and by storms until he brought his shattered vessels into Boston Harbor, where he should refit, and taste Governor Hancock's wine. The Americans, who had advanced under Sullivan within 2 miles of Newport Old Continentals, militia, and volunteer corps, full of fight and confident of success were, obliged to withdraw in good order but bad temper. Sullivan secured his retreat by a brilliant little action at the head of the island. The French at Boston found themselves very ill received. They were accused of having abandoned, betrayed Sullivan. French sailors and soldiers were beaten in the streets, and their officers seriously wounded in attempting to quell a frays with the populace. D'Estaing conducted himself with great circumspection. He refused to press the punishment of the leaders in these outrages, but stung by the imputation of cowardice, offered to put himself, a vice-admiral of France, with 700 men, under the orders of Sullivan, who, says a French historian, was lately nothing but a lawyer. An extraordinary number of personages, distinguished in the Revolution, or under the Empire, its successor, served France in America. The heads of many fell under the guillotine. In this way perished D'Estaing. He was in Paris during the Reign of Terror and present at the trial of Marie Antoinette. One of those ladies who met him at Boston describes him as of dignified presence, affable and gracious. With D'Estaing came Jourdan, a shopkeeper, and the son of a doctor. At 16, he was the comrade of Rochambeau, and in the same regiment Montcalm had commanded in 1743. The Limousin shows with pride to the stranger the old wooden house, with dark front, in which the conqueror of Fleurus was born. The marshal who had commanded the army of the Sambre et Meuse became the scapegoat of Vittoria. After D'Estaing came Rochambeau, and with him a crowd of young officers of noble birth, fortune's favorites, who yet sought with the eagerness of knights-errant to enroll themselves in the ranks of the alliance. Gay, careless, chivalric, and debonair, carrying their high-bred courtesy even to the front of battle, they were worthy sons of the men who at Fontenoy advanced, hat in hand from the ranks, and saluted their English enemies. Après vous, messieurs les Anglais, nous n'y tirons jamais les premiers. After you, gentlemen, we never fire first. Having in some respects remained much as when the French were here, there is no greater difficulty in beating our imaginary rappel than in supposing Newport peopled when walking at night through its deserted streets. We suppose an entrenched camp drawn across the island from the sea to the harbor, having town, fleet, and transports under its wing, and batteries on all the points and islands. 12 days sufficed to secure the position to the satisfaction of Rochambeau, who shrugged his shoulders, saying, as another and greater said after him, "I have them now, these English." Yet Washington, remembering Long Island and Fort Washington, wrote in July to General Heath, "I wish the Count de Rochambeau had taken a position on the Maine." Under British rule, Newport wore a muzzle, under French, a collar bristling with steel. The white standard was unfolded to the breeze in all the camps and from the masts of shipping. Tents and marquees were pitched along the line and dotted the green of Connecticut, Rose Island, Coasters, and Goat Islands. Bayonets brightly and cannon duskily flashed in the sun everywhere. Sentinels in white uniforms, black gaiters, and woolen epaulets tramped in little paths of their own making. Officers in white, splendidly gold-embroidered, with rich and elegant sidearms, put to the blush such of our poor fellows as chanced in their camps. In every shady spot groups of soldiers, gay and jovial, reclined on the grass, chattering all together, or laughing at the witticism of the company Gaillard. The drum-the-type military, which has scarcely changed its form in 300 years, was improvised into the card table. Mafoys, paroles de honneur, sacrés, and milles tonnerres flew thickly as bullets at Fontenoy. A finer body of men had probably never taken the field. Many were seasoned in the 7 Years' War. Perfectly disciplined, commanded by generals of experience, they only asked to be led against the hereditary enemy of France. Officers who had mounted guard at the Tuileries and had been intimate with crowned heads embraced the campaign with the careless vivacity of schoolboys. In the present region of old houses is a mansion having a high air of respectability. It is situated at the corner of Clark and Mary Streets and known as the Vernon House. This was the quartier general of the Count Rochambeau, one of the 4 supreme generals of France in those days. The Count was a brave old soldier, rather short in stature, rather inclined to fat, with a humane soul and noble heart. He was hampered by his instructions, and his army lost time here, to the vexation of Washington and chagrin, it is believed, of himself. Hear what he says when teased by a younger soldier to begin the fighting. "I owe it to the most scrupulous examination of my conscience, that of about 15,000 men killed or wounded under my orders in different grades, and in the bloodiest actions, I have not to reproach myself with having caused the death of a single one to gratify my own ambition." Le Vieux Pierre Rochambeau. It was to Lafayette, burning with the desire to see his countrymen signalize their coming otherwise than by balls, routs, and reviews, that the letter was addressed. Rochambeau was under the orders of Washington, yet many of his officers disliked being commanded by Lafayette, their junior in military service, or by lawyers, blacksmiths, and booksellers. The career of M. de Ternay, admiral of the fleet, was soon ended. He died in Newport and was buried in Trinity Churchyard. One of Rochambeau's staff officers ascribes his death to chagrin in consequence of having permitted 5 English ships to escape him without a general engagement. These ships were then on their way to join Admiral Rodney. It is certain he was openly denounced by many officers of rank for too great caution. Rochambeau says, Newport, December 18, 1780. I set out from here on the 12th to visit Boston and M. Hancock, leaving here M. de Ternay with a slight fever, which announced nothing serious. On the 16th, in the morning, I received a courier from Baron de Viamenal, announcing his death on the morning of the 15th. I returned at once and reached here yesterday evening. A mural tablet of black marble inscribed with golden letters was sent from France. The admiral's grave happening not to be contiguous to the church or churchyard wall, a wall was built to support the slab. Since then, it has been removed to the vestibule of Trinity Church, and a granite stone, at the instance of the Marquis de Noailles, has replaced it above the grave. The first house, built in 1702, was succeeded in 1726 by the present edifice. An organ was presented by Bishop Berkeley, whose infant daughter lies in the churchyard. In March 1781, Washington, accompanied by Lafayette, came to Newport and was received by Rochambeau in the Vernon House. The curious interest with which the American general was regarded by his allies is sufficiently evident in their accounts of him. He at once commanded all their admiration and respect, and was perhaps their only ideal not destroyed by actual contact. They still show the visitor the house in Church Street where Washington led the dance with the beautiful Miss Champlin, and where the French officers, taking the instruments from the musicians' hands, played the minuet, a successful campaign. Another of the noblesse of the army was the Viscount de Noailles, in whose regiment Napoleon was afterward a subaltern. 2 grateful tasks fell to his share in the war. As ambassador to England, he delivered to Lord Weymouth intelligence of the alliance and acknowledgement of the independence of the 13 states. His manner was said to have been very offensive and considered tantamount to a challenge. An equally agreeable duty devolved upon him, as one of the commissioners, to arrange the capitulation of Yorktown. The alliance was a bitter draught for England. She offered, in 1781, to cede Minorca to Russia if the Empress would effect a peace between France, Spain, and herself, but stipulated that there should be an express condition that the French should immediately evacuate Rhode Island and every other part of His Majesty's colonies in America. No stipulation or agreement whatever to be made with regard to H.M., rebellious subjects, who could never be suffered to treat through the medium of a foreign power. The Dutch Republic, influenced by John Adams, having declared for the alliance, England demanded satisfaction. Then Frederick the Great got his dander up. Said he, Puisque les Anglais veulent la guerre avec tout le monde, ils l'auront, since the English wish war with all the world, they shall have it. So much for him who was then called in the court circles of Europe, Le Vieil de la Montagne, Old Man of the Mountain. Spain was arming. England continued to ply the Empress through her favorite and debauchee, Potemkin. Russia, as head of the Northern League, now held the key of European politics. Potemkin was too adroit for British diplomacy. It is believed he had a secret understanding with the French ambassador, as the doctors whom Molière makes say to each other, Passez-moi la rhubarbe et je vous passerai la Seine. In this same year, 1781, the mediating powers, Russia and Austria, proposed an armistice for a year, during which hostilities were to be suspended and peace negotiated. The American colonies were to be admitted to this arrangement, and no treaty signed in which they were not included. Lord Stormont, in notifying the refusal of England to this proposal, declining any intervention between herself and her colonies, pointed out that, in the then state of the struggle in America, a suspension of hostilities would be fatal to the success of His Majesty's arms. England could not disentangle the knot of European politics, and Yorktown brought her to her knees. Many of the continental powers openly rejoiced at her humiliation. Catharine could scarcely dissemble her joy. The news reached London on Sunday, November 25th. Lord Walsingham, who had been Under-Secretary of State, happened to be with Lord Germain when the messengers arrived. Without mentioning the disaster to any other persons, the two peers took a hackney coach and drove to Lord Stormont's in Portland Place. Imparting their intelligence, his lordship joined them, and they proceeded to the Chancellor's, where, after a short consultation, it was determined they would communicate it in person to Lord North. The First Minister's firmness, and even his presence of mind, gave way under this crushing blow. He is represented as having received it, as he would have taken a ball in his breast, for he opened his arms, exclaiming wildly as he paced up and down the apartment, "Oh God, it is all over." The American is now living who will see justice done the memory of George Roman III. He was neither a bad king nor a bad man. Like his antagonist, Louis XVI, he was possessed of strong good sense, which accounts, perhaps, says one, for the decapitation of Louis by the French. A well-informed authority attributes the insanity of George Roman III to the revolt of his American colonies. Just as he was taken ill, in 1788, he said, after the last levee he held, to Lord Thurlow, who was advising him to take care of himself and return to Windsor, "You, then, too, my Lord Thurlow, forsake me and suppose me ill beyond recovery. But whatever you and Mr. Pitt may think or feel, I, that am born a gentleman, shall never lay my head on my last pillow in peace and quiet as long as I remember the loss of my American colonies." But to come back to our Frenchmen. Of others whose sabers and spurs have clanked or jingled on the well-worn doorstone of the Vernon house was Byron, better known as the Rouet Lauzun. There being no forage on the island, Lauzun's cavalry and the artillery horses were sent for the winter to Lebanon, Connecticut, a place the Duke compares to Siberia. Lauzun had the talents that seduce men as well as women. Traveled, speaking English well, gay and audacious, he was among men the model of a finished gentleman, and among women the type of such dangerous raillery that many, in order to control him, gave the lie to the proverb, "We hate whom we fear." At Berlin, Lauzun had been a prodigious favorite with Frederick. His connection with the Duc d'Orléans' Égalité proved his ruin. At 46, having unsuccessfully commanded the Republican armies in La Vendée, he was guillotined in 1793. Mademoiselle Laurent, his mistress, attended him to the last. He would not let his hands be tied. "We are both Frenchmen," said he to the executioner. "We shall do our duty." Thus exit Byron, capable of everything, good for nothing. The elegant and accomplished Marquis Chasselux, whose petty supers at Newport were the talk of everyone who had the good fortune to be invited, and whose Travels in America, partly printed on board the French fleet, are so charmingly written. The brave Baron Viamenal, second in command, distinguished for gallantry at Yorktown. Headlong Charles Lameth, who fought the young Duc de Castries in the Bois de Boulogne. Matthew Dumas, aide to Rochambeau, and afterward fighting at Waterloo, were prominent figures in an army preeminent among armies for the distinction of its leaders. La Pérouse in October made his escape through the English blockade during a severe gale, in which his vessel was dismasted, though fortunately not until the enemy had given up the chase. He carried with him Rochambeau's son, charged with an account of the conference at Hartford and the necessities of the Americans. Berthier, the military confidant of Napoleon, was of this army. He embarked for America, a captain of dragoons in the regiment of Lorraine, and here won the epaulets of a colonel. There were also two brothers serving under the name of Counts Duponts. One of them, Count Christian Duponts, was captured by Nelson while on a boat excursion with several friends off Porto Cavallo. Southey, in his Life of Lord Nelson, says he was a prince of the German Empire and brother to the heir of the Electorate of Bavaria. Nelson, then a young captain, after giving his prisoners a good dinner, released them. It would require a broad muster roll merely to enumerate the distinguished of Rochambeau's expeditionary army. I have not yet mentioned de Broglie, Vauban, Champsonets, Chabannes, de Melfort, and Talleyrand, nor de Barras, La Touche, and La Clochetterie, nor Desautux, leader of Chouans in the French Revolution. To have withstood the assaults of so much wit, gallantry, and condescension, Newport must have been a city of Vestals. Yet, according to the good Abbé Robin, his countrymen gave few examples of that gallantry for which their nation is famed. One remarkable instance of a wife reclaimed, when on the point of yielding to the seductions of an epauletted stranger, is related by him. The story has a fine moral for husbands as well as wives. The expected arrival of this army spread terror in Newport. The French had been represented as man-eaters, whereas they were only frog-eaters. The country was deserted, and those whom curiosity had brought to Newport encountered nobody in the streets. Rochambeau landed in the evening. These fears were soon dissipated by the exact discipline enforced in the camps. They tell of pigs and fowls passing unmolested, and of fields of corn standing untouched in their midst. Beautiful Miss Champlin, charming Redwood, the distinguée Mrs. Hunter, and the Quaker Vestal, Polly Lawton, are names escaped to us from the memoirs of Gallic admirers. Yet there was only a single suicide in the French ranks justly chargeable to an American love account, and this did not occur in Newport. One of the French regiments at Yorktown was as famous in Old World annals as any battalion that ever stood under arms. This was the regiment of Auvergne. Wherever men might march, Auvergne was seen or heard. Once, when in the advance of the army it was always there one of its captains, sent out to reconnoiter, was surrounded in the darkness by foes. 100 bayonets were leveled at his breast. "Speak above a whisper and you die," said the German officer. Captain Dasses saw himself in the midst of a multitude of enemies who were stealthily approaching his weary and unsuspecting comrades. In an instant his resolution was taken. Raising himself to his full height that he might give his voice greater effect, he cried out, "À moi, Auvergne, voilà les ennemis," and fell dead as the French drums beat to arms. The regiment was very proud of its motto, Sans Tache. In this regiment was Philip d'Auvergne, the first grenadier of France, of whose prowess stories are told. When the corps came to America, its name had been changed to Gatinize, whereat there was much grumbling among these aged mustaches. There were 2 redoubts at Yorktown to be taken. One was assigned to Lafayette and his Americans, the other to the French. The grenadiers of Gatinize were to lead this attack, and, as it was expected to be bloody, Rochambeau himself addressed them. "My friends," said he, "if I should want you this night, I hope you have not forgotten that we have served together in that brave regiment of Auvergne, Sans Tache. Promise, General, to give us back our old name, and we will suffer ourselves to be killed to the last man." The promise was given, the redoubt won, and King Louis confirmed the pledge. In token of its peerless valor, Washington presented the regiment with one of the captured cannon. The comfortable and contented lives of the French soldiers daily astonished our poor and tattered, but unconquerable ragamuffins. At parade, they appeared so neat and gentlemanlike as hardly to be distinguished from their officers. They were paid every week, and seemed to want for nothing. No sentinel was allowed to stand on his post without a warm watchcoat to cover him. The officers treated their soldiers with attention, humanity, and respect, neglecting no means of inculcating sentiments of honor. Stealing was held by them in abhorrence. As a consequence, punishments were extremely rare, desertions unfrequent, and the health of the troops excellent. Speculations more or less unfavorable to French disinterestedness, more or less destructive of American enthusiasm for the alliance, must arise from a knowledge of the secret policy of France in coming to the aid of democracy. Possibly she hoped for the reconquest of Canada. Rochambeau would have first employed his forces against Castine had he not been overruled. That would have been curious, indeed, to have seen France re-established at Old Penobscot, carrying war into Canada, as, more than a century previous and from the same vantage ground, she had carried it into New England. Not much later she tried to wheedle and then to bully us into ceding to her the island of Rhode Island, in order, as urged by her, to prevent its being seized again at any future time by Great Britain. Her armed intervention was of little worth compared with the moral effect of the alliance. Pierre du Guesclin had groped his way along the coast in 1605, seeking a habitation. He and his lieutenant, Poutrincourt, had well-nigh reached their goal when compelled to turn back, baffled, for wintry Acadia. A French colony, in 1605, upon a quidnunc might have changed the order of history and rendered impossible the events of which this chapter is the skeleton. Footnotes: British ambassador at St. Petersburg, afterward Lord Malmesbury. Massachusetts files. Heath then commanded at Providence. He was ordered to meet Rochambeau on his arrival and extend any assistance in his power. The manner and matter of his reception of Mr. Adams were equally those of gentleman and king. Contrast him with the Prince Regent and his remark to the French ex-minister, Calonne, during his father's sudden illness in 1801, Savez-vous, Monsieur de Calonne, que mon père est aussi fou que jamais? Do you know, Monsieur de Calonne, that my father is as crazy as ever? Thackeray could not do him justice. The fellow prisoner of Count Christian Dupont's was an Irishman named Lynch, who belonged also to Rochambeau's army. Fearful that his nationality might be discovered, he begged the Count to be on his guard. When at table and heated with wine, the secret was divulged by the Count, but Nelson, as Sager relates, pretended not to have heard it. That of Major Galvin, who pistoled himself on account of unrequited love. Raleigh Auvergne, here is the enemy. Chapter 25. Newport Cemeteries. Come, my spade. There is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers, and grave makers, they hold up Adam's profession. Shakespeare. Assuming the looker-on to be free from all qualms on the subject of graveyard associations, I invite him to loiter with me a while among the tombstones of buried Newport. As we thread the streets of the town, signboards or doorplates inform us who are the occupants. And in pursuing the narrow paths of the burial place, the tablets set up denote not only the final residences, but symbolize the dread of the world's forgetfulness, of those who sleep there. The analogy might still be pursued, as it was an old custom to inscribe the occupation and birthplace upon a memorial stone. Here is one I found in the old ground adjoining Rhode Island Cemetery. Here lieth the body of Roger Baster Bachelor Blockmacher, aged 66 years. He died day of April 1687. He was one of the 5 RST beginners of a CHVRCH of Christ observing of the 7th day Sab Bath of the Lord in Knee, and began 23d is 1671. The graveyards are the first green spots. Dandelions, buttercups, and daisies blossom earliest there. The almost imperceptible shading off of winter into spring is signaled by tufts of freshly springing grass on the sunny side of a gravestone. The birds build betimes among the tree branches of the cemetery. Your gravemaker is always a merry fellow, who cares no more for carved crossbones than for the clay pipes so artistically crossed in shop windows. I found many stones dating from 1726 to 1800, but even these had become much defaced by time. Where freestone slabs had been used, the inscriptions were either illegible or quite obliterated. Some of the older slate stones had been painted to protect them from the weather. The city takes commendable care of the grounds, yet I could not help thinking that a little money might be well spent in renewing the fading inscriptions. Throughout the enclosure, the pious chisel of some old mortality is painfully in request. In a retired part of the ground I found 2 horizontal slabs, one of white, the other red, freestone lying side by side over man and wife. I transcribed the epitaph of the wife as the more characteristic. Here lieth the body of Hart, guard the wife of Ione Guard merchant, who departed this the 16th day of September, and Dom 1660, aged 55 years. Another slate stone contained the singular inscription given in the engraving, and still another was lettered. In memory of Mrs. Elizabeth Lintou RN, widow, for many years a noted midwife, she departed this life, October 23d 1758, in the 63d year of her age. In the old common burying ground is the following plaint. Here doth Simon Parrot lie, whose wrongs did for justice cry, but none could haw, and now the graw keeps him from inivery, who departed this life, the 23 day of May 1718, aged 84 years. Farewell Street, by which you approach the principal cemetery of Newport, is not ill-named. The ground, a generally level area, permits the eye to roam over the whole region of graves. Glimpses of the bay and of the islands dispersed so picturesquely about it harmonize with the calm of the place. Sails drift noiselessly by, and the fragrance of evergreens and of eglantine perfumes the air. There was breeze enough to bring the strains of martial music from the fort even here. It is stated, I know not how authoritatively, that the Hessians, whose hospital was close at hand, defaced many stones here by altering the inscriptions. Here is buried William Ellery, one of the signers of the Declaration. On the day of his death, he rose as usual, dressed, and seated himself in the old flag-bottomed chair which he had sat in for more than half a century. Here he remained reading a volume of Cicero in Latin until his physician, who had dropped in, perceived that he could scarcely raise his eyelids to look at him. The doctor found his pulse gone. After giving him a little wine and water, Dr. W told him his pulse beat stronger. "Oh, yes, doctor, I have a charming pulse," expressing at the same time his conviction that his life was nearly ended and his thankfulness that he was to pass away free from sickness or pain. He at last consented to be placed upright in bed so that he might continue reading. He died thus without attracting the notice of his attendants, like a man who becomes drowsy and falls asleep, sitting in the same posture with the book under his chin. Here is also the tomb of Governor Cranston, and the gray stone slab with typical skull and crossbones, on which is graven the name of William Jefferay, said to have been one of Charles Stuart's judges. Among other specimens of graveyard literature is the inscription to Christopher Ellery. The human form respected for its honesty, and known for 53 years by the appellation of Christopher Ellery, began to dissolve in the month of February, 1789. There is not so much quaintness in the epitaphs here as in the old Puritan graveyards of Boston and Salem, less even of stateliness, of pomp, and of human pride than is usual. I miss the Latin, the blazonry, and the sounding detail of public service so often seen spread over every inch of crumbling old tombstones. The grotesque emblems of skull, crossbones, and hourglass bugbears to frighten children change in a generation or two to weeping willows, urns, and winged cherubs. These are in turn discarded for sculptured types of angels, lambs, doves, and lilies, of broken columns and chaplets. This departure from the horrible for the beautiful is not matter for regret. In these symbols we get all the religion of the place, and death is robbed of half his repulsiveness. On a grassy knoll in Rhode Island Cemetery, the visitor sees the granite obelisk, erected by the state to the memory of the victorious young captain who, at 27, gained imperishable renown. Ardent, chivalrous, and brave, Perry showed the true inspiration of battle in taking his flag to a ship still able to fight. His laconic dispatch, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours," is modestly exultant. The marble tablet of the monument's east face has the words, "Oliver Hazard Perry. At the age of 27 years, he achieved the victory of Lake Erie, September 10, 1813. Within the neat iron fence that surrounds the monument are also the graves of Perry's widow, Elizabeth Champlin, and of his eldest son, Christopher Grant Perry, with the fresher one of Reverend Francis Vinton, whose wife was a daughter of the naval hero. From this spot, the bay and all ancient Newport are visible. Another monument in the cemetery is in memory of General Isaac Ingalls Stevens, dead on the field of honor. A prevailing ingredient of Newport society in the olden days was doubtless the Quaker element. As the religious asylum of New England, it alike received Jew and Gentile, Quaker and Anabaptist, followers of the Church of England and of Rome. Its complexion at the beginning of the 18th century might be in harmony with religious freedom, though little homogeneous, and although there was plenty of toleration, its religious character has been vaunted overmuch. It commands a passing thought that all these human components intermingling and assimilating in the active duties of life, separate in death. Their burial must be distinct. The Quaker meeting has contributed to our vocabulary a synonym for dullness. Old England and New were in accord in persecuting the sect. It is related of a number under sentence of banishment to America that soldiers from the Tower carried them on board the ships, the Friends refusing to walk and the sailors to hoist them on board. In the year 1662, Hannah Wright came from Long Island, several hundred miles to the bloody town of Boston, into the court, and warned the magistrates to spill no more innocent blood. They were at first abashed by the solemn fervor of their accuser, until Rawson, the secretary, exclaimed, "What, shall we be baffled by such a one as this? Come, let us drink a dram." The sufferings of the Friends in New England were heightened, no doubt, by the zeal of some to embrace martyrdom, who, in giving way to the promptings of religious fanaticism, outraged public decency and shamed the name of modesty in woman. Deborah Wilson went through the streets of Salem naked as she came into the world, for which she was well whipped. 2 other Quaker women, says Mather, were whipped in Boston, who came as stark naked as ever they were born into our public assemblies. This exhibition was meant to be a sign of religious nakedness in others, but the Puritans preferred to consider it an offense against good morals and not a God-of-alike penance for the general sinfulness. The Society of Friends is the youngest of the 4 surviving societies which date from the Reformation, and is, without doubt, the sternest protest against the ceremonial religion of Rome. George Fox, who preached at Newport, was the son of a Leicestershire weaver, beginning his public assertion of religious sentiments at the age of 22. The pillory sometimes served him for a pulpit. He once preached with such power to the populace that they rescued him in a tumultuous manner, setting a clergyman who had been instrumental in his punishment upon the same pillory. Pagan superstition having originated most of the names bestowed by custom on the days and months, the Friends ignore them, substituting in their place first day and first month, second day and second month for those occurring at the beginning of our calendar. The Society does not sanction appeals by its members to courts of law, but refers disputes to arbitration, a practice well worthy imitation. George Fox mentions in his journal his interview in England with Simon Bradstreet and Reverend John Norton, the agents whom Massachusetts had sent over in answer to the command of Charles Roman II. Says Fox, "We had several discourses with them concerning their murdering our friends, but they were ashamed to stand to their bloody actions. I asked Simon Bradstreet, one of the New England magistrates, whether he had not a hand in putting to death these 4 whom they hanged for being Quakers. He confessed he had. I then demanded of him and his associates then present if they acknowledged themselves subject to the laws of England. They said they did. I then said, by what law do you put our friends to death? They answered, by the same law as the Jesuits were put to death in England. I then asked if those friends were Jesuits. They said nay. Then, said I, ye have murdered them." The first Quakers came to Rhode Island in 1656. Roger Williams, in his George Fox Digged Out of His Burrows, shows that tolerance did not go so far with him as the Quaker fashion of wearing the hair long and flowing. Speaking of one he met who accosted him with the salutation, "Fear the Lord God," Williams says he retorted, "What God dost thou mean, a ruffian's God?" Through Fox's preaching, some of Cromwell's soldiers became converted and would not fight. He lies in the old London burying ground of Bunhill Fields, among the dissenters. The objection of the sect to sepulchral stones leaves little to be remarked of the Quaker burying ground in Newport. Notwithstanding the non-resistant principles of the Friends, it stands in strong light that Nathaniel Greene, a Quaker, and Oliver Hazard Perry, the descendant of a Quaker, were conspicuous figures in 2 of our wars. Few innovations have appeared in the manners, customs, or dress of the followers of George Fox. Their broad brims, sober garb, and sedate carriage, their thee and thou, may still occasionally be seen and heard in Newport streets. Newport contains several widely scattered burial places, some of them hardly more in appearance than family groups of graves. Not all exhibit the care bestowed upon such as are more prominently before the public eye. The Little Clifton Cemetery, at the head of Golden Hill Street, was in a wretched plight. A crazy wooden paling afforded little or no protection from intrusion, but there was no incentive to linger among its few corroded monuments and accumulated rubbish. Here are buried the Wantons, of whom Edward, the ancestor of the name in Newport, fled from Scituate, Massachusetts, during the Quaker persecutions. When Washington was at Cambridge, besieging Boston, he sent Charles Lee to look after those of Rhode Island who were still for King George. Lee administered to the Tories who would take it an oath as whimsical as characteristic. He knew the fondness of these old royalists for old wine, good dinners, and fine raiment. They were required to swear fidelity to the Whig cause by their hope of present ease and comfort, as well as the dread hereafter. Colonel Wanton refused the oath, and was, I presume, of those whom Lee had taken to Providence with the threat of forwarding them to the American camp. Another isolated field of graves is that usually called the Coddington Burial Ground, containing the remains of Governor Coddington and kindred. A stone erected on the 2nd centennial anniversary of the settlement of Newport compresses in a few lines the chief events of his history. To the memory of William Coddington, Esquire, that illustrious man who first purchased this island from the Narragansett sachems, Canonicus and Maiantonimo, for and on account of himself and 17 others, his associates in the purchase and settlement. He presided many years as chief magistrate of the island and colony of Rhode Island, and died, much respected and lamented, November 1st, 1678, aged 78 years. Letchford, in his Plain Dealing, relates a circumstance that has caused some inquiry into the ecclesiastical polity of Coddington and his associates. There lately, he says, they whipped one Master Gorton, a grave man, for denying their power and abusing some of their magistrates with uncivil terms. The governor, Master Coddington, saying in court, "You that are for the king, lay hold on Gorton." And he again, on the other side, called forth, "All you that are for the king, lay hold on Coddington." Whereupon Gorton was banished the island. Gorton was the founder of Warwick, Rhode Island. There is a little enclosure at the upper end of Thames Street, in which is a granite obelisk to the memory of John Coggeshall, president of the plantations under their first patent. The name was originally Coxey Hall. It is the same John Coggeshall briefly met with in the trial scene, to whom a lineal descendant has raised this monument. Other burial places may be enumerated, but that lying in the shadow of Trinity Church is probably first to challenge the attention of such as seek to read the annals of the past on memorial stones. The church steeple, with gilded crown on the pinnacle, how these churchmen love the old emblems, was in full view from my window, slender and graceful, the gilded vane flashing in the morning sun, itself a monument of its ancient flock below. Here are the names of Hunter, of Kay, of Hahnemann, and of Malbone. All are to be met with in Newport streets or annals. The presence of foreign armies on the Isle is emphasized by the burial of French and British officers in this churchyard. A few family escutcheons designate the ancient adherents to the dogma that all men were not created politically free and equal. One of the unaccustomed objects the stranger sees in peering through the railings of these old churchyards is the blazonry of which the possessors were once so proud, and which is now carried with them to their graves. In cavities where leaden coats of arms have once been embedded are little basins to catch the rain, where careless sparrows drink and take their morning baths, twittering and chirruping among the homesteads of the dead. Stuart, who was fond of rambling through the old graveyards, reading the inscriptions, went to Trinity. He mentions his pew and the sweetness of the organ, the gift of Berkeley. The painter had a Scotsman's inordinate fondness for snuff, and would be most naturally drawn with palette in one hand and a huge pinch of snuff in the other. A resident of the same street once told me that when Stuart's tablecloth was shaken out at the window, the whole street sneezed. He was a good talker and listener, though crabbed and eccentric to a degree. I venture to contribute to the already portentous number the following anecdote of Stuart. Dining one day at the house of Josiah Quincy, his attention was attracted by an engraving of West's Battle of the Boyne. "Ah," said Stuart, "I was studying with West when he was at work on that picture, and had to lie for hours on the floor, dressed in armor, for him to paint me in the foreground as the Duke of Skomorg." At last West said, "Are you dead, Stuart?" "Only half, sir," was my reply, and my answer was true, for the stiffness of the armor almost deprived me of sensation. Then I had to sit for hours on a horse belonging to King George to represent King William. After the painting was finished, an Irishman who saw it observed to West, "You have the battleground there correct enough, but where is the monument? I was in Ireland the other day and saw it." He expected to see a memorial of the battle in a representation of its commencement. In the yard of the Congregational Church in Spring Street is a slate gravestone to the memory of Dr. Samuel Hopkins, settled as pastor of the First Congregational Church of Newport in 1770. At first, his sentiments were so little pleasing to his people that it was voted by the church not to give him a call. But the doctor preached a farewell sermon of such beauty and impressiveness that the vote was recalled, and Hopkins consented to remain. The salient points of his character have furnished the hero for Mrs. Stowe's Minister's Wooing. The First Congregational Church of Newport was established in 1720. Footnotes: William Ellery Channing, the pastor of Old Federal Street, Boston, was one of the most gifted and eloquent men the American pulpit has produced. His mother was the old signer's daughter. The other faces of Commodore Perry's monument recite his age, birthplace, etc. He was born at South Kingston in 1785 and died at Port Spain, Trinidad, 1819. According to a resolve of Congress, his remains were conveyed, in 1826, in an armed vessel to the United States. When appealed to by the United Colonies in 1657 to punish Quakers, Rhode Island objected that no law of that colony sanctioned it. The president, Benedict Arnold, however, replied that he and the other magistrates conceived the Quaker doctrines tended to very absolute cutting down and overturning relations and civil government among men. He urged as a measure of public policy that the Quakers should not be molested, as they would not remain where the civil authority did not persecute them. This has, in fact, been the history of this sect in New England. See Arnold's letter, Hutchinson, Volume I, Appendix. George Fox was in Rhode Island in 1672. On arriving at Newport, he went to the house of Nicholas Easton, who was then governor, and remained there during his sojourn. A yearly meeting of all the Friends in New England was held while he remained in Newport. George Fox, His Journal, London, 1709. Jocelyn mentions the sect. Narragansett Bay, within which bay is Rhode Island, a harbor for the Shunammitish brethren, as the saints errant, the Quakers, who are rather to be esteemed vagabonds than religious persons. He also attributes to them dealings in witchcraft. Whittier, the Quaker poet, has depicted in stirring verse the persecutions of this people. Cassandra Southwick is from real life. Stones giving simply the name and date of decease are now allowed. In 1708, M. de Subercase solicited of his government the means of attempting an enterprise against the island of Rhode Island. He says, "Set isle est habité par des coquers, qui sent tous gens riches." Here also is the grave of Governor Henry Bull, who died in 1693, and whose ancient stone house is now standing in Spring, near Sherman Street. Stuart was in Boston at the time of the Battle of Lexington and managed to escape a few days after Bunker Hill. His obituary in the Boston Daily Advertiser, a very noble tribute from one man of genius to another, was written by Alston. Chapter 26. To Mount Hope and Beyond. La mattina al monte, e la sera al font, Italian proverb. Mohammed, it is said, on viewing the delicious and alluring situation of Damascus, would not enter that city, but turned away with the exclamation, "There is but one paradise for man, and I am determined to have mine in the other world." I started on my morning walk up the island just as the clocks were striking 8. Spring comes in Newport very early and very verdant. The bloom of orchard and of lilac greeted me. At every step, I crushed the perfume out of violets blossoming in the strip of greensward that bordered the broad band of road. I often looked back upon the fortunate city, mounting the green slopes and scattering itself among the quiet fields. The last point of land was visible even down to Point Judith. A faint roll of drums reached me from the fort. Goodbye to a pleasant place. I felt, in turning away, that if Damascus had been like Newport, I should have entered Damascus. Distant about a mile from Newport is Tonomy, or more properly Mayantanimo Hill. It is the highest elevation in the southern part of the island, receiving its name as the seat of a sachem. Some remains of fieldworks are seen on its slopes. Near the southern foot of Mayantanimo Hill is the old Malbone Place, the site of a colonial mansion celebrated in its day as the finest in Newport. It was destroyed by fire rather more than a century ago. Tradition avers that Colonel Godfrey Malbone, seeing his house in flames, ordered the table removed to the lawn, and coolly finished his dinner there. It was a 2-story stone-built house, which had cost the owner $100,000. Many are the dark, vague, and mysterious hints let fall from time to time relative to the life of Malbone. As a merchant, his ventures are said to have been lawless even for his lawless age. His corsairs preyed upon the commerce of Frenchmen or Spaniard without regard for treaties. Rum and slaves were the commodities in which the Newport of his time trafficked largely. Smuggling was hardly deemed dishonorable in a merchant. As confirming this easy condition of commercial virtue, a writer mentions having seen in Malbone's garden the entrance of one of those subterranean passages leading to the shore I have so often unearthed. During the French War of George Roman II, Newport, from its beginning to the year 1744, had armed and sent to sea more than a score of privateers. It was called the nursery of corsairs. It was also called rich, and the French, in planning its capture, facilitated by the information of a resident French merchant, a spy, calculated on levying a heavy contribution. Perhaps we had better burn it, as a pernicious hole, from the number of privateers there fitted out, as dangerous in peace as in war, being a sort of freebooter, who confiscates a tort at a travers, say they. These harsh expressions sound strangely unfamiliar when contrasted with French panegyric of the next generation. Edward G. Malbone, a natural son, belonged to a collateral branch of the family. Newport was the birthplace of this exquisite miniature painter and most refined of men. This refinement appears in his works, which are full of artistic grace and dainty delicacy. Little of his life was passed here, though that little is much prized by all who know his worth as a man. Alston and Malbone are said to have worked together in Newport as pupils of Samuel King, beginning thus the friendship that so long subsisted between them. About midway of the island, on the eastern shore, is the glen, once more frequented than at present. A line carried across the island from this point would pass near the old farmstead, which was the quarters of the British General, Prescott. It is on the west road leading by the most direct route from Newport to Bristol Ferry. Colonel Barton, whose station was at Tiverton, conceived the idea of releasing General Lee, then a prisoner, by securing General Prescott. Having matured his plans, he crossed over to Warwick Neck, where he was detained 2 days by a violent storm. With him were 40 volunteers, who manned 5 whaleboats. The enemy were then in possession of both Canonicot and Prudence Islands, with some shipping lying under the little isle, called Hope, which is between Prudence and the western shore of the bay. On the night of the 9th of July, 1711, everything being favorable, Barton informed his men for the first time where they were going. His party embarked in their boats, rowing between Patience and Prudence in order to elude the enemy's guard boats. Meeting with no obstacle, they coasted the west shore of Prudence, passed around the southern end, and landed on Rhode Island. They then pushed on for Overing's house, where they knew General Prescott was to be found. The sentinel on duty was quickly seized and disarmed, and the house surrounded. On entering General Prescott's chamber, Barton saw him rising from his bed. "Are you General Prescott?" "Yes, sir." "Then you are my prisoner." The general was allowed to half-dress himself and was then conducted to the boats. His aide, Major Barrington, had also been taken. Arrived at the shore, General Prescott finished his toilet in the open air. Soon after leaving the island, the alarm was given in the British camp. "Sir," said Prescott to Barton, as they stepped ashore at Warwick Neck, "you have made a bold push tonight." The Americans had returned in just 6.5 hours from the time they set out. While on his way to the American headquarters, Prescott was horsewhipped by an innkeeper whom he insulted. The situation of the house from which he was carried off is easily distinguished by the pond before it, whose overflow falls in a miniature cascade into the road. Very little, if any, of the original building is remaining. Talbot's achievement the next year was in carrying off a British armed vessel, the Pigot, that guarded Seconnet Passage and the communication between the islands and the mainland. With a few troops from the camp at Providence, he manned a small vessel and set sail. On coming near the Pigot, Talbot caused his vessel to drift down upon her when he carried her by boarding. He took his prize successfully into Stonington. The absence of forest trees on the island gives it a general resemblance to the rolling prairie of the West. The slopes are gracefully rounded as the Vermont Hills groundswells, over which the road rises or descends in regular irregularity. Over this road, that discarded vehicle, the stagecoach, once rolled and lurched, and was more wondered at than the train that now rattles along under the hills by the shore. It is said that Dexter Brown, an enterprising man, set up a 4-horse stagecoach between Boston and Providence as early as 1772. When well regulated, it left Providence every Monday and arrived in Boston on Tuesday night. Returning, it left Boston on Thursday, reaching Providence on Friday night. The coach was chiefly patronized by people who visited Newport for their health. On a long route, the change from one coach into another, equally cramped, might not inaptly be said to resemble an exchange of prisoners. All travelers here have remarked on the productiveness of Rhode Island. Its dairies and its poultry have always been celebrated. Orchards bursting with blossoms somewhat relieved the bare aspect of the hills. Fields of spinach and of clover varied the coloring of the pastures, which were shaded off on cool slopes into the dark green of Kentucky bluegrass. Groups of brown hayricks, left from the winter's store, stood impaled in barnyards. Flocks of geese waddled by the roadside. Ox teams, marketmen, boys with droves of pigs made the whole way a pastoral. On lifting the eye from the yellow band of road, a windmill would be seen with its long arms beating the air. I liked to walk through the green lanes that led up to them and hold brief chat with the boy or maid of the mill. I shall never look at one without thinking of Don Quixote and of Sancho Panza. The lack of streams and water power is thus supplied by air currents and wind power. It is an ill wind, indeed, that blows nobody good on Rhode Island. I have said nothing of the fish market of the island, and that market is of course centered in Newport. Dr. Dwight enumerates 26 different species to be found in their season. Sheepshead, considered superior to turbot, were sometimes caught off hanging rocks. Blackfish, tautog, and scup or scupog are much esteemed. When I was last on the island, the fishermen were emptying their sens of the scup, which were so plenty as to be almost valueless, a string of fine fish, ready dressed, bringing only 12 cents. The flesh of a tautog is very firm, and he will live a long time out of water. The boats used here by fishermen have the mast well forward, in the manner known to experts along shore as the Newport rig. Formerly they used pinkies, or tobacco boats, so called from a famous fishing precinct of Essex County, Massachusetts. The quartz embedded in the stone makes the roadside walls appear as if splashed with whitewash. I saw few ledges from Newport to Lawton's Valley. The stones brought up by the plow were all small and flat, but at the upper end of the island I observed they were the round masses or pebbles met with on the opposite mainland. There is also on the western shore a coal vein of inferior quality. The dust from it mingles with that of the road before you arrive at Bristol Ferry. I made a brief halt at the old grass-grown earthwork on the crest of the hill overlooking Lawton's Valley. No wayfarer should lose the rare views to be had here. The fort forms a throne from which the Queen of Aquidneck, a voluptuous rather than virgin princess, a Cleopatra rather than an Elizabeth, might behold her empire. At the foot of the hill is the remarkable vale intersecting the island, sprinkled with cottages among orchards. On the left, part of Canonicot and all of Prudence lie outstretched along the sunny bay. Farther north, the steeples of Bristol distinctly, and of Providence dimly, are seen. To the right, Mount Hope, Tiverton, and perhaps a faint spectral chimney or two at Fall River. The long dark line on the water from the island to Tiverton is the Stone Bridge. Turning to the southward is the battlefield of 1778, where Sullivan and Greene fought with Piggott and Prescott, and where Lafayette, though he had ridden from Boston in 6 hours, was not. This campaign, begun so auspiciously, terminated ingloriously. New England had been aroused to arms. Men of all ranks of society shouldered their firelocks and marched. Volunteers from Newburyport, a company of the first merchants of Salem, artillery and infantry corps from Boston, thronged the roads to Sullivan's camp. It was a good and salutary lesson to the Americans not to put their faith in French appearances. When Coddington and his associates determined to remove from Massachusetts, they meant to settle upon Long Island or in Delaware Bay. While their vessel was making the dangerous passage around Cape Cod without them, they came by land to Providence, where Mr. Williams courteously entertained and afterward influenced them to settle upon the Isle of Aquidneck. Plymouth having disclaimed jurisdiction over it, and promised to look upon and assist them as loving neighbors, in March 1637-38, the exiles organized their political community upon the northern end of the island. Sir H. Vane and Roger Williams were instrumental in procuring Rhode Island from the Narragansett chieftains, Miantonimo and Canonicus. By the next spring, their numbers were so much augmented that some of the settlers removed to the southern or western shores. The island was divided into 2 townships: Portsmouth, which now engrosses its upper half, and Newport. In 1644, they named it the Isle of Rhodes, which was merely exchanging one pagan name for another. Mount Hope is scarcely more than 200 feet high, though in its isolation it looks higher. It is commandingly situated on a point of land on the eastern shore of Bristol Neck, giving its name to a broad expanse of water that receives Taunton River in its course to the sea. On the eastern side the hill is precipitous, vastly more so than Horse Neck, down which the valiant Putnam urged his steed when pursued by British dragoons. Down this declivity Philip is said to have rolled like a cask when surprised by white enemies. Here, on the shores of Taunton River, is the scene of those hand-to-hand encounters between settler and savage in which the old historians are wont to mix up gunpowder with religion so perplexedly. In those days, the fall of a red chieftain on the hunting grounds of his fathers was hailed as a special providence. Mount Hope was the sequel of Samoset's, welcome, Englishmen. By the river, in the forked branches of blasted sycamores, the fish hawk builds and broods. Their nests are made of dried eelgrass from the shore interwoven with twigs. The shrill scream of the female at my coming was answered by the cry of the male, who left his fishing out on the river at the first signal of distress. An old traveler says this bird sometimes seems to lie expanded on the water, he hovers so close to it. Having by some attractive power drawn the fish within his reach, he darts suddenly upon them. The charm he makes use of is supposed to be an oil contained in a small bag in the body. In defense of his mate and her young, the bird seems to forget fear. After many agreeable surprises already encountered, I was unprepared for what I saw from the summit of Mount Hope. I felt it was good to be there. Every town in Rhode Island is said to be visible. All the islands dispersed about the bay are revealed at a glance. Glimmering in the distance was Providence. On the farther shore of Mount Hope Bay, Fall River appeared niched in the sheer side of a granite ledge. Here were Warren and Bristol, their Warwick, and far down the greater bay, Newport was swathed in a hazy cloud. I had made a long walk, yet felt no fatigue, on the top of Mount Hope. Near the brow of the hill, Philip fixed his wigwam and held his dusky court. He has had Irving for his biographer, Southey for his bard, and Forrest for his ideal representative. In his own time, he was the public enemy whom any should slay. In ours, he is considered as a martyr to the idea of liberty, his idea of liberty not differing from that of Tell and Toussaint, whom we call heroes. Philip did not comprehend the religion of the whites, but as he understood their policy, he naturally distrusted their faith. When the prophet Eliot preached to him, he went up to that good man, and pulling off a button from his doublet, said he valued his discourse as little as the piece of brass the monster. Exclaims pious Cotton Mather. Such hills as Mount Hope were the settlers' sundials, when clocks and watches were luxuries known only to the wealthy few. The crest is a green nipple, having quartz cropping out everywhere. In fact, the basis of the hill is nearly a solid mass of quartz. Between the site of Philip's wigwam and the shore, where the escarpment is 50 feet, is a natural excavation, 5 or 6 feet from the ground, called Philip's Throne. A small grass plot is before it, and at its foot trickles a never-failing spring of water, known as Philip's Spring. The manner of Philip's death, as given in Church's history, is considered authentic. Church's party crossed the ferry and reached Mount Hope about midnight. Detachments were placed in ambush at all the avenues of escape. Captain Golding, with a number of picked men and a guide, was ordered to assault the stronghold by break of day. One of Philip's Indians having showed himself, Golding fired a volley into the camp. The Indians then fled to the neighboring swamp, Philip the foremost. Having gained the shore, he ran directly upon Church's ambuscade. An Englishman snapped his gun at him without effect, when his companion, one of Church's Indian soldiers, sent a bullet through the heart of the chief. He fell on his face in the mud and water, with his gun under him. After the fight was over, Church ordered the body to be quartered and decapitated. The executioner was also an Indian, and before he struck the body made a short speech to it. Philip's head was taken to Plymouth in triumph, where, arriving on the very day the church was keeping a solemn thanksgiving, in the words of Mather, God sent him in the head of a leviathan for a thanksgiving feast. I made the ascent of Mount Hope from the south, where it is gradual, but on the west, where I descended, I found it abrupt and covered with a grove of oak trees sprinkled with stones among fern. With the exception of a few tumble-down stone walls that cross it, and now and then a cow quietly cropping the herbage, it is as wild as when it was the eyrie of the proud-spirited chieftain, the last of the Wampanoags. At Bristol, the railway will set you down opposite to Fall River, or by returning to Bristol Ferry you may take, on the Rhode Island side, the rail for Dighton and its sculptured rock. This rock, which has puzzled so many learned brains both of the Old World and the New, lies near the eastern shore of Taunton River, opposite Dighton wharves. I wanted 2 things in Dighton direction to the rock and a skiff to cross the river to it. An ancient builder of boats, very tall and very lank, having his adze in his hand and his measurements chalked on the toes of his boots, supplied me with both. What on earth do you want to look at that rock for? He expostulated rather than questioned. I'd as lief look at the side of that house, pointing to his workshop. You do not seem to value your archaeological remains overmuch, I submitted. Bless you, I knew a gal born and brought up right in sight of that air rock, who got married and went to Baltimore to live, without ever having sought eyes on it. When she had stayed there a spell she heard so much about Dighton Rock, she came all the way back a purpose to see it. Female curiosity, you see, sir. The river is half a mile broad at Dighton, with low, uninteresting shores. The Writing Rock, a large boulder of fine-grained greenstone, is submerged either wholly or in part by the tidal flow, but when uncovered presents a smooth face, slightly inclined toward the open river. When so close as to lay hold of it, you are aware of faint impressions on its surface, yet these have become so nearly effaced by the action of the tides and the chafing of drift ice as to be fragmentary, and therefore disappointing. As is usual, the action of the salt air has turned this, as other rocks by the shores, to a dusky red color. 70 years ago the characters or lines traced on the rock were by actual measurement an inch in breadth by half an inch in depth, and distinct enough to attract attention from the decks of passing vessels. The rock is first mentioned, says Schoolcraft, in a sermon of Dr. Danforth of 1680. The river had then been frequented by white men for 60 years. It is next alluded to in the dedication of a sermon to Sir H. Ashurst by Cotton Mather, in these words: "Among the other curiosities of New England one is that of a mighty rock, on a perpendicular side whereof, by a river which at high tide covers part of it, they are very deeply engraved. No man alive knows how or when, about half a score lines near 10 foot long and a foot and a half broad, filled with strange characters, which would suggest as odd thoughts about them that were here before us as there are odd shapes in that elaborate monument, whereof you shall see the first line transcribed here. In the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, covering a period from 1700 to 1720, are several communications from Cotton Mather, one of which, Part 4, p. 112, is as follows. At Taunton, by the side of a tiding river, part in, part out of the river, is a large rock, on the perpendicular side of which, next to the stream, are 7 or 8 lines, about 7 or 8 foot long, and about a foot wide, each of them engraven with unaccountable characters, not like any known character. Schoolcraft believed the work to have been performed by Indians. Washington, who had some knowledge of their hieroglyphics, was of this opinion. Dr. Belknap asserts that they were acquainted with sculpture, and also instances their descriptive drawings on the bark of trees. Sculptured rocks, of which the origin is unknown, have been found in other locations in the United States. Since the unsettling of Norse traditions, the characters on Dighton Rock are generally admitted to be of Indian creation. But if the work of white men, it would strengthen the theory of Verrazzani's presence in these waters. Another link of the supposed discovery by Northmen was the skeleton exhumed about 1834 at Fall River. It was found in a sitting posture, having a plate of brass upon its breast, with arrowheads of the same metal lying near, thin, flat, and of triangular shape. The arrows had been contained within a quiver of bark that fell in pieces when exposed to the air. The most remarkable thing about the remains was a belt encircling the body, composed of brass tubes 4.5 inches in length, the width of the belt, and placed close together longitudinally. The breastplate, belt, and arrowheads were considered so many evidences that the skeleton was that of some Scandinavian who had died and been buried here by the natives. An antiquary would, of course, prize a dead Scandinavian more than many living ones. These moldering bones and corroded trinkets were not, however, the key to Dighton Rock. The mode of sepulture was that practiced by the natives of this continent. In Archer's account of Gosnold's voyage, he speaks of the Indians on the south of Cape Cod as follows. This day there came unto the ship's side divers canoes, the Indians apparelled as aforesaid, with tobacco and pipes steeled with copper, skins, artificial strings, and other trifles to barter. One had hanging about his neck a plate of rich copper, in length a foot, in breadth half a foot, for a breastplate. John Brereton, of the same voyage, tells us more of the Indians of the Elizabeth Islands. They have also great store of copper, some very red, and some of a paler color. None of them but have chains, ear-rings, or collars of this metal. They had some of their arrows herewith, much like our broad arrowheads, very workmanly made. Their chains are many hollow pieces cemented together, each piece of the bigness of one of our reeds, a finger in length, 10 or 12 of them together on a string, which they wear about their necks. Their collars they wear about their bodies like bandoliers, a handful broad, all hollow pieces like the other, but somewhat shorter, 400 pieces in a collar, very fine and evenly set together. Were this evidence less positive, we know from Champlain that the Indians would never have permitted the body of a stranger to remain buried longer than was necessary to disinter and despoil it. Verrazzani's letter mentions the possession of copper trinkets by the Indians. About 2.5 miles from Taunton Green is the Leonard Forge, the oldest in America. The spot is exceedingly picturesque. The brook, overhung by trees, which of yore turned the mill wheel, glides beneath a rustic bridge ere it tumbles over the dam and hurries on to meet the river. James and Henry Leonard built the forge in 1652. Near the spot is the site of the dwelling they occupied, one of the distinctive old structures of its day. Philip lived in amity with the Leonards, who made for him spear and arrow heads when he came to hunt at the Fowling Pond, not far from the forge, where he had a hunting lodge. When he had resolved to strike the English, it is said he gave strict orders not to hurt those Leonards, his good friends of the forge. Tradition has it that his head was afterward kept in the house some days. My pilgrimage among the haunts of the Narragansetts and Wampanoags of old fame extended no farther. Setting my face again toward the sea, when on board one of those floating hotels that ply between Fall River and New York, I thought of the prediction I had cut from the Boston Daily Advertiser of just half a century ago. We believe the time will not be far distant when a steamboat will be provided to run regularly between New York and Taunton River, to come to Fall River and Dighton, and perhaps to the wharves in Taunton, a mile below the village. This route from New York to Boston would in some respects be preferable to that through Providence. Footnotes: it was the fortress of the British left wing. 2 large and elegant country houses at its base, included within the lines, were occupied by the officers. He was the son of John, the son of Godfrey Malbone. The first bridge spanning what was known as Howland's Ferry was completed in 1795. It was of wood, destroyed and swept to sea by a storm, rebuilt, and again destroyed by worms. The present stone structure was built in 1809-10 and, though injured by the gale of 1815, stands firm. The battle was fought in the valley below Quaker, sometimes called Meeting House Hill. Sullivan commanded in chief, though Greene is entitled to a large share of the credit of repulsing the British attack. It was a well-fought action. Piggott, by British accounts, had 6,000 regular troops. Lafayette was mad as a March hare at their fighting without him. Letchford, writing between 1637 and 1641, says, "At the island called Aquedney are about 200 families. There was a church where one Master Clark was elder. The place where the church was is called Newport, but that church, I hear, is now dissolved. At the other end of the island there is another town called Portsmouth, but no church. Those of the island have a pretended civil government of their own erection without the king's patent. To be exact, the shores adjacent to the rock are in the town of Berkeley, formerly part of Dighton." A copy of the inscription, made by Professor Sewell, is deposited in the museum at Cambridge. There is another copy by James Winthrop, see plate in volume Roman III. Memoir American Academy, and Description of Method of Taking It, volume Roman II, part 2, p. 126. Many others have been taken, more or less imperfect. The best one recollected is in the Hall of the Antiquarian Society, Worcester, Massachusetts.